Good morning. Thank you to our friends in the media for being here today to help us get this important information out to the community about COVID-19 testing opportunities with the City of Phoenix. I'm Jeff Barton, Assistant City Manager. We're happy to announce today the launch of our second mobile testing van. This is a result of a multi-department coordination between several departments and based on the increased demand from our community for increased mobile testing. Today you'll hear from Mayor Kate Gallego and Kelly Kopcash, Vice President of Sales for Premier Lab Solutions, our medical partner. After their remarks, you're free to ask questions or schedule a one-on-one interview. Yvette Roeder and Stephanie Bracken, raise your hands. They're here to assist you for your needs. Also, we invite you, members of the media, to participate today. Get tested and see what the process is all about. With that, I have the esteemed pleasure of introducing City of Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, who will talk to you today about this latest endeavor. Mayor?
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be joined here today by our City Manager, Ed Zerker, as well as members of our leadership team. I want to thank our Assistant City Manager for the great introduction and the work he is doing leading our COVID-19 response as well as public safety. Today we are here to celebrate the grand debut of van number 2, as we affectionately call it. Van number 1 has been operating since August and has tested 90,000 people in our community. We know there is great need. Right now we have very high positivity rates in Phoenix and in Arizona, so people need that data about their COVID-19 status. When you have a high positivity rate, that means we need more testing. And today, through strong support of the Phoenix City Council, we are bringing van number 2. It is a partnership with Premier Lab Solutions, which is a local company that has been testing and supporting this community for many years, working with our local businesses. This van is a little bit larger than our first van. We learned about the great demand and how much testing is needed. It will be out in our community 3 days a week, either Monday or Tuesday, and then Wednesday or Saturday. It'll be good for our early risers from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Our van number 1 will continue to be out in the community 5 days a week. We will also continue our drive-through testing events, and we're going to be opening up a fixed location at Maryville with our partners at Vincier Cancer Center, who also operate van number 1. So we are looking to support our community as much as possible during this difficult time. We want people to have access to testing. These tests will be free. They do not require insurance. So if you are concerned about whether or not you have COVID-19, please protect your family. Find out if you have COVID-19 and get tested. You can find out where the van will be at Phoenix.gov/COVID testing. So go online, register, and get your appointment. We're going to be targeting the van to hotspots. So we'll be looking at data about where COVID-19 is most common in our community, and the van will go to those locations. We want to give you the information you need to keep your family safe and to help our community. The light is at the end of the tunnel. We know that vaccines are here, but for now, testing and masks are our best solution. Vaccines are not yet available to everyone who wants one immediately. So please continue to practice social distancing to keep your community safe and to get tested so that you know whether or not you have COVID-19. This has been a wonderful partnership to get here today. I want to particularly recognize Councilman Jim Waring, who helped us with the partnership with Premier Lab. But the entire City Council really supported this and wants us to be out in the community. Great work from Dan Wilson and our communications office, who are promoting how to sign up and helping with the great graphics that are out in the community. Public Works has been great leaders in setting up these vans, customizing it, and we have Assistant Director Washington Smith here today, as well as the Carbajal Bauer team who helped make this possible, so thank you to them for their great work in this area. It really has been an effort across the entire city. Our budget department, our CFO, and others worked to make this possible so that it could be free to our residents, and took a lot of innovation from the city. We're new to this type of testing, but we heard the needs in our community and stepped up to try to come to every part of our city and make healthcare more accessible. With the great support of our residents, we are going to get through this pandemic and come out stronger and smarter. So thank you for sticking with us and working for a healthier Phoenix. I will next turn it over to Kelly Kopkash, the VP of Sales at Premier Labs.
Hi everyone, and thank you for having us. And thank you, Mayor Gallego. It's a pleasure to be here, and working with the City of Phoenix team has been a joy. We're so excited and honored to be a part of this venture with the City of Phoenix. We're headquartered right here in Phoenix, so this hits close to home, quite literally. Our goal, as mentioned, is to physically bring testing to the residents of Phoenix within their neighborhoods. So we're looking to target those where there are spikes in COVID testing, as well as those communities that are underserved and don't have the access to COVID testing that they may need. As Mayor Gallego mentioned, the residents can find the van's schedule on the City of Phoenix website. That will show you the locations. And again, we're going to serve those communities that need it most. They can also pre-register at the City of Phoenix website. So pre-registration is an option, and also we welcome anyone to walk up and get tested right on the spot. So on site, we're offering best-in-class dual testing. What we mean by that is we're going to run a rapid preliminary test that can be resulted out right here. So this van behind me, this is where we're running the testing. Again, that's a 15-minute rapid test. We're going to call that the preliminary result. We're also going to offer another swab, which we'll bring back to the lab and run a PCR. The gold standard, the gold standard in COVID testing. That way, patients are able to gain a result not only right away, but also a PCR result, which will be available within 24 hours. Each patient will be given a business card. That business card is going to give them a two-step process. We're going to send a link to their email where they can jump on and actually view their own results. And most importantly, again, as Mayor Gallego said, testing is free. There's no barriers to entry, so we do welcome you to come down, get tested, and see how the process works. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Dr. Anita Chandra with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Choosing high-quality childcare is an important decision. Here are a few things to look for: positive relationships between teachers and children, time for children to play, clear health and safety policies, and good ways to keep you informed of your child's day. Finally, make sure you visit where your child will spend their day and meet all of the staff. For checklists to help make your decision, visit healthychildren.org.
During a time when millions of Americans were under a stay-at-home order, water employees still suited up and showed up for work every day. The indispensable lifeline that water workers provide keeps us all moving. Because without you, without water, we are nothing. As these uncertain times continue to provide insecurities in many aspects of our lives, water has remained secure and safe, proving that we are stronger together. The sacrifice and service to the community hasn't gone unnoticed. You maintain equipment and processes to monitor water as it moves through the treatment and distribution cycles. you plan, study, analyze, and design water treatment and distribution systems. You inspect and make it possible to verify compliance without disruption or impairment of service. Every position is unique, and without one, none of this can be done. Do you know a water worker? Thank them for all they do. Thank them for their hard work. Thank them for their dedication.
The only thing that was here from the porch was that piece from the wall to that post. So I had that as a pattern. All of this furniture in here was somebody's junk that they had brought out to the swap meet. Most of it was junk. And all the wicker you see in here, that's this wicker done there and out there on those chairs and stuff, I did that. The same with the furniture I bought here and there. And
I have to really give a lot of credit to Jody Spencer, who bought this house, probably about 3 decades ago, and really put it back to its original shape.
It's 1899. So it was the first house in this whole subdivision built here. This here, I picked up in a thrift store, and the lady says, "You know what that is, don't you?" I says, "I sure do." She says, "That's where they hid their Bible." I says, "What?" It wasn't their Bible they were hiding, it was their phone, because back then the phone was not something that was popular, so you didn't want to see it.
All the materials that Jody has collected over the years and put into the house, you really do feel, not just when you're walking up to the house, but when you go inside, you really feel like you're going back in time. And he's really done a marvelous job over the years, really collecting everything and putting it all together and making sure this house is maintained in good shape.
I was born in Glendale. I'm an Arizona boy. I love Arizona. And history is just, I don't know, I love it. And to get it's these two hands. I don't have nothing up here, but these two hands can do anything.
It's a Queen Anne style. It's asymmetrical in its design. It's designed with various materials. It's pretty ornate. You have a front-facing gable. You have a large front porch. You have this tower, and on the second level, it's actually open, which is kind of unique, and it's really a treasure here from the 19th century.
Everybody thinks I'm in it for the dollar. I'm not in it for the dollar. I would have sold it a long time ago. But we're gonna get in it before we both die, which we're darn close to that. We're gonna get in here. So we're gonna live in it.
This house is one of only about around 50 left from the 19th century, and so it's really special. And of all the properties we have that are left from the 19th century, this one's in really excellent shape. It's privately owned, it's been well cared for and maintained, and I hope that continues into the future.
It's just, there's something about this house. They said that everybody would gather at this house. They had, they call this a music room because I guess they had a piano or something in there. And everybody in the neighborhood came to this house. So here she is, she's back.
As we go virtual, Phoenix TV is working hard from home, but our pets are reacting in some weird ways because of it.
Today I started teleworking, and it's been quite fun, and this little guy just sits there and stares at me all day long.
I decided to get an expert perspective on the new behaviors of our furry friends. I spoke with Carrie C., an animal behavior consultant based right here in Phoenix.
My name is Carrie C., and I am the owner of Phoenix Animal Behavior Center. I'm also a certified behavior consultant for canines and have my master's degree in companion animal behavior analysis and counseling.
Because people have been at home more often, there are tons of reports of pets demonstrating some really weird behaviors, foregoing old habits, being clingier, maybe more hyperactive than usual. Could you explain maybe some reasoning for that?
With this whole quarantine thing, it really has affected our pets. And a lot of that reason is we've totally changed not only our schedule, but their schedule as well. And with us being home and not going to work and not having that set schedule like we've had for however many years of their life, it can cause some stress for our pets. And so often these behaviors that we're seeing is just them reacting to those schedule changes and those stressful moments that we've unintentionally created because of this unforeseen circumstance with the quarantine.
So how can we as owners accommodate to the new needs of our furry pals?
What we can really do as humans is make sure we build a new routine, but have some understanding for our pets that it took us a little while to get used to these changes, so we can't expect them to get used to it overnight. We at least have the communication tool of, all of the social media and different news outlets to kind of know what's going on, and we can plan and predict, whereas our pets, they just rely on us.
So even though quarantine is driving us crazy,
back to sleep,
our pets are just as stressed of being stuck at home as we are. In the end, all that matters is we have each other and a ton of extra time to spend together.
Don't you like that, Bubba? Don't you like it?
The City of Phoenix has allocated $2.5 million to support our school districts with protective equipment.
We were lucky enough that Mayor and Council approved $2.5 million for our school districts to purchase things like masks, hand sanitizer, gowns, so when they do open up, we can keep our community safe.
Thank you. It's just been amazing.
They contacted us and said we're interested in helping you out, and I said yes with a capital Y. We are thrilled that Mayor Gallegos and the City of Phoenix has invested some of their CARES Act fund for PPE equipment to include masks with a clear view so that students can see their beautiful teachers' smiles and we can see their amazing smiles.
We try to be very intentional, and we even have clear masks for teachers who are supporting English language learners or other students who really need to be able to see lips.
The fact that we were able to get those masks that have the plastic, right, where we can help everyone that's in school, right, and thinking about everyone, and just giving that comfort to the teachers, giving the comfort to the students, and giving the comfort to the parents, right, that are sending their kids back to school, that might have senior citizens in their houses.
We hope this will make life easier for our teachers so they can focus on instruction in our kids and not protective equipment.
It's really important to the district because our funds are limited. Obviously, we want to spend our funds on instruction for the students and the staff, and it would have been very, very difficult to include PPE equipment.
I'm very proud of the mayor. I'm very proud of my colleagues, of all of us that came together.
We know our teachers are already asked to do so much, and we hope they can focus on kids and less on protective equipment because of this partnership.
Hello. We are all living in unprecedented times. I'm Deborah Cedillo Dugan with Phoenix TV. With the coronavirus impacting not only our city, but the entire world, we are having to do business differently. Normally, residents can join us during our city government meetings to provide comment. Not now. This next video explains how you can still participate in city government remotely. It's a quick and easy way to stay connected and to provide your comments virtually.
Hello, and welcome to the new City of Phoenix e-comments system. During this video, you will learn how to register to speak and make comments for Phoenix City Council meetings online. Let's get started. First, you want to go to Phoenix.gov and click on City Council Meetings. Find the meeting you want to participate in. Click on the comment icon next to that meeting, circled here. After clicking the comment icon, you will arrive at phoenix.granicusIdeas.com. On this homepage, sign up if you are a first-time visitor and want to register to speak or submit a comment only, not wishing to speak. Sign in if you have previously signed up. On the sign-up page, enter your email, create a password, put in your first and last name, and your address. After you have signed in, your username will display on the top of the page. For a full list of upcoming meetings, click on the Meetings tab. On the Meetings tab, select the meeting you want to see. Click on the meeting title or view agenda. To register to speak on an item during the meeting, click on Register to Speak on that item. You can do this up to 1 hour prior to the meeting. Then, agree to be registered to speak during the meeting. You will then be shown as being registered to speak for that item. You will receive an email confirming you are registered to speak with a link and instructions for the day of the meeting. Check your spam box if you don't see the confirmation in your inbox. If registered to speak on the day of the meeting, go to the council meetings webpage. Find the meeting you are registered to speak at, then click on the agenda icon next to that meeting. On the agenda, click on the link listed underneath if you are registered to speak online. Arrive at the webx.com website, register to join the event, and when the item you're registered for comes up, your name will be called. You will be unmuted and you will have 2 minutes to speak. After 2 minutes, you will hear a bell and your time to speak will end. To comment only or not wishing to speak on an item, click Comment on that item up to 1 hour prior to the meeting. Select your position on the item and enter your comment in the box. Then click on Submit Comment. After submitting a comment on the item, it will then say View Comment on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, you can also view your comment and anyone else's comments on that item. Your submitted comment and anyone else's comments will be displayed, along with a position if it was selected. Comments will display and be viewable only on this website. As a reminder, all City Council meeting agendas, results, minutes, and videos will continue to display on the City Council meetings page at Phoenix.gov. Look for a summary of these instructions on the Council meetings webpage. And if you have any questions, would like to participate by phone instead, or need help in Spanish, call 602-262-6001.
Last year, there were 24 heat-related deaths in the U.S. as a result of leaving children in a car. And it doesn't need to get very hot outside before temperatures inside a vehicle become fatal.
With infants, with small children, 5 to 7 times greater rise in their core temperature than adults. They can't adjust well and quickly like we can as adults.
You got a day like today where we're in the upper 80s. It was 150 degrees inside that car. Officers get here and that's what they see. They are not going to hesitate to force their way into that car.
And that's why Phoenix police and fire departments do what they can to get their message to the public.
You know, we've shown that demonstration. We actually show our citizens that every year when we do our public safety announcements about children and pets in hot cars. And it's amazing to watch as we put the thermometer inside of a car and close the door, and you just watch that temperature go up. It's like something you see on television.
We need to get into that car here and now. And so we're going to force entry. We're going to use our tools and acts, whatever we have. Seconds are absolutely crucial and critical. So we're not going to waste time. We're going to get that child out and immediately start our EMS care.
But children aren't the only ones who are vulnerable to being left behind. Oftentimes, pets accompany us on errands and car trips as well.
Your dog has one way of releasing that heat out of their body, and that's through panting. They don't have sweat glands like humans do. So it's accelerated with them. It's not going to be a survivable space.
We actually have a law in Arizona where it is actually illegal to leave your pet unattended in a vehicle that is not running. And we sadly see all too often families that have one justification or another for why they think they're going to be okay. And oftentimes it meets with tragic consequences for the animal.
And although heat-related car deaths are entirely preventable, the Phoenix police and fire departments still have their work cut out for them.
I think when you talk about leaving a child in a car, someone will say, how could ever do that? Or how could that ever happen? But believe it or not, we have a lot of sad stories to tell.
For Phoenix TV, I'm Nathalie Gage.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm Councilwoman Yasemin Ansari representing Phoenix District 7. I'd like to thank you. Really huge thank you to Mayor Gallego for being here, to Councilwoman Guardado for partnering with us. Also, thank you to Councilwoman Pastor's team for partnering with us, and a huge thanks to Case, the Case team who's been out, I understand from noon today, knocking on doors in the heat. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much to all of the other volunteers who are here. I think you all know the reason we're here today is to make sure that we inform folks who live in these zip codes with some of the lowest vaccination rates in the city of Phoenix, why it's so important to get vaccinated, that it's safe, that it's effective, and it's the best way that we can all get back to normal and resume our lives. We have been doing a lot of events like this. A couple weeks ago, we did a vaccination event just like this in Levine. We knocked on doors, we texted folks, we talked to local businesses, and we had more than 650 people turn out, which is fantastic. So that's exactly what we're hoping to do this time as well. We know there's a lot of barriers, whether that's, people speaking Spanish or not having access to technology. So this is the best way we can overcome barriers, is really going door to door, talking to people and meeting them where they're at and hosting these sites, again, in their community. So thank you guys for being here on a Friday night. I know it's not a small ask, but it means a lot. And if you can, hit 30, 40, 50 doors tonight, have conversations, it'll really go a long way. And really will be to the benefit of all of us. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Mayor Gallego.
Can we get a round of applause for Councilwoman Ansari and her team for organizing us? We are going to beat this pandemic one vaccination at a time. Thank you for being part of the effort to vaccinate Phoenix. We want to make it as easy as possible, so we're out in the community, at parks, at schools, at places our residents know, telling them that you can get a vaccination, that it's free. We want to work with you on your schedule. So thank you. The West Side needs this investment. The city's been proud to partner. We are not in the lead on vaccinations, but we want to support our community. We also continue to offer testing for free on the West Side. If you know anyone who has COVID, you can go to the Maryville Community Center and get a test. We really have a team effort and have come together with an amazing group of councilwomen today. Councilwoman Ansari has been leading us, but I'm thrilled Councilwoman Guardado has been out knocking on doors, talking to residents, sharing her story of getting vaccinated, and we are grateful for the partnership. So I will welcome Councilwoman Guardado to say a few words.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Betty Guardado y yo soy la concejal del Distrito 5 representando una buena parte de Maryville. Y el día de hoy estamos aquí porque así como estuvimos con ustedes hace un año ofreciendo el test, el examen, el día de hoy estamos ofreciendo la vacuna. Sabemos de que mucha gente, la gente trabajadora es la gente que fue la más afectada por esta pandemia. Tenemos los casos más altos de COVID en el lado del West Side y tenemos los menos resultados cuando viene en vacunas. Sabemos que hay mucha incertidumbre, sabemos que hay mucho miedo y una de las cosas que queremos hacer es asegurarnos de que traemos la vacuna hacia la comunidad. Vamos a estar tocando puertas, hemos estado tocando puertas, queremos asegurarnos que por nuestros hijos, por el bien de la gente clase trabajadora, sabemos que la gente trabajadora es la que más ha sido afectada en este tiempo de la pandemia. La gente rica sigue siendo rica y la gente pobre no tiene que darle de comer a sus hijos y cómo asegurarse de que puedan seguir pagando su renta. Entonces, los invitamos el día de mañana. Vamos a estar en la Escuela Peralta, aquí en la 71 Avenida y la Encanto, de 9 de la mañana a 2 de la tarde. Por favor, dejen ese miedo, es importante que todos se pongan su vacuna. Y también quiero dar gracias a todas las personas que están aquí el día de hoy tocando las puertas. Mil gracias. Case Action ha estado en el West Side por los últimos 10, 12 años, moviendo la comunidad de Maryville, moviendo a la gente del West Side, y les quiero dar yo personalmente las gracias por todo el impacto que han hecho y gracias por estar con nosotros el día de hoy y tocando puertas, y vamos a vencer esta pandemia. Gracias. Y ahora lo voy a regresar a la concejal Yasemin Ansari.
Thank you. Okay, with that, so again, the event is tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Peralta Elementary School in Maryville. We hope that everyone will come join us, whoever hasn't been vaccinated. Now, for all volunteers, we have materials over here. Erin is going to give you everything that you need, teach you what you need to say, but it's super easy. If you're going to actually knock on doors and have conversations, which we hope you will, we do have a script for you, and they're smaller packets. And if you're just going to lit drop, the packets are a little bit larger, so we hope that you'll cover more doors. Thank you again.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the June 8th policy session of the Phoenix City Council. I'll call the meeting to order and begin with a roll call.
Councilwoman Ansari.
Here.
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Here.
Councilwoman Pastor. Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Councilman Waring.
Hear me? Here?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Vice Mayor Garcia.
Here.
And Mayor Gallego.
Here. Thank you for joining us for today's important meeting. We'll begin with updates from council members. Do any council members have updates and follow-up requests? Anyone? Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I just wanted to let everyone know that we've we're doing our best, everything that we can to making sure that we get everyone vaccinated, and making sure that we bring, we did it. Like I said before, we did it a year ago with the testing. Now we're doing it with the vaccinations, and we are doing a pod together with Councilwoman Ansari, Councilwoman Pastor, and we're going to be at John F. Long this upcoming Saturday from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. We're trying different hours and trying to figure out what is it that works best. We're in the middle of working with one of the car wash facilities and hoping to be able to provide free car washes for folks when they're able to show their vaccination card that they got their vaccination that day. So we're excited to be able to do that. Hopefully, my team has been out there canvassing. So far, we've spoken to over 100 people about this and gotten a ton of people confirmed for this. And want to thank everyone that has come out to do the canvases and put the word out, and excited to see what will happen on Saturday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. You've been busy. We will go next to our newest recognition for 40 under 40 Phoenix, Councilwoman Ansari. Congratulations, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So over the weekend, I think everyone knows District 7 had a recycling plant fire that resulted in the largest structural fire and firefighter response in the city's history. Over 200 firefighters and over 10 agencies very bravely responded to keep our community safe. I just want to express my deepest gratitude for the first responders who have worked day in and day out to contain the fire. I understand that 2 were slightly injured and many are still on site. I have been in touch with Fire Chief Kara Kalkbrenner and Assistant Fire Chief Tim Kreis to stay updated on the ongoing situation and look forward to debriefing on similar instances from the last year in order to pinpoint patterns and, most importantly, find solutions to try to avoid horrific tragedies like this from happening again. A very unfortunate consequences to this fire is damage to our community's air quality. We have had constituents reach out about this for nearby residents, for our unsheltered community, and it's something that we really need to prioritize in our response plans moving forward. But again, I just want to thank the first responders. I think this was, truly horrific fire, not only for District 7, but for all of Phoenix. And it's really, really we're just so grateful to the first responders who were on the scene. Few other updates. Last week, our office volunteered at Andre House, which experienced some of the air quality issues from this weekend. So I was amazed to see the incredible support that they're providing to the unsheltered community, especially as it gets hotter. They've installed some misters outside and are back to almost fully operational hours for providing food and whatnot. So I just want to encourage everyone who's able to volunteer to do so. And as Councilwoman Guardado said, very excited about the vaccination efforts that we've been working together on. We had a big one in Maryville last weekend at Peralta Elementary School. And thank you to Councilwoman Guardado's leadership. We will be doing another event this Saturday at the John F. Long Elementary School. Our team will be knocking doors Thursday. So very excited for that, and just want to give a giant thanks to, Mayor Gallego, Councilman Pastor, Vice Mayor Garcia, and Councilman Guardado, and everyone who's been working together on this. And I know the other council men and women have also been holding vaccination events in their districts too. So thank you so much, and looking forward to this weekend.
Thank you. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. Mayor, I want to thank you for stopping by last Friday. We held a vaccination event at NOAA in Palomino with the help of the Boys and Girls Club. I was very excited. We had several teenagers show up and get their vaccine. I was very excited about that. We're going to do it again June 25th, and we certainly have struck up a great partnership with NOAA, and we hope to do something in Sunny Slope soon as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman O'Brien, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say that as the family of
Officer Gennaro New prepares to lay him to rest this week. I want our community to be aware of the sacrifices that our police and fire staff, along with their families, give to our community to keep us all safe. He was young and full of potential, and he lived a life full of service. My heartfelt condolences go out to Officer New's wife, Kristen, his mother, brother, and grandmother, and my condolences also go out to his family in the Black Mountain Precinct. Please keep them in your thoughts and prayers, and if you are able, pleadcharities.org is still accepting donations from the community to help Officer New's family. We're grateful for Officer New's service to our community. In addition, I also want to thank the firefighters who are fighting the 6 alarm fire in Councilwoman Ansari's district. As the daughter of a retired firefighter, as she said, we've never fought a fire in the city of Phoenix this large. So thank you to all the agencies that are assisting our Phoenix Fire Department. And I know that the battle, a raging fire in this Phoenix summer heat, can be brutal even to our well-trained staff. We have had a couple of firefighters injured, as Councilwoman Ansari mentioned, and so pray for their speedy and complete recovery. And I'm very grateful to all those that are helping to keep our neighborhood safe here in Phoenix. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Pastor. I have lost sound.
I can hear you, Mayor, but
Good okay, I could not hear Councilwoman Pastor. I do not know if others.
Sorry, I was probably on mute.
Perfect.
I got so excited.
We want to hear what you're saying.
I got excited to share. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to share District 4 updates. First of all, I want to encourage everyone to get vaccinated. I want to thank my colleagues and staff for their efforts in getting the message out and providing resources to the community. On Saturday, Councilwoman Guardado and Councilwoman Ansari will be joining me at John F. Long, 4407 North 55th Avenue for a vaccination event. Anyone 12 years and older, so 12 years, can come by from 12 to 6 to get their vaccination shot. So just remember, we need to get vaxxed. Secondly, I want to thank my interns, volunteers, and those that have given to the amazing Memorial Day barbecue for the veterans living at US Vets. We had an excellent day and they really appreciated it. It was very hot, but they appreciated everything we did. Lastly, I want to encourage everyone to practice safety around water. This morning, I attended an event where Justin was able to survive a drowning along with Mayor Gallego. And it was very touching to hear the process. What I want to do is thank our public safety, our first responders, and police for saving that child's life, but also the doctors. I consider Justin to be a miracle of love and hope. And the purpose of his message was to keep and continue to keep the message of keeping kids safe from water. So with that, Wally the water dog will be all over our 12 open pools to teach kids about water safety. I want to thank those that had the miracle hands to save Justin. Also, I want to thank our public safety for the 6 alarm fire, because it takes many and it takes a community for that to happen. And I give my condolences and my heart to Officer New's family and the Black Mountain Precinct, and all of our public safety and police officers that are mourning at this moment of Officer New. As always, stay in the know with District 4 by following us on social media. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my updates.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I say something?
Please, Councilman Waring.
Thank you. Regarding Officer New, I mean, it's just a terrible tragedy. Somebody that young who'd given so much of his life, his very short life, to public service. It's painful to even think about that. And I can't even imagine from the perspective of his family. I do want to say, thanks to everybody who was out at the plea event last week. I don't know how many people, I'm sure all the members have been, and probably many of the staffers who are listening to this, but for people in the audience, these families also face financial hardships. For anybody who's ever been to a 100 Club event or an event, as I mentioned, like at plea last week, it's really very rewarding in a very terrible and tragic time to see how many people go out, stand in the heat, donate their hard-earned money to support these families and these officers in their time of real need. And so I got there a little bit later in the afternoon, which isn't normal. I usually go to those earlier, but they told me it might have been the biggest one that they've had. I do think that's a reflection of what our community thinks of the officers. I know in the past I've stood in lines, around the block in that neighborhood, and it's just every time I go to one, it's always very gratifying to see that people would do that. And I just wanted to point that out to people that those events are, I think, very impactful for the officers. They certainly have an impact on me whenever I see it. And certainly the funds that are raised, I think, are put to as good a cause as I can think of. So again, it's not my place to say thank you, I guess, because it wasn't my event, but just want to really have the community know that that was I think, probably much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman DeCiccio.
And I'll be quick. I think the most important thing we can do for this family right now is pray for them, pray for the soul of the officer, and pray for, the family to be able to get through this really hard time. I can't think of a worse thing that could happen to a young family. And that's what it was. I think Jim hit the nail on the head when he said, this is a reflection of what our community thinks. And to those officers that are listening today, the by far majority of the public, over 90%, love you. They respect you. They want to see you. And they want to see more of you. And to those that aren't, then those are a very few minority. They are just very loud. They're just very loud. So for those of you that are here listening to this, to the police officers, we love you. We respect you. We know how hard a job you have every day. And to the family, if you can contribute, keep going. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you to all of my council colleagues. Certainly was a tragic loss in our Phoenix Police Department, and I want to thank those who are preparing for Officer New's funeral on Thursday, including community members who will line the path that he and his family will be taking. I also want to recognize the Phoenix Police Foundation, which has been raising money to support Officer New's family and has had many generous supporters. I want to thank Arizona Family TV, who hosted a telethon in support of Officer New, and the many community members who donated to that, as well as Safeway and Albertsons and the corporate partners who supported that event. I join my colleagues in thanking our firefighters out in 110 degrees, fighting what ended up being our largest response ever as the city of Phoenix. Very, very difficult conditions. I went by yesterday and I still saw 15-foot flames. So the work continues, and we recognize our firefighters and support teams, including Phoenix Police, are still out there. Thank you to our water department and all the other city departments that assisted in the response, as well as our utility partners. I really appreciate all the cities who stepped up to make sure that we could respond to this very, very large event. Appreciate all the council's work to help people get vaccinated. And I think we're going to take an important vote at today's meeting to continue that vital work and make it more accessible to people for whom the existing system has not been perfect. Unfortunately, as a country, we have marked 600,000 American lives lost, and we want to keep working to get people in our community vaccinated at even higher rates. I think our residents have loved having a councilwoman knock on their door to encourage them to get vaccinated, or to show up at NOAA and see a councilwoman helping them get signed in to get vaccinated. So it's been really cool to see all the folks out in the community and all of our city employees who are helping support that effort. Speaking of city employees, I'd like to offer congratulations to our new Parks and Recreation Director, Cynthia Aguilar. She will be responsible for the largest municipal park system, including more than 40, one of the largest municipal park systems in the nation, including more than 41,000 acres, 185 parks, and 200 plus miles of hiking trails. She has dedicated a great deal of time and work to our city, and I'm confident that in this new role, she will help take us to the next level. This Thursday, we're having a regional summit on homelessness to bring mayors, cities, state government together to fight against homelessness. The city has been working tirelessly on this issue, and we know that the need for sustainable long-term solutions to ensure the health and well-being of every resident throughout our region continue. We are facing increasing challenges, and I want to thank all of our partners who are joining to work together regionally to address this. And lastly, it has been an exciting week for our Phoenix Suns. They had a great win last night, continuing momentum. And the city of Phoenix will be lighting Phoenix City Hall purple for tomorrow's game. We wish the Suns luck. With that, I will turn to our city manager. Do you have any budget items for us today, or manager updates?
Mayor, there are none today. Well, we have a full agenda, so I'll turn it back to you to proceed with that.
Wonderful. We have very important items before us today, our American Rescue Plan dollars, and we will begin with one that is vital to our entire region, the Colorado River. We are a desert city and take that very seriously, and we have great expertise at the city, but we are excited also to welcome back Tom Bushatsky and his expertise to move us forward as we discuss how we will prepare for the challenges we are facing as a region. I will turn it over to Deputy City Manager Karen Peters to introduce the item and thank her for her leadership on preparing for the challenges ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm pleased to be here to introduce this important item. Phoenix is a desert city, as you indicated, and our residents have always been mindful of using our scarce water resources wisely. Today, our state is in the second decade of a long-term drought, and the impacts of climate change are more apparent every day. With the leadership of the Mayor and Council, Phoenix Water Services has been preparing and investing for our hotter and drier future by building and maintaining infrastructure and assembling a portfolio of diverse water supplies. With me today to discuss the likely shortage declaration for the Colorado River and its impacts on the city's water supplies are two of the foremost experts on these topics. Tom Bushatsky has served as the director of the Arizona Department of Water Resources since January of 2015, and among his other responsibilities is the principal negotiator for the state of Arizona for the Colorado River. Cynthia Campbell is the city's Water Resources Management Advisor and is the city's lead for Colorado River and other water resource matters. She works closely with the Water Services Department and was the primary staff for the Mayor's Ad Hoc Committee on Water Conservation. Some of you know that Mr. Bushatsky served as the city's Water Resources Management Advisor for many years prior to his appointment to DWR. I had the privilege of working with him during those years and want to acknowledge his significant role in ensuring Phoenix's preparedness for the challenges ahead. Welcome back, Mr. Bushatsky. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Karen, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and members of the council. I'm going to talk with you all today about important water issues for the state of Arizona and for my home city, the city of Phoenix. We'll give some background information about water use in the state and then a lot of detailed information about the Colorado River. And you'll notice on my lapel is one of my prized possessions here, and that is my City of Phoenix pin that I rarely pull out of my closet, but did so for today's meeting. So first, we have a general map of the Colorado River Basin. This basin provides water to 7 states and the Republic of Mexico. Some 40 million people rely on this relatively small river and hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland. So some background information about Arizona's water supplies. Again, this is 2019 data. 36% of our water supplies statewide come from the Colorado River. Usually that's closer to 40%, but we are conserving water in Lake Mead, so it's down a little. We have 18% of our supplies come from in-state rivers, the Salt River, the Gila River, the Little Colorado River, etc. 41% of our water still comes from groundwater, and then 5% of our water comes from reclaimed water, and that is actually permitted reclaimed water in situations where water that is treated and is discharged into a river and diverted downstream doesn't come as part of that 5% number. So we're using more than 5%. So water use by sector, again, by far, the agricultural sector uses the largest percentage of water, 72%. Our municipal use is 22%, and our industrial use is 6%, and I'll mention something that's very visible that's part of the 6%, and that is golf courses fall within industrial uses under our regulatory programs at the Department of Water Resources. So knowing that Central Arizona Project water is very important to the city, as well as to the region and to the state, we wanted to show you the CAP water usage, and again, 36% of that use is municipal and industrial use. 28% is tribal use, 15% agricultural. Contributions or savings in Lake Mead, either through the drought contingency plan or additional conservation measures, is 17%, and then 4% other excess. The other excess has traditionally been water that's been put under the ground for future use. And 1.6 million acre feet of water normally goes to the CAP, and 1.2 million acre feet of Colorado River water is used along the river, Yuma, La Paz, Mojave counties, for example. So that's kind of the split of water use of our 2.8 million acre feet Colorado River entitlement. And these days we're using about 3 families per acre foot of water in an annual amount, to give some context. So this next graphic is very important, and Karen mentioned climate change and our hotter and drier future, and that's really why this slide is part of this presentation. So this is a graph of the snowpack, the snow water equivalent in the Colorado River Basin, basically in the upper basin states. And the black line is the 30-year median. The red line was our 2020 snowpack, and unfortunately the blue line is our 2021 snowpack. But in 2021, the snowpack did peak at 89% of the average. Unfortunately, we are only going to get 32% runoff in the river. Again, that is something that has been happening over the last decade or so, something that really bears watching. And again, it is a direct result of climate change and the hotter and drier future. More evaporation of the snow, drier soil, so that when the snow melts, the water goes into the ground and not into the river. So while we have been in a drought over the last 20 years, including on the Colorado River, much of our water supply issues relate to that hotter and drier future that is already upon us. So the next slide, and it's a little bit complicated, and hopefully you can all see this, but this is a presentation of modeling done by the United States Bureau of Reclamation on a monthly basis. In August of each year, Reclamation does this projection to the next year, basically to December 31st of the end of the year. And based on the projections of the elevations in Lake Mead, that determines the water supply that comes out of Lake Mead to California, Nevada, Arizona, and Mexico. And so you can see on the first green line in the middle of the slide, that's a projection to the end of this year, so setting the standard for water supplies for 2022. And unfortunately, we're going to fall below a horizontal line there that is at the elevation of 1075 in Lake Mead. That means we go into a Tier 1 shortage reduction. That is a 512,000 acre-foot reduction to our Central Arizona project, essentially water supplies. And to make the news perhaps even more pointed, if you look to the right-hand green line projecting out the end of 2022 or operations in calendar year 2023, we're projecting to be 1.2 feet below the next trigger line, Tier 2, in which we would lose another 80,000 acre-feet of Arizona's water supply, and again, all of that coming out of essentially the Central Arizona project, impacting their water supplies and creating shortages for certain water use sectors. So again, to show this in what we kind of call a teacup diagram, looking at kind of the elevations of Lake Mead, you can see the first line is a drought contingency plan, or DCP, Tier 0. You know we love acronyms in the water world, but that elevation is elevation 1090. When we're below 1090, as we have been in this calendar year, Arizona has given up 192,000 acre-feet of its water. Again, I've talked about the drought contingency plan Tier 1, that elevation 1075, and you can see the dotted line just below the red line, looking at what's going to happen in 2022, a Tier 1 shortage. And then you can see the tiers that go further down, elevation 1050, 1045, and elevation 1025, which of course we really need to protect against this lake falling below that elevation. These tiers were created starting in 2007. We added to them in 2019 with the drought contingency plan, because what we put together in 2007 was not robust enough for the hydrology, the rainfall and snow and runoff we've been seeing on the river. We do have a backstop under our current plan that if we look 2 years ahead in any given month and see Lake Mead falling to elevation 1030 or below, Nevada, California, and Arizona will collectively work with the Secretary of the Interior to take additional measures to protect Lake Mead from falling. So we have an adaptive management element to our current drought contingency plan. So how do the Tier 1 shortages hit the Central Arizona project? What sectors are going to be reduced? So you can see on the left, the green circle, our agriculture within the CAP is going to be reduced by about 65%. In Pinal County, they're estimating 30 to 40% of their farmland is going to have to go fallow with the water supplies that will be left to them. That's going to have huge repercussions. That county produces a lot of feed for dairy cows, for example, but also it will be interesting to see the air quality impacts that are going to occur from that fallowed land. We heard about some air quality impacts from the fire in the council reports. Again, the other excess pool, the storage for water in the future underground, is going to be reduced 100%. There will be no water for those purposes. Fortunately for the municipal industrial water users like Phoenix and for tribes, because of the drought contingency plan mitigation plan, or the Arizona implementation plan, another name for it, those sectors are being kept whole. So that is a really good outcome of that plan, and it was a very complicated plan in which many entities, including Phoenix, contributed either water or money to make this all work in a way that no one sector was going to completely feel all of the pain. A little bit more detail then about the drought contingency plan. Between the states, it's a set of agreements designed to protect the Colorado River system through both voluntary reductions and increased conservation. And I'm thankful for Phoenix in the past contributing to that voluntary conservation programs. One that comes to mind is with the Gila River Indian community. That drought contingency plan will reduce the risks of Lake Mead falling below critically low elevations, the elevation 1025 at Lake Mead that I mentioned. The risk of that happening has gone from single digits to almost 50% under certain hydrologic scenarios between 2007 and 2019. So we wanted to get those risks back to single digits probabilities, which we have, but Mother Nature has not been kind to us recently, so we continue to monitor the health of the river and the health of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And again, our internal drought contingency plan, our Arizona implementation plan, many agreements among Arizona water users, growing out of something called the Arizona Drought Contingency Plan Steering Committee, but key components to help protect cities, the environment, agriculture, and all of the users of Colorado River water in the state of Arizona, and primarily the Central Arizona Project. And again, the city of Phoenix was a member of the steering committee. At the time, it was former director Catherine Sorensen. So in the near term, our Arizona residents can now be assured that future water supplies are more reliable and secure because of the drought contingency plan. Likewise, the economies that support the state and local communities from those water supplies will continue to thrive based on this more secure water supply. So again, it is not a guarantee that deeper shortages will not occur, but we've significantly reduced the risk and increased the reliability through the drought contingency plan. And interestingly enough, we started working on the drought contingency plan in June of 2013, and it took us 6 years to complete. And that sounds kind of crazy and bureaucratic, but it's very complicated. We went through many iterations among the 7 Colorado River Basin states and with Mexico. So moving forward, the drought contingency plan and the 2007 guidelines expire in 2026. We need to renegotiate a new set of criteria to operate the river past 2026. We're calling that reconsultation. This graphic is a little complicated. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but mostly is to show that we have a process in place. The orange bar, I'll point out, is called the Arizona Reconsultation Committee. It's basically the Drought Contingency Plan Steering Committee carried forward, basically the same delegates, except now for Phoenix we have Cynthia Campbell there since Catherine left the city of Phoenix, but we have stakeholders from every group around the state, and probably most importantly, legislators from both the House and the Senate, and both the minority and the majority on this reconsultation committee. It's a way for the state to have transparency in the renegotiation of the guidelines, but also to create a process, as indicated on this graphic, to have some ability to negotiate with some confidence and confidentiality with the other basin states and with the United States. And this timeline is not official. This is something that CAP General Manager Ted Cook and I put together. We have been co-chairing the Reconsultation Committee, and Ted and I will be the spear in the negotiations for the state of Arizona, with the idea that we might add some additional stakeholders into those meetings with the basin states. We've also already reached out among the basin states to some tribal entities and to some NGOs. We know that we need their help in managing the river, and we need their help in what you see on the right-hand upper bar in gray, and that is potential federal legislation, as we needed for the 2019 Drought Contingency Plan, and for the record of decision under the National Environmental Policy Act procedure that will determine the next set of operating guidelines post-2026. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia to talk, I think, more particularly about the city of Phoenix.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Cynthia Campbell. I'm the Water Resources Management Advisor for the city, and I'm here to talk today about the impacts to Phoenix from the Colorado River shortage that Director Bishotsky just described. First, let's start with a little bit of context. Phoenix has a diverse and robust water portfolio. It is diverse because there are several different sources of water. Phoenix gets 58% of its water from the Salt and Verde rivers, 40% from the Colorado River, and 2% from groundwater. Phoenix's water portfolio is robust because there are additional supplies to withstand shortage as well as growth. This graph represents the CAP priority system. Colorado River water delivered through the Central Arizona Project has several different classifications with different priorities in times of shortage. Higher priority water supplies, shown at the bottom of the graph, are served first. Lower priority supplies are at the top of the chart and will experience the first reductions during shortage. Like the rest of its water portfolio, Phoenix's Colorado River supplies are diverse because they fall into several priority pools. Phoenix has 37,280 acre-feet of non-Indian agriculture priority, or NIA water. This water is generally used for underground storage by Phoenix. Phoenix also has a municipal and industrial priority subcontract for over 122,000 acre-feet. This is the bulk of our water supply from the Colorado River. We also have leases of Indian priority water from tribal communities of over 20,000 acre-feet. These are higher priority pools within the CAP system. Finally, Phoenix has nearly 5,000 acre-feet of Priority 3 Welton Mohawk water. That's the highest priority water in the CAP system. So this next graph shows the impact of a Tier 1 shortage on the CAP priority pools. The shaded area at the top of the graph represents the 512,000 acre-feet of water that will not be delivered in a Tier 1 shortage to the other excess, ag pool, and a large portion of NIA users, including Phoenix. However, as Director Bishotsky mentioned, under the Arizona implementation of the Drought Contingency Plan, NIA users, including Phoenix, will be mitigated by the state and CAP through the use of alternate supplies. Moreover, Phoenix will not experience reductions to its supplies in a Tier 1 shortage in 2022. In return, as part of the DCP, Phoenix will assist in the mitigation of Central Arizona agriculture by storing over 12,000 acre-feet of its NIA priority supplies with farms in Pinal County. Phoenix will receive long-term storage credits in the Phoenix metro area through an exchange with the Arizona Banking Authority. Phoenix's higher priority Colorado River supplies are not impacted by a Tier 1 shortage. These higher priority supplies, the municipal and industrial and Indian priority, could be impacted by deeper shortages at Tier 2B or Tier 3 when Arizona is required to leave larger volumes of water in Lake Mead. The water used to serve our customers, primarily from the municipal and industrial subcontract and P3 water, will not be impacted through 2026 based on mitigation through the Arizona implementation of the DCP. Phoenix has been preparing for shortage for decades. Phoenix has developed a robust and diverse water portfolio, continues to invest in efficient infrastructure, and fosters a culture of conservation within city operations and among its customers. Phoenix preparations for shortage include the following: the Colorado River Resiliency Fund. In 2014, the Phoenix City Council recognized the threat of shortage on the Colorado River, by the way, long before many other people did, and created the Colorado River Resiliency Fund, a $5 million annual investment in projects anticipating Colorado River shortage. One of those projects involved a 2017 partnership with the state of Arizona, the Gila River Indian Community, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the Walton Family Foundation to create 40,000 acre-feet of conserved water in Lake Mead. That's called system conservation. Another innovation funded by the Colorado River Resiliency Fund is the water exchange that Phoenix engages in with the city of Tucson, which makes both cities more resilient and drought tolerant. The Colorado River Resiliency Fund has also made it possible for Phoenix to build its drought supply through the storage of available Colorado River water every year since 2017. Phoenix continues to invest in infrastructure to increase access to available water, especially in shortage conditions. Phoenix has been investing in aquifer storage and recovery wells in the northern portions of the city to store and recover water for use during shortage. Phoenix is also constructing a drought pipeline to move water it has been storing to areas of the city currently using Colorado River water. And finally, Phoenix is invested in an agreement with SRP to use its network of wells to recover stored water to replace shortfalls in Colorado River deliveries. In 2019, this council convened an ad hoc water conservation committee to develop new and enhanced conservation programs and a water conservation metric to reduce Phoenix's water consumption by 10% by 2030. This council recently approved a budget that included 5 new positions dedicated to these water conservation programs. And the city, through its Water Efficiency Task Force, has reduced its own water use since 2002 with projects that include changes to cooling tower technology at Sky Harbor Airport, using smart irrigation controllers in city parks, and installation of more efficient plumbing fixtures in city buildings. This task force will soon be meeting again to explore additional opportunities for greater efficiencies in city water use. And finally, in anticipation of shortage, the city is in the 3rd year of a 3-year water conservation media campaign, including billboards, radio, social media, and transit wraps. This messaging continues to inform the public of the necessity for water conservation and foster the ongoing trend toward more efficient water use. Water Services is also developing additional conservation messaging in anticipation of the August announcement of shortage conditions on the Colorado River in 2022. The continuing commitment of the Phoenix City Council in planning for water resource contingencies and promoting water use efficiency has yielded results. So between 1990 and 2020, even as the population of the Phoenix service area grew by 400,000 people, there it goes, per capita water use decreased by 30%. So while the situation on the Colorado River is very serious, based on a history of solid water management, including the efforts of Director Bishotsky when he managed Phoenix's water portfolio, Phoenix is well positioned to enter this initial phase of shortage. It's also important to note that, I went too far. There we go. It's also important to note that because of Arizona's implementation of the drought contingency plan, Phoenix water customers will experience no supply impacts through 2025. Efforts to bolster our access to water resources and increase efficiencies through water conservation will continue, so Phoenix is ready for additional impacts of shortage on the Colorado River. And with that, Mayor and Council, Director Bishotsky and I are available for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you both for that very important presentation. Water is so essential to our future as a city. We take our responsibility of managing it very seriously, but we are going to have to continue to be diligent. As mayor, deeply grateful to all those who have worked to prepare us to face the drought we knew would continue. It was neat to see some of the pictures from past votes. And it was also a powerful reminder that whether it be our partnership with the Gila River Indian community or Tucson or the vote we took last week related to the Salt and Verde rivers, they have been not only bipartisan but unanimous votes, which I hope is important to the people of Phoenix that we are working together to secure our water future. I'll first begin with council comments with Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to echo the your sentiments about having a plan. I did have a question, and I actually asked this of our fire department this last week. I know last year with brush fires and fires that were around the city or around the county, there was the possibility of contamination of the water that's coming into the city. Wondering if there's plans for that or anything that can be done to make sure that, you know, an unforeseen situation where contamination gets into our water and then puts us in a bad position.
Vice Mayor Garcia, Mayor Gallego, Council, we, Phoenix Water works on that problem quite a bit in terms of forest restoration. That is a real problem in our forests. And there have been times in the past when the monsoon storms that follow large wildfires, as well as other types of wildfires, have impacted our water quality in terms of what we get at the plant. But we have always been able to address those issues at the plant level. We also work with our partners at SRP in terms of delivering water, so we are able to make sure that we can address those water quality issues as they come.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Additional council member questions?
Mayor, this is Councilwoman Pastor.
Councilwoman Pastor.
I have several, I don't know, necessary questions or comments. I would like to go back to talking about the agriculture piece. What I feel like we are talking about agriculture, and I think it's 15% of the water from the Colorado River. And watching its news feed this week, we are part of Arizona is part of an ecosystem of supply and a supply chain for food. And so I feel, and I know that this plan has been worked on for 5 years, but I feel like the agriculture farms are taking a hit. And when they take a hit, when they can't supply the food, then that means we don't have food. So I think that's a I mean, I'm probably jumping into this conversation really too late, but if I was someone watching it and saying, hey, we need food, so why would we hurt, or why would we take water from the agriculture community and not really start looking at, I would say, municipalities and start really pushing for a strong conservation plan? I worked on the conservation plan. I was part of that committee, but I'm also one of the voices that asked for something stronger than what we have in place. I think what we did, it was a great start, but I feel like we as a city, and I know that we have done tremendous work in conserving water in our aquifers, and we are ahead of the game. But it's also 2026 is around the corner, and I feel like we have to be more conscious of the fact of more conservation happening. So there's questions, comments, it's all mixed up. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mayor.
Wonderful.
Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilwoman Pastor.
Is the gentleman that is still sitting there that can answer about the agriculture?
Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Pastor, Director Bishotsky here. I will answer that in several ways. First, the priority system that Cynthia talked about was designed for agriculture to be cut first under the theory that perhaps there are other places you can get your agricultural products from, but you can't move people out of their houses. But more importantly, the Arizona implementation plan, and while I said Pinal County, for example, might have to fallow 30 to 40%, without the Arizona implementation plan and without the drought contingency plan, that agriculture would be at zero today. And so there was a great effort made to keep agriculture going in the Central Arizona Project Service Area. There's 1 million acre-feet of Colorado River water used in the Yuma area for agriculture, the vegetable capital of the world from November to April, the vegetable capital of North America. So there's a right balance somewhere in there about agricultural use, keeping agriculture in production. On the other hand, having water for other uses as well. They are hard policy decisions, and one of the biggest debates in the steering committee process that led to the Arizona implementation plan was just how much agriculture should be saved under that plan and what were the resources available to save it. And believe me, it was a vibrant debate among very different organizations, including cities, NGOs, legislators, agriculture entities, developers, and I thought we came up with a very well-balanced plan at the end of the day.
Thank you, Director Brushatsky, and I certainly appreciate the efforts to protect municipal supplies. We have 1.7 million Phoenicians who are dependent on us for water. All right, not seeing any other council member comments, I will turn to our city attorney to introduce public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on agenda items. Comments must be related to the agenda item. Speakers must present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language and personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. A person who violates these rules will lose their opportunity to continue to speak.
Thank you. We do have 3 members of the public to address the council on this item, one of whom will do so in Spanish. And again, today's topic will be on Colorado River. We will begin with Stacy Champion, followed by Shanna Cinnamon, and then our final public comment in Spanish will be Brenda Montoya.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I have more probably of a question than I do a comment that I have asked Phoenix water folks several times and can't seem to get an answer. And it's with regard to city plans that get made that are actually quite good, but then are never followed. And in this instance, what I'm referring to is the 2011 Water Resource Plan. And so my question for everyone was, has a comprehensive plan been done by the city since this now 10-year-old plan that again had a lot of really good things in it that just weren't followed, similar to the Tree and Shade Plan as an example. With regard to comments on contamination, we already have a lot of contamination, and I'm also curious how often this entire council gets updates on Superfund sites, like the Motorola Superfund site as just one example of the many that there are. And from that 2011 plan, I just wanted to read one thing. Though the city has access to substantial groundwater reserves within its service area, challenges pertaining to groundwater quality in Central Phoenix, water table declines in North Phoenix, and relatively few service area wells limits the potential for groundwater use. Though the city currently pumps very little groundwater, a large number of city wells draw from the Northeast area aquifer, blah, blah, blah. And it talks about water declines, and then it also talks about the fact that we had a total loss in Phoenix well production from 1981 to 2000 due to elevated concentrations of organic and inorganic substances that exceeded 90,000 acre-feet per year because of the closure of more than 60 wells due to contamination. So
Shayna, followed by Brenda.
Hi, I just wanted to mention some things that the city of Tucson has been doing to incentivize homeowners to use less water. They're giving gray water harvesting rebates, rainwater harvesting rebates. They're replacing toilets to low water use toilets for free for low income families. And I think maybe we could do some of that. They're also curb cutting like their medians so that when stormwater comes down the road, instead of going to the drain, it goes into the median to feed the tree, providing shade for the road and further cooling their city down. And there's actually a guy there, Brad Lancaster, that lives solely off rainwater. I feel like we could incentivize people to use less water in Phoenix by doing all these things, or even, giving a tax rebate to rip out your lawn and go to more of a desert scape landscaping. Also for agricultural, I drive by a lot of farms and a lot of farmland, and it's just like bare soil. If the farmers could mulch, I know a lot of mulch gets taken to the dump. Maybe if we could divert that into farms, that would also help retain water, and it would have help the air quality because dust wouldn't be blowing everywhere. It would be underneath the mulch. And maybe they could focus on planting more native drought-tolerant crops. Just some ideas I thought I'd throw out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Brenda Montoya y soy la presidenta de la asociación Si Se Puede. Estoy aquí para...
My name is Brenda Montoya and I am the president of the Neighborhood Block Watch Si Se Puede.
Quiero agradecer a todo el concilio y a la concejal Yasamín por tomarnos
I
en
want to thank the council members and council member Jessamine
por tomarnos en cuenta la comunidad Estrella Village.
for taking into account the Estrella Village community.
Solo para informarles que tuvimos en el pasado una reunión con el señor Sapiens del Departamento de Transporte sobre opciones de extender el circulador Maryville a esta comunidad.
So I just wanted to mention that we recently had a meeting with the director of transportation in regards to the bus circulator.
And we are only taking public comment on this item on Colorado River.
En este momento solamente estamos tomando comentarios públicos referente al río Colorado.
Ok, está bien. Nada más quiero enfatizar que la comunidad Estrella Village, en particular la asociación Si Se Puede, estamos abogando sobre el cambio climatológico porque es muy triste que están desapareciendo los pocos sembradíos que se encuentran en este estado. Es triste ver cuando hay sembradíos y después los quitan por tener bodegas.
So just want to say in regards to that we are, as part of the Association of Si Se Puede, we are just advocating for the climate change situations in regards to all the agriculture land that is sadly, little by little, going away because of more construction.
Y nada más para dejarles saber que la asociación estamos para ayudarles en cualquier aspecto sobre el cambio climatológico. Muchas gracias.
And I just want to let you know that the association is here to help support any plans in regards to the help of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Council member comments? Well, thank you to Tom and Cynthia or Director Brushatsky for your work in this very difficult time. No easy decisions, but we'll have to keep working together, and we appreciate your partnership as we enter a very important time for our city and for our state. We will continue this conversation throughout the summer and into the fall as well. thank you for that very informative update. Our final agenda item for today's council meeting is an update on our strategic plan for American Rescue Plan dollars. We are working hard to deploy these monies in an effective and efficient way. I want to thank our entire team for putting together ideas, a proposal, studying the regulations, and we will introduce our Assistant City Manager, Jeff Barton, who has been leading this effort. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to start off by saying that over the last year and a half, under your guidance and direction, we've outperformed many of our peer cities and have protected vital community services in the midst of a global pandemic, which has also been accompanied by a swift and very deep economic recession, the worst of which from a global perspective since the Great Recession. You have tentatively also approved a budget that illustrates not only sound financial stewardship, but also illustrates your commitment to employees and your willingness to try new, innovative programs to better serve our community. Today, we're pleased to present to you our revised strategic plan for the state and local fiscal recovery funds. This plan has been carefully curated to address vital community services, to assist impacted populations, to enhance economic recovery, and to provide for a stable Phoenix post-pandemic. Much of this plan builds off of the successes of existing programs or programs that we created under the Coronavirus Relief Fund. However, some of the proposals that you'll hear today are new concepts and as such will require additional conversation and dialogue with you and staff prior to implementation. The plan also seeks to avoid duplicating other funded programs such as rent, mortgage, and utility assistance, as I'll discuss later in this presentation. We are committed also to ensuring that the proposals align with the Treasury's guidance and that we will enhance transparency to ensure regular reporting on approved programs' performance. It's important that you understand that putting this program together was a group effort, and as a result, I've got staff here joining me today in this presentation. We'll have Marshall Franklin, Human Services Director, Chris Mackey, CED Director, Mitch Menchaca, Office of Arts and Culture Director, Cynthia Aguilar from Parks and Recreation, Rita Hamilton, Library Director, Titus Matthew, Deputy Housing Director, and Roseanne Albright from Environmental Programs. So just to get some of the formalities out of the way, again, some of this is repeat from the last two presentations. We as the City of Phoenix will receive approximately $396 million. Those funds will be distributed in two equal and separate allocations of approximately $198 million. The first allocation was received on the morning of May 19th. The second allocation is expected sometime in May of 22. The funding period for approved projects is from March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st, 2024, so a little over 3 years. Based on the latest and greatest Treasury guidance, and again, they will constantly release updates to their FAQs and their guidance. In fact, they released additional guidance this morning on their FAQs. So first and foremost, we can use these funds to support public health expenditures related to mitigating COVID-19 efforts. We can also use these funds to respond to the public health emergency or its negative impacts on residents and businesses. We can also use these funds to respond to workers performing essential work by providing premium pay. And finally, we can use these funds to replace lost revenues collected in the most recent fiscal year. And finally, make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. As we've talked over the last two presentations, we did make a note that you're very interested in focusing on year one, and that's what we're going to do today. However, we wanted to show you the two-year holistic view. Based on what we've been discussing and planning in the background, it is our intent that we allocate approximately $143 million across both allocations to community investment, which would total $286 million. City operations investments would receive $50 million per allocation, totaling about $100 million. And then our contingency or our reserve would be about $5 million per allocation for a total of $10 million. And as you can see, each of these allocations totals $198 million. The key here is that community investment is expected to receive at least 72% of our total award, with city operations investments receiving approximately 25%, and then 3% being set aside for our contingency for future needs to address things in community or within city operations. So as we sit today, I want to walk you through the first portion of this presentation. We'll focus on the $143 million for community investment. And the first portion is for Phoenix Arts Business and Employee Assistance. This portion of our program totals about $40 million, and you'll hear staff give more in-depth programmatic explanations for some of these programs. But these programs are intended to remove barriers experienced by businesses and the arts community, and to provide opportunities for our Phoenix workforce. Under mitigation and care for vulnerable populations, totaling $31.5 million, we've got programs and resources to provide for vulnerable populations that were disproportionately impacted as a result of COVID. Under households and rental assistance, $28 million to provide assistance for residents and families needed to maintain healthy families, as well as provide quality access to quality and affordable health care. Youth sports, recreation, education, and after-school programs, totaling $28.8 million. Again, sometimes we lose sight of the fact that one of our most vulnerable populations are our children and our youth. And so we've got programs here designed to enhance sports, recreation, education, and after school to help them acclimate with coming out of the recession and from being basically locked down for over a year and a half. Then we've got our Phoenix Resilient Food System program. This is a program that you'll hear from based on staff from Emergency or Office of Environmental Programs, a $9.7 million investment here to perpetuate programs that we started under the Coronavirus Relief Fund, as well as some new and creative programs. And then finally, $5 million for better health and community outcomes, specifically looking at ways that the City of Phoenix can take a more active role in vaccines. And most likely that would require us converting our current mobile testing solution, our testing vans, into a van that also does testing as well as vaccines, using a third-party partner. So in total, $143 million for community investment. What I'd ask is that as staff goes through the next portion of this presentation, that you please carefully follow along with Attachment B, because the presentations that you'll hear from staff are at a 30,000-foot level for brevity's sake, and to have ample time to have discussion with you as well as hear community's response. And so with that, the first portion of our programs that we'll talk about are the Phoenix Arts Business and Employee Assistance Program, which will be discussed by Chris Mackey and Mitch Benchaka. Chris?
Thank you, Jeff. Mayor, members of the council, we are here today to talk to you about the opportunities staff is proposing for our business community. The first item on your list will be one of familiarity to you. We've been before you a number of times during this past year to talk about the creation of a workforce training facility in partnership with Arizona State University, the Maricopa Community Colleges System, and WestMec in West Phoenix along the I-17. This has now been named Innovation 27, and look forward to an opportunity to bring this facility into use as a workforce training, education center, and training programs that would go along with it. Next on our list is, as we always hear from our businesses, finding that qualified workforce and bringing people onto work in quality, career-advancing jobs is something that is of great interest to them. As we look at moving forward, being able to provide job training grants and tuition assistance programs in wraparound services through our job training and through our educational programs, creating that quality workforce of the future and providing great jobs for our citizens here in Phoenix. Next, a continuation of the incredible work that this City Council did during its CARES funding at the height of the pandemic. Mayor, members of the council, as you know, through your guidance and direction, we did outreach to 22,000 businesses here in Phoenix and funded 2,200 grant programs for our small and micro businesses. Staff is proposing a continuation of that incredible program. As you know, some of our small and micro businesses are still feeling the effects of the pandemic and need some assistance from us in order to continue operating. We would propose that we continue the great program that you had through CARES funding to continue on. Under this program, we would also propose that we continue the work that we have been doing with the Hub for an additional year's additional year's contract. We got the new numbers from them today, and about 460 businesses have become members and 2,100 visits to the website on a monthly basis. And then on the small business workforce program, what staff is proposing is that we leverage our team to get out to meet with our truly small businesses to assist them in training their existing workforce and training our citizens of Phoenix to be hired by our small businesses. And again, just can't thank you enough for your vision and all the work that you are doing to keep our businesses continuing to grow here in Phoenix. And I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Mitch Machunga, to talk to you about arts and culture. Mitch?
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and members of the council. Thanks to the generosity of City Council last year, the city invested $2.6 million in coronavirus relief funds to help the city's nonprofit arts and cultural organizations and support over 400 individual artists, making Phoenix one of the first major cities to roll out cultural relief efforts early on in the pandemic. I'm excited to have the opportunity to present a proposal that can continue to help the sector move towards recovery. The first two programs I want to highlight are granting programs that expand on the coronavirus relief funds. The nonprofit arts and culture stabilization grants will help these organizations recover lost revenues due to the pandemic and have the opportunity to reopen stronger to offer cultural services to our residents. Prior to the global health crisis, Phoenix arts and cultural nonprofits generated nearly 13,000 full-time jobs and delivered $45 million in local and state government revenues. The Arts Career Advancement Grants for individual artists and arts workers will help these micro businesses and entrepreneurs recover income from lost gigs, commissions, and employments to retain their creativity and help their careers flourish in Phoenix. Because without artists, designers, arts educators, and stagehands, you don't have an arts sector, a sector that has generated over $400 million in total economic activity in the city of Phoenix. The other proposed programs are workforce and professional development opportunities for the field that can have a transformational impact on the community. Our Artist to Work initiative will contract artists to develop art projects, installations, performances, and activate a wide range of public spaces, including parks, trails, community centers, and neighborhood areas not usually defined or programmed as cultural spaces, helping to bring communities together during this time. The Arts Internship Program will give college undergraduates or recent grads the opportunity to have a full-time internship with the Phoenix Arts and Cultural nonprofit. The program provides access to high-quality opportunities for college students of all backgrounds to gain experience relevant to careers in and out of the arts. Finally, we are asking for funds to continue the work we have done with trainings, workshops, and resources for the field around areas like financial sustainability, business practices, and reopening strategies. We will also use these funds to hire contractors to help support projects and conduct special outreach to ensure equitable distributions of resources in the community. And again, I thank you for your support, and I will now turn it back over to Jeff.
Thank you, Mitch. I'd now like to ask Marshall Franklin and excuse me.
And before Marshall begins, we'll turn to Vice Mayor Garcia.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a question, Jeff, I don't know if you'd prefer we wait till the end, but I had questions of Mitch and Chris, so I don't know if it's better we can have questions after folks present, if that's easier.
Sure, we can
wait
do that
all the way to the end.
We can do that,
Yeah,
Vice Mayor.
okay.
That's not a problem.
Okay, so I'll just try to do, I'll do both questions for Chris and Mitch and try to be quick. For Chris, on the micro and small business assistance program, I know last time we had some red tape, and one of the things we heard from our first go around or our first try at this is, you know, it was hard to get folks through. Can you speak a little bit to how we reduce some of that red tape? Also, I remember we worked with, I think, the IDA last time, wondering if that partnership will continue. And then on the small business workforce program, there has been similar businesses that have had a hard time connecting with the programs. So just wondering what kind of things are we going to be doing different, especially for those businesses that were hard to reach last time. And then I know there are some organizations like Local First or the Kiva Loan Program that were great examples of folks that already work with those hard to get businesses. So wondering if we're partnering with them to make some of that happen. And then the question to Mitch, as part of ARPA, it specifically talked to trying to get the funds to the most impacted, particularly certain census tracts or Black and Brown Indigenous people or people that were most impacted by COVID. Just wondering, in the process of all the great plans you all have, how are you incorporating equity or the ability to make sure that a diverse group of folks get to this money?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'll go first and answer in the order that you asked those questions. So my team likes to say that with the CARES funds, we were driving to the fire while we were building the fire truck and training the firefighters all at the exact same time and trying to move this through. There were a lot of lessons learned in the first phases we were moving through to produce those 2,200 grants. So this time, the way that we would like to ensure that those truly small businesses that missed out the first time, there were issues that we had in language barriers and people that didn't have access to computers and in those truly hard to reach businesses. What we would propose this time is we actually send team members that are both English and Spanish speaking out into the market to be able to meet with the businesses with tablet in hand to help them fill out their application. Sometimes when they have to log online and look, I think it gets a little confusing for them, and what are the documents that they really need and how can we be helpful. So this time we'd propose we work with the council offices to get out and meet with those truly small businesses to help them through the process. So that in that first, to ensure we don't miss those businesses. Secondarily, our tremendous partner in Mr. Salgado and the Industrial Development Authority was instrumental in round 1 and round 2 to us in our small businesses. This time, what staff is proposing, and of course we always work closely with the IDA, what staff is proposing though is collapsing the micro and small business program into one program, because what we were finding, to your point, Vice Mayor, in that bureaucracy and that confusion, people would submit under one application, which would then send them through a grant review panel. If they came in under another one, they just had to qualify. We'd like to remove that red tape and really get the money out to the businesses as quickly as we can in leveraging those relationships with Local First and with our Kiva program and with LISC and with others to make sure that we can get out very quickly. You'll recall in the first round, we worked closely with Local First. In fact, we would reach out to them and let them know in the days in advance so they could let their members know and be able to drive that forward as we're moving. And then finally, your question on the small business workforce program. Precisely what you're talking about. That is exactly our focus. So we do have 6 team members that are workforce focused that are in our business and workforce center, and several of them are bilingual. And leveraging those resources to go out in retention expansion visits, not to the larger companies that we typically go see, kind of 25 and up, but really getting out into the community to those small businesses to work with them on what are their needs, what are the upskilling that their existing workforce needs, how could we work to put together some cohorts and train numbers of people all at one time. Maybe it's multiple businesses that need the same training, and could we put together one cohort that trains that workforce? Maybe it's some just one-off training. But then finally, we're hearing from all of our businesses, small, medium, and large, that are struggling to find their workforce, and leveraging for our small businesses those training programs. But most certainly, this is a boots on the ground effort. This isn't a social media effort of saying, call us, we're here. It is getting the workforce, which was what we do best, our team out to meet with our businesses where they're operating. And I think it's going to be a lot easier this time. A lot of them are back to work. It was hard for us the first time because their businesses just weren't even operating and trying to find the right email or phone number or connection. So we're really excited to do what we do best, and that's get out in the market.
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Garcia, to answer your question about our strategies, it's a little bit of different in our timing. When the Coronavirus Relief Fund came out, our team did a lot of things virtually and shotgun, trying to get outreach out into the community, and did a first come, first serve application process. This time we will have a more human element to our outreach strategies, including connecting with community engagement ambassadors in the community, especially BIPOC and marginalized census tract communities, to get the information out. The same things as CED, translate our information into Spanish, have applications available paper and online, but we will have an application deadline that we will work with the community towards, instead of, again, just a first come, first serve rolling deadline, which we were able to get 400 artists, but did we capture everyone in our outreach strategies? So we are excited this time to be doing a more human interaction, basically because we're not at stay-at-home orders during this time. So that's our approach in this round of support.
Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple questions. Well, one question for Chris, and then another one for Mitch. So first, just wanted to say that 2 years ago yesterday, I did my first meeting with Jeff Spellman and with people from your team, Chris, and we were talking about the Kmart facility, which we're now naming Innovation 27, and can tell you how excited and how amazing it is. The plans that we now have for this facility. I think things all happened for a reason. 2 years ago, we did not think that we were going to be in the middle of a pandemic and that we were going to need a center to retool people and to get people new opportunities and new careers. And here we are today, 2 years later, putting money into this facility, and it's going to be a great asset for the community. So very excited about that. But my first question, Chris, is around the wraparound tuition and apprenticeship programs. Can you explain a little bit of what you envision for this allocation? The reason I'm asking that is I just want to ensure we are inclusive in this programming, and again, finding those that have been displaced in the workforce and could benefit from the upskilling being offered to them.
Mayor, Councilwoman Guardado, absolutely. So what we'd like to do, as you can imagine, we're working on this at a high level right now. What we'd like to do is, should council decide this is a direction it wants to go, is to get together with the council offices, with our staff, with Marshall Franklin's staff, and to make sure that that program that we put together fits the council's goals and objectives. So we would work with your teams on building what that would look like here in the very near future, should council choose to move forward with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything, Chris. And then my second question is for Mitch. I know, Mitch, you and I have had many conversations around arts and how can we be innovative about this. But I just wanted to confirm we are being equitable with these allocations across the arts. I support the programming you are aiming for here, but we need to ensure the arts and artists being funded are citywide. I think the arts are oftentimes soiled to downtown and central Phoenix, and we need to broaden our vision. Mitch and Ed, I know you have done some great work at all well sites this past year in my district, and hoping we can keep that momentum going with the Grand Canal and other projects. I know that we had a couple of meetings around the Grand Canal, and the turnout was amazing, and the vision that people have to be able to use the canalscape. I'm so excited to work with all of you around that. So I guess it wasn't a question, it was more a comment and just reaffirming all the stuff, Mitch, that we've talked about. But once again, thank you so much to everyone for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It's very exciting to talk about the workforce program, and I like how we're really thinking about all the obstacles that someone who's looking for work faces. As you and I have talked about, it's a tough time to be a parent, and if we can help take care and make childcare a little bit easier, that will make it easier for people to get even better jobs. I've been inspired by how so many people have risen to the occasion when they've been given new opportunities. And I particularly have been inspired by some of our own city employees. We had 3 dynamic women who were working in our parks department and who are now engineering technicians with our planning department. They did not expect to get new jobs, but they stepped up in a big way. And we need, I'll give all the help we can to our planning department because they are getting a lot of requests and a lot of economic activity. And it's just, people in Phoenix can do amazing things if we give them a chance. And I want to say thank you to groups like Valley Interfaith who have long been advocating for it's not that you have to look at the whole person and wrap around services. So really appreciate the thinking that's been behind this. The arts programs are very exciting. We are an arts city and we want to make sure our artists get through this difficult time. Some artists have been hit much harder than others, and I think of some of our performing musicians among those. Very excited to getting Symphony Hall and some of our other city venues back and running because we know it's been pretty devastating for folks out there. And if we don't, we'll turn to Councilwoman Pastor.
I just have one question about the artists, the art funding. As it was first come, first serve, I want to know if this time around, those that weren't able to receive funding at the first time, first serve, if those artists will then be first or like be part of the network and then expand out to an application process.
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, we can reach out to the artists that were not funded to let them know of the opportunity, and we can do a tiered system and then open it up to all other artists. I think what's different about this time period is that the coronavirus was for losses between March 20th, 2020 to like July something. So we're now looking at the period after that fact where we know there's losses, but to your point, we can contact those artists that were not able to be part of the first set to let them know of the opportunity first and can tier it then to then opening it up to returning applicants after that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I hope, again, we'll continue to look at the economic impact for some artists who could not work at all. All right, we will then continue with Marshall. Director Franklin.
Thank you for giving me a minute to get myself together here. So good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and members of the City Council. For the care and mitigation of vulnerable populations, staff is proposing the following: $10.5 million for mental and behavioral health and homelessness. This will be an opportunity, we believe, for developing or enhancing programs and services that are in support of the city's strategies to address homelessness plan, as well as the ability to support community feedback that was received during the budget hearings regarding mental health support. The second bucket is $3 million for summer heat respite to include leasing a temporary shade structure and erecting a portable building, which is also known as a sprung structure, at the Human Services campus to serve as a heat respite center for those in our community experiencing homelessness. The next bucket would be $3 million for financial assistance to nonprofit agencies serving our refugee and our asylee community. And then $2 million to expand the city's Memory Cafe program for our senior center members with Alzheimer's and what are called other related dementia diseases, as well as for their caregivers. This program began in September 2020, and staff have held so far 17 sessions, which have included over 100 participants, and we are hearing really good feedback regarding this program. Another opportunity would be $2 million for the Area Agency on Aging's Goods to Home program, which provides services such as grocery and prescription delivery services for our low-income, disabled, and/or homebound seniors. As you may recall, Mayor and Council, you supported this program last year through CARES Act funds, which allowed over 2,100 seniors to receive this service. And then finally, under this area, relative to the Human Services Department, would propose $1 million to assist Justice Center for expansion of their services or programming. And Justice Center focuses on seniors age 55 and older who are experiencing homelessness. And then turn the presentation over now to Housing Deputy Director Titus Matthew.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Excuse me.
The recommendation we're making is to allocate $5 million for the Edison Impact Hub. The Edison Impact Hub is located in the Choice neighborhood boundaries, which sits approximately 1 mile east of downtown Phoenix. Proposed funding would be used to retrofit a vacant, rundown building to a functional community services center. Once rehab and renovations are complete, programming and services will be provided to the surrounding community. Services such as, but not limited to, a behavioral health and medical clinic, services to assist in education and workforce development, community kitchen model, flexible training and office space for community and supportive service partners. Families in existing and newly built homes will have access to more health, education, economic growth opportunities within walking distance of the hub. In addition, the department is recommending to allocate $4.5 million for the U.S. Vets and Veterans Relief. Many of our veterans are vulnerable and facing homelessness due to living conditions, age, and chronic health complications that were amplified during the pandemic. The proposed funding would be used to provide relief for veterans experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness by investing the funds into the hotel purchased earlier this year with CRF funds. These funds would help with capital need improvements such as installing kitchenettes, commercial kitchen remodel, establishing social service rooms and offices, completing ADA upgrades and security upgrades, converting some of the rooms to single-room occupancies. Funding could also provide additional operational support needed by organizations serving homeless veterans. At this time, I'm turning the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Jeff Barton.
Mayor, members of the council, the final program under this category is our bus stop shelters. Our transit department, and working with Director Jesus Sapien, had proposed to add about 80 shelters for those that are seeking shade respite for those while they're waiting on bus and light rail shuttles. So what we're proposing is using $500,000 here to increase that to 20 additional shelters each year for the next 2 years, totaling 40 additional shelters to provide heat respite for those using the public transportation system. The next category that we'll be talking about is Household and Rental Assistance Program, and this is a program that will ultimately be ran out of the Human Services Department, much like what they're currently operating in concert with Wildfire. However, what I'll do is I'll talk about this from the standpoint of some of this is still in flux. What we've proposed is a $10 million allocation for utility rent mortgage assistance. This funds would be used to fill in gaps for the existing programs that are currently being used and deployed by the Human Services Department as well as Wildfire. It could also be geared specifically towards utility assistance. As you know, the summer months in Phoenix bring with it record highs, not just in temperature, but also in your utility bills. So we could also use this $10 million to target that. The reason that this particular portion of the fund is on the lower end, I'll walk you through that now. What we talked about at the beginning of this presentation was that we designed this whole proposal to not duplicate existing funds or existing programs. And right now at our deployment, we've got several programs that are aimed and geared towards specifically rent, utility, mortgage assistance. And I want to walk you through some of those right now, just so you can understand the scale and size and scope of some of those programs. So first and foremost, we've got the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That program was approved by the federal government back in December of 2020. And under that program, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, we received $51 million. These funds are specifically allocated to target renters and utility assistance for those that are at 80% of AMI. Also, under the American Rescue Plan Act, there were 3 additional buckets of funds that were allocated specifically to rent and mortgage assistance. First and foremost is the Emergency Rental Assistance 2.0. Under that program, the City of Phoenix received $55.3 million. That program functions and operates the same way as the Emergency Rental Assistance 1 does, and that program, again, we got $55.3 million. I think it's important to note that since the first program was started by the Human Services Department back in March, we've allocated about $10 million and helped over 13 households with rent. Also, Starting in July, it is expected that the Housing Department will receive $4.2 million in emergency housing vouchers. This is expected to provide over 390 vouchers to assist individuals and families who are homelessness, at risk of homelessness, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, human trafficking, or recently homeless or have a high risk of housing instability. And then finally, rounding out this additional funding that's available is $197 million that the state received under the American Rescue Plan Act, specifically for mortgage assistance and utility assistance. This is called the Homeowners Assistance Fund. This program is going to be run exclusively, as we understand it right now, by the state of Arizona. They do not yet have plans to distribute that or pass it through to cities and towns. So these funds by themselves total over $300 million, which is why in our proposed plan, we've only allocated $10 million of ARPA funds specifically for this. Next, we've got three additional programs that we've discussed early on in the presentation. We talked about some of the things that we're proposing here are conceptual in nature. The first is financial assistance for Phoenix families. As I've heard the mayor talk and I've heard Councilwoman Guardado speak just recently, even in this presentation, about how hard it is for those that have young children to get back to the workplace. These funds are intended to be a bridge to help those individuals go back to work by providing offsets or subsidies for them to afford affordable and good child care. But these funds could also be possibly used to provide assistance to low-income child care facilities in low and moderate census tracts. They could also provide additional technology to bridge the digital divide in those same child care facilities in underserved communities. We also had our airport director, Chad Markowski, reach out to the businesses that operate at the airport to see if there was any interest in providing additional child care facilities or child care options for workers at the airport. And based on that survey and him reaching out to those businesses, it's very apparent that there is an appetite for that at the airport. So what we'd like to do is to seed about $5 million to investigate and look further into enhancing that opportunity. This would be a property that the airport could possibly hire someone to operate, possibly even an ASU or some other child care provider to come in and operate and provide reduced or reduced child care services to our workers at the airport. And then finally, $1 million for bus card subsidy. We've heard throughout the council meeting today, or not today, but over the last couple of months, and as also through our budget hearings in the month of April, we've heard several people talk about how they rely on public transit to get to work and how kids rely on public transit to get to school. What we could use this $1 million for is to buy over 30,000 monthly bus cards. And so we could also work with the council to decide where those bus cards go. They could be administered through Human Services, through our Housing Department, or through partner nonprofit agencies. Next, we move into sports, youth sports, recreation, education, and after school. This is a program that will touch many departments, specifically Human Services, CED, Parks, and Phoenix Library. First, I'll have Chris Mackey talk about the wireless network project that she's been working on with Councilwoman Pastor. But before we get to that, I also want to mention that we've allocated $2.3 million specifically to enhance community center Wi-Fi exposure. So last year with coronavirus relief funds, we started building out our Wi-Fi platform to give those that didn't have ready and available internet access to have access to our facilities and to have access to Wi-Fi while they're in our facilities or adjacent to our facilities. We'd like to expand that with these funds. The other thing that we'd like to do with this $2.3 million is to provide free Wi-Fi access to residents in our city-owned public housing facilities. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris to talk about the partnership project.
Mayor, members of the council, we're here to provide you an update on staff's recommendations in moving forward with the digital divide. As you'll remember, this council provided $2 million to work towards the digital divide solution with our coronavirus relief funds this past year. We continued our partnership with Phoenix Union High School District, our elementary schools, the business community, and Phoenix College and Maricopa Community Colleges to test several different opportunities and options. I am very pleased to tell you here today, those opportunities have been tested. We do have an identified technology that is now fully functioning on 2 schools in the Phoenix Union High School District service area and reporting great uptimes and great downtime. So we are excited to continue the implementation we identified for you last year on the solving the digital divide. So this $10 million would allow us to continue on with our public-private partnership and install the solution on a multitude of schools covering the city of Phoenix.
And next, we'll move on to Marshall Franklin to talk about the Child Care Education Expansion Program.
Thank you again, Jeff. Mayor Gallego, members of the council. We are proposing here approximately, well, actually $6 million to support expansion of early childhood education. We believe that this opportunity will afford us to reach more students who are preschool or Head Start ages 4 to 5. One of the things that we would propose with this opportunity would be that currently with Head Start, their federal requirements are that families have to be at 100% of the poverty level, and so we would propose this is an opportunity for us to do something a little different where we could leverage the benefits and the curriculum and what have you that we have of our Head Start program, but be able to offer it for families who may be at 200% of poverty level, which allows our increase to go much deeper into our particular community to be able to support those in need of early childhood services. We would also propose under this $6 million to also potentially work in partnership with entities to provide scholarships for child care for individuals with needs for child care ages birth to 5. And with that, Cynthia will talk about Parks and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. The Parks and Recreation Department saw record numbers in park usage throughout the pandemic, while we successfully transitioned to offering programs virtually. In-person programs such as our Phoenix After School Center programs and our youth sports leagues have remained temporarily suspended since March of last year. We know that you, Mayor and Council, are supportive of providing safe, affordable, and inclusive recreation opportunities for all youth during these critical after-school hours. Therefore, we are proposing to use funds to support these efforts throughout the city. We are proposing to use $2.5 million in funding to provide grants to schools that would enable them to provide free or affordable after-school program opportunities. These funds would provide funding for up to 50 schools to provide these programs with the potential of serving up to 3,000 children. We also propose using $500,000 to restore and expand the number of our Phoenix After School programs. Currently, the Parks Department offers these programs in 36 schools throughout the city. These funds would enable us to expand and provide up to 10 additional programs, serving up to 600 additional children. Lastly, we propose using funds to provide additional youth sports opportunity to children by offering grants or stipends for youth to participate in sports leagues, programs, and clinics. And with that, I will transition this over to our city librarian, Rita Hamilton.
Mayor and members of the council, I want to thank you for the first round of relief funding, which we used to help address the digital divide. We would like to continue with that focus in the next round. To enhance Startup Phoenix at Burton Bar Library, we will partner with CED to provide additional programs to assist small businesses and entrepreneurs, including our popular business roadmap classes. Add meeting rooms and technical equipment for small business owners to use, provide laptops and hotspots for checkout to support startups. College Depot assistance for students will provide semester-long laptop and hotspot lending periods for students and increased access to college planning and skill-building workshops. A library bookmobile for underserved areas will provide library services including books, computer classes, and literacy programs from library property at 67th Avenue and Lower Buckeye, and can also provide outreach programs, computer access at events, schools, and parks in underserved areas. With Phoenix Works, the library will increase our partnership with CED to establish job services centers at Burton Bar Library and Ocotillo Library and provide computer labs and study rooms to teach job skills classes and provide workforce laptops and hotspots to support small business owners. To provide early literacy tutoring support, the library will partner with ASU's America Reads tutoring program to provide one-on-one reading tutoring to 1st through 4th graders affected by the pandemic and provide Wi-Fi provision tablet computers to students for virtual tutoring. To improve library technology, we will upgrade the online public catalog and provide digital maps of the layouts of the libraries. We will also install digital outdoor signage to promote our branch library programs and hours, and provide laptops to children to participate in our virtual programs. Thank you.
So, Mayor, members of the council, I would now ask Roseanne Albright, Environmental Programs Coordinator from the Office of Environmental Programs, to come to the table to talk about our very robust and exciting Phoenix Resilient Food System program that totals $9.7 million. Roseanne?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, firstly for your support of the innovative food programs that were completed using CARES Act dollars. We were able to deliver a total of 3.1 million healthy, nutritious meals from July 2020 through March 2021 to about 540,000 individuals and 330,000 families impacted by COVID-19. Phoenix was able to feed people during this crisis and strengthen our local food system to be more connected and resilient. The programs we are proposing continue to build on our previous success and create new opportunities that lead toward achieving our goal of healthy food for everyone in Phoenix. Under the first category of economic development and innovation, the highly successful Feed Phoenix initiative will continue to prepare and deliver healthy meals using produce from 12 local farms, prepared in meals by 45 restaurants and caterers and event venues, then delivered to 29 social service organizations. We hope to be able to expand that program as well. This will provide the ability for these businesses to continue to operate and deepen their connections to local food sourcing. The Worker Cooperative Food Business Incubator, in partnership with the private sector and ASU, will develop employee-owned food businesses at all spectrums of the food system. And agri-food technology innovation grants will be provided to address challenges and expand operations relating to growing, processing, distribution, and food waste in consideration of our growing population and climate change. In the category of equity and inclusion, we will continue and expand the successful Funds to Feed program that provided funding to school districts and grassroots organizations for meal preparation and delivery. This work empowered these local organizations to serve their neighbors and their communities. This also includes an urban farm fellowship program that will engage high school and college-age students to be placed in local farms with a goal of 60% Black, Indigenous, and people of color participants. Upon completion, the fellows can enter the Worker Cooperative Incubator. And in this category, we also included funding for each council district to address specific food needs in your district. And I'm looking forward to working with each of you on this item in particular. Under local food consumption and production, we're focused on a backyard garden project for up to 100 residents that will include equipment installation, education, and training with a focus on food desert areas, most COVID-impacted zip codes, and low-income individuals. We heard from many people during development of the Food Action Plan and during the pandemic that they wanted to learn how to grow their own food. We've already established partnerships with nonprofits, schools, and educators for this much requested program. We've also included farmland preservation in this category to provide the ability for the city to partner with land trusts, nonprofits, and local food producers to preserve land for agricultural use to ensure long-term local food production and our ability to respond to recovery from this pandemic and to respond to future shocks. And we have been working with Cynthia Campbell in our water department, particularly in light of the discussion we heard today, to make sure that we strategize on this particular item. For food banks and pantries, we'll be providing support to those small and neighborhood pantries that maybe did not get funding previously. And I'm excited about our Meals That Work program, where we will partner with the Phoenix Convention Center to prepare 1,000 dinner meals per week and deliver these to social service organizations and possibly schools. This program will bring 14 employees back to work at the Convention Center Catering Company. And lastly, we need temporary staff to help our office to get these programs running and funds out the door. So I thank you for your valuable input and consideration of these programs that will feed those in need, keep businesses running, people employed, and create a resilient food system for the future. I'll give it back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Roseanne. Mayor, members of the council, the final item under community investment is our better health outcomes and community testing and vaccines. Again, this I mentioned earlier in this presentation. This is a $5 million allocation to really work with our current providers as well as our mobile vans and expand our use of those vans from what they're doing now, which is really just testing, to also be able to use those vans for an ongoing expansion of vaccine implementation for the city of Phoenix, but also to possibly look at ways to incentivize our underserved communities who either A, have not had access to vaccines or who have not just been really wanting to get vaccines, to encourage them to come out and be vaccinated. And that's what this $5 million is for. And that wraps up the community investment side, and now we transition to city operations investment and contingency. So what we've proposed to you today is that we allocate approximately $23 million for infrastructure, technology, and capital needs. Specifically, a couple of big projects here, and the assumption is, again, like I mentioned earlier, is that the city will get about $50 million for city operations investment out of each allocations. Many of these programs will span multiple fiscal years, so they will not be a one-year project. The one large project that we've been talking to you about, as you see on the bottom left-hand picture, is the 27th Avenue Recycling Facility. The picture below is from the North Gateway Center. As a result of COVID, as we've discussed at our last presentation, our being shut in has expanded and increased the amount of solid waste traffic and the solid waste, the recyclable materials that we're taking in on a daily basis. And as a result, North Gateway is being taxed extremely hard, and its useful life is being essentially run into the ground. By bringing 27th Avenue back online, we could expand the useful life of North Gateway. We could also alleviate future rate pressure on the ratepayer by using these funds to defer that potential cost from hitting the rate and use what was in the bond program to address other unfunded capital needs from the solid waste enterprise. We also have other capital projects that we would like to possibly explore, specifically in the areas of green street, sewer, water, and wastewater. These things are specifically called out within the guidance. But again, those are projects that we would really have to take time to curate and figure out which ones can the City of Phoenix afford to do, where do we have partnerships, and which ones make the most sense from a practicality standpoint. We also have some technology needs that we would like to address, specifically the Human Services Case Management System. The guidance that the Treasury currently has in deployment right now specifically states that you can use the state and local fiscal recovery funds for technology as long as that technology is going to improve the efficacy of existing programs, and this would exactly do that. So we would be able to improve our case management of existing programs and services operated out of Human Services, and hopefully maybe even on that same platform have an online portal to allow folks to apply for applications, as I know that's also been a sore subject for folks not being able to apply online. We would also, like to address some other possible needs, but we'll have to evaluate those over the next couple of months and years. The next area is revenue replacement. We've talked at length about the convention center specifically. When we look back since the beginning of COVID, going back to February, March of 2020, the convention center, as a result of COVID, has canceled a number of different events, and as a result has lost about $45 million worth of revenue. However, the Treasury has a very prescribed revenue calculation formula. When that formula was applied by our CFO, Denise Olson, she calculated that we could replace up to $31 million. So what we're expecting, or what we're recommending and proposing in this presentation, is that we do that over the course of 2 fiscal years. Out of this allocation, we'd recommend replacing $20 million, and then in the next allocation, we'd recommend replacing about $11 million. As I also mentioned to you at our last presentation, as a result of COVID, we've got workers' compensation claims that total $2.4 million. We would also like to use these state and local fiscal recovery funds to replace that $2.4 million that hit the trust. And then finally, administrative oversight, compliance, and outreach. If we learned anything last time during CRF and administering CRF, we have to have a lot of administrative oversight to make sure that our contracts are actively monitored, as well as that we stay in compliance with the federal guidance, as well as looking for opportunities to outreach with our community. And so that's what this $4 million would be used for. We also would like to use about $600,000 to shore up our PPE cleaning, sanitizing, and testing and vaccine distribution for internal city staff to ensure that our employees are safe moving forward as we get to full capacity and opening everything back up. And then finally, our contingency, as I mentioned to you before, this is not a requirement. This is more just good business and good fiscal responsibility. I'd recommend that we set aside about $5 million to address anything that we don't know of today that may become a problem, or to be able to be used to address things that the Treasury opens up in future guidance changes. Again, in short, this is our very robust plan that we've put together for you based on your direction, based on your leadership, as well as based on a lot of community input that we've received way back starting in March, as well as all of the last 15 months technically. So that is our $198 million plan. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for all of your hard work in putting this together. We've had multiple meetings, and we have a lot of needs in this community, but we appreciate you responding to the guidance, as well as our council members. We'll begin with Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I mean, I just wanted to start with, I just wanted to take a moment to thank staff for the hard work that has gone into this. This has been months of feedback, and I know it can be difficult juggling the priorities and needs of all of our different districts. Jeff, thank you especially for working across all our departments to build such a comprehensive plan. I have received some calls, though, into my office today regarding the city budget. I want to be clear, today's discussion is surrounding the first of two allocations from the federal government from the American Rescue Plan. So I don't know, like if Jeff or Ed, before my comments, can one of you explain the difference between ARPA in the city budget, and what we discuss on city budget and what we're discussing today? What are those differences?
Sure, Councilwoman Guardado, Mayor, members of the council. So over the last couple of months, what we've been super focused on is the city operating budget. And so you had your first vote on the city operating budget on May 18th. That was the council decision. And then just last week on June 2nd, we had our first vote, the tentative vote and tentative approval on the city's operating budget. So the operating budget is what provides those day-to-day services that our residents have come to depend on, everything from our solid waste pickup and our parks and recreation programs to our senior centers and libraries and you name it, as well as our public safety component. So that is what we've been focused on, and you still have two more votes. One more vote on the final approval on June 16th, and then the vote on the property tax will be on July 1st. As far as the ARPA funds, the state and local fiscal recovery funds in particular that we're talking about here today, when President Biden signed back in March the American Rescue Plan Act, it came with it a series of different allocations of funding. Some of those funding allocations fall specifically to individual departments, such as airport and transit, as well as something more holistic that comes to the city as a whole, like what we're talking about here today. And so what we've done is carefully tried to weave as best we can a sweater, essentially, out of all of the guidance and all of the demands and requests from you and your constituents, as well as other residents in the community that have asked for different things to put together a plan that essentially addresses some of the impacts that we've seen as a result of the last year and a half as a result of COVID. And so this plan is just one of two, as you've mentioned. We're going to get two separate allocations. The first allocation we actually have in hand now, $198 million, and we have until December 31st of 2024 to spend those dollars. We also know that we're going to get a second allocation in May of 22. And based on what we know right now, those funds will still have to follow the same general guidance that we've got from the Treasury today. So unlike last year, when we were hustling and bustling and didn't really know where we were going, we were trying to fumble our way through COVID and fumble our way through the Coronavirus Relief Fund, we had to make a lot of decisions very hastily. This one, we've got a very long runway. So we've got 3 years to really think about methodically how we want to deploy these dollars. And so that is what we're talking to you about today, just the first of 2 years worth of funding that's coming our way from the federal government to address COVID specifically.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you. And then can you just explain a little bit, like what type of outreach did we do when we were talking to folks about the ARPA funds?
Councilwoman Guardado, we didn't necessarily do any specific outreach, but what I can tell you is, we've started budget hearings. We heard folks talking about what they wanted out of the ARPA dollars. We also had, again, 2 presentations specifically on ARPA. So our phones have always been open. The voicemail and budget and research, as well as the city manager's office, as well as your voicemails and your emails have also been open. And so all of that information that's come in from our residents is how we've kind of formulated this plan. We've also had residents that through the budget development process that used our Fund Phoenix tool to tell us specifically things that they wanted. And some of those things we couldn't necessarily fit into the general fund budget that you voted on recently, but we can fit those things into this budget, and that's what we've tried to do. We're trying to leverage all of the different funding sources that we have at our disposal to check as many boxes as we possibly can.
Perfect. Thank you. So with that, I have a question around the homelessness and mental health piece plan that was presented. Does someone need to come up to the table? Marshall, I think it is.
Marshall,
she's the one.
Yeah, we can have Marshall come down to the table, Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I would like to ask that staff work with the state and our nonprofit partners on how we may be able to find solutions surrounding substance abuse. I know that state gets funding for opioid treatments among many other programs. As we look at this bucket of money and our next ARPA allocation, we should figure out how we can coordinate better on this issue that has deeply affected our residents through the pandemic. Does that sound clear enough, Marshall?
Yes, Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman, yes, very, very clear. And we have some ideas that we can bring forth to you here soon about that.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for that. And then my second question is around, I want to talk a little bit about the allocation for Phoenix Works at the Burton Bar and the Ocotillo libraries. Can you answer that as well, Marshall, or someone?
Councilwoman, I'll have Rita Hamilton, city librarian, come to the table for that.
Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you. So I believe in the last meeting I mentioned this information about on ARPA, but I would like to see the availability to rent out laptops and hotspots expanded to the Palo Verde Library at 51st Avenue. It's a service hub for the area, and I think this would be a value asset. We have the community center next door, the school district's office, Arizona at Work down the street, and John F. Long Family Service Center there. It is also a central point for Maryville and would be a benefit for all 3 of our districts that share the Maryville Village. We have a lot of displaced workers in that area that I know keep Arizona at Work very busy, but like I said, in the last meeting, a lot of these folks just cannot afford to buy a laptop, and being able to provide these services at our Maryville Library there at the community center, I think it's key. That is some of my feedback, but before my final thoughts, I also want to thank the mayor and her team for working to pull together the feedback from our colleagues after the last meeting. It is great to see childcare mentioned throughout this plan, expanding our after-school programs, supporting our youth sports, substantial investments in workforce training, and the addition of the Meals That Work program. My final thoughts overall are that I want to ensure for all the resources we are offering that we are inclusive and making our best effort to reduce, like other council members have said, the red tape to make sure that these funds are accessible. Our community is struggling and we need to be innovative in our outreach. Oftentimes, those are the hardest to reach, are the ones in the most need. I want to see outreach across different languages in a variety of ways for our constituents to be guided through the process. Thank you so much for that, everyone. And hopefully we can work on these issues at the Palo Verde Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Also really thankful for all the work that staff did and all the departments working together. Some of the concerns, I'll speak to the mitigation and care of vulnerable populations first. I'm really concerned about the heat this summer. I mean, even in our conversation about water, we're understanding how it's getting hotter. And I believe last year was the year that we had the most deaths. So I really want to try to figure out with the heat mitigation as we become a hotter city to figure out long-term solutions. So I appreciate what Jeff said, that we're going to have an opportunity for some of these funds for 2, 3, even up to 4 years to really try to find long-term solutions with these funds. The other thing on the financial assistance to Phoenix and to refugees and asylee community members, wondering if we can expand that to immigrant communities, not just those 2 categories. I also wanted to mark the need for the support to the IRC Center. The Welcome Center, we've seen a large influx in asylees and refugees coming in, and I think it'd be important to support the Welcome Center. I had a question/comment for Marshall. You spoke about the services to seniors, particularly with taking them meals and other resources. I think we mentioned last time and wondering with the goods to home service, if there's an ability to either partner or with those funds to have more of a caseworker style check-ins. I know a lot of the folks that used to go to our senior centers it's not available to them, and we're also going to reopen slowly. So just, I guess the question is, can we do a little bit more mental health or house rehabilitation services that's with that same model of goods to home or checking in on folks?
Mayor Gallego and Vice Mayor Garcia, yes, you're talking about as it relates to some type of check-in or support services for our seniors, especially those that are homebound. That is something that we most definitely can work with and talk about with some other partners about how we can make that happen. We do some of that through our senior centers, but it's not as robust as it could be if we had a program that was dedicated solely to checking in on homebound seniors, whether they are coming to or belong to our senior centers or just others in our community that fit that category. So we can most definitely go take a look at what that can look like and come back to you as appropriate, as well as that would include obviously wanting to make sure that we're checking in on the mental health of those in our community. So we can come back with some additional programming in that area.
Thank you. On the youth sports recreation section, wondering how the PAC program is going to work. So the question is more, is it a reduced rate to certain folks? Is it a scholarship to certain homes with multiple children? How would these $500,000 be used? And thank you, Cynthia. I think I saw you walk up.
Sure, yes, Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Garcia, and City Council members. In regards to funding for the PAC programs and the after-school programs, there were 2 components to that. And so the one related to the grants, we would set up a process where schools would apply. We would establish some criteria, mainly being that they need to serve populations such as our current PAC program that are 50% or greater free and reduced lunch. criteria, as well as their ability to provide a free or affordable after-school program. So that application would come through us, and we'd have a committee that would review that and make those decisions. In regards to the youth sports grants, it could look a couple different ways, Vice Mayor. In that situation, there could be options to provide stipends so that children can participate in the youth sports programs the Parks Department currently offers for free or reduced cost. And then also on the flip side of that, there could also be a process set up where perhaps nonprofit agencies or organizations who also provide youth sports opportunities could also apply for grants if they also met certain criteria that we establish.
Thank you for that. Really excited about supporting the youth. I know a lot of youth stayed home throughout the pandemic, so really happy about that. Moving on, trying to move quickly through this. On the food systems piece, as District 8, we have a lot of food deserts, food swamps, which lead to a shorter lifespan for a lot of constituents in District 8. This plan looks great. I think it was one of the highlights last time around. So I'm really excited about the work that's moving forward with the food systems. I really appreciate the proposal, the intention, and the equity lens that's presented here. So I just kind of wanted to give a shout out to Roseanne, the team, and the entire kind of food systems folks for coming together and making that happen. So thank you so much. In a similar way to the other things with the better health outcomes, I think I would like to see us working a little bit more with the established nonprofits, with community health workers or the nonprofits that we've already been working with, but making sure that we're kind of expanding the resources that and the capacity that's already out there. I also want to, and I don't know, and this is up to you, Ed, but with the new public health contractor, I think this is an area where the new person coming in will have the ability to build relationships and support kind of the public health of the broader city. So really looking forward to seeing how the new public health contractor is going to be kind of merging and working through with this. Yeah, and then I think with the outreach efforts and the oversight, compliance, that sort of piece, I do think there's an opportunity to also kind of bring that equity lens and work with some of the organizations that have ties to the community to make sure that we're both being equitable but also being responsible. So that's basically all the questions I have, and thank you all so much. I'll definitely be supporting this process and looking forward to what community has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much to Jeff and the entire team. There's honestly so much in this that I'm so excited about. There's three in particular that I just wanted to get into a little bit more in the weeds of, and I know that this is obviously the very top line levels, but tuition, transit, and infrastructure are the three areas where we've heard quite a bit from constituents and community organizations. So when it comes to the tuition and apprentice program, very excited that there's 10 million allocated. I personally would really like to see a focus on workforce development through higher education support for our graduating high school seniors that have had an unconventional learning experience, as well as any residents who are interested in pursuing higher education. I know that Maricopa County community colleges saw a very sharp drop-off in recent years. They had 17,400 fewer students enrolled in fall of 2020 compared with fall of 2019. That's approximately a 14.5% drop. We know we have very strong high school districts, great Maricopa County community colleges. So I would love to be able to use, maybe $8 million of these funds to create a new pilot tuition assistance program for Phoenix residents that's either directly run through the city or managed by a nonprofit that's dispersing the funds. This would be sort of like a last dollar model. So once applicants apply for FAFSA, our tuition assistance program would then fill the remaining need. Arizona ranks number 48 in FAFSA completion. And additionally, as we all know, school and aid scholarships are typically awarded to students with higher GPAs. So I'd really love us to find a way to help students who were maybe impacted by COVID-19 and focus on students who, have a 2.0 cumulative GPA or higher, will enroll at a Phoenix Community College full-time, and plus continue to offer wraparound support that includes transportation, childcare, and food assistance. I think this would be a very smart form of direct cash assistance, which I know some of my colleagues have called for in other areas. A community college tuition assistance program directly through the city or dispersed through nonprofits would help to increase access to financial aid as our economy restabilizes. Now, with all of that said, I guess the question that I have here is, given the timeline of FAFSA and where we are right now, being in June of 2020, would you recommend, as we hopefully flesh this out further, creating a timeline for maybe a program that's launched for the 2022-2023 cycle, just given where we are, and how could we support you on that?
Councilwoman Ansari, Mayor, members of the council, you raised some really great points, especially about, the FAFSA rates for Arizona. What I would suggest is the program that we're working on now, and Chris Mackey and staff will come back with a more flushed out program and what that looks like in our partnership between CED and Human Services. I think what you're after will take a lot more thought behind it, and so I think what we can do is work towards that for allocation number 2. If that works for you, I think that gives staff as well as you and your office time to kind of facilitate and coordinate what that program may look like. It also may give us time in the meantime, additional guidance may come out that tell us, that we can go a little bit further with different types of programs moving forward. There may also be other opportunities coming in additional stimulus plans specifically targeting some of the areas that you're talking about from an education perspective.
Okay, got it. We'll definitely follow up with you on that then. Then second, regarding transit, I've said this before, and I think we've heard it so much through the budget hearing process, but we're very excited that we're pledging $1 million for free transit, and what that can do for working families throughout all of Phoenix is really tremendous. A few thoughts I have to make this program a success. I think rolling out in the fall, when our transit department is expected to begin front door boarding again and actual bus fare checking will be stricter, I think that would be fantastic. I'm hoping that we can ensure at least 6 months of free transit to anyone who requests it and shows financial hardship. I know that high school students already receive reduced or subsidized bus fare, so my recommendation here would be to target community college and university students, which again goes also back to the first point that we brought up. And then if we can work with nonprofits and downtown Phoenix ambassadors to carry transit vouchers that can serve our unsheltered population in downtown Phoenix and beyond. And then I will also mention that I'm very excited about the bus stop shelter program there as well. And then finally, with infrastructure, technology, and capital needs, looking forward to working with the mayor on funding of energy efficiency projects here that will reduce energy costs and energy consumption through weatherization. And then I just wanted to throw in, as we are beginning to now work on the process of building out our electric vehicle roadmap for the city of Phoenix, I think adding a few electric vehicles in our city fleet would make a very big difference in visualizing how our city can better move, clean our air, and better protect public health. I think energy innovation is key to making that a reality. So something that I think could fit well in that bucket. And then just finally, I just want to briefly mention my excitement and support for some of the other programs, the $1 million to the Justice Center that's in District 7, the $3 million for refugee and asylee community. Agree with Councilmember or Vice Mayor Garcia about supporting immigrants as well, and my support for the Welcome Center. And then, of course, the amazing food resiliency program, heat respite work. I'm really glad this plan is putting people first. And moving forward to emerge strongly out of the pandemic. So thank you again, and we'll follow up with you on some of those action items.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Ansari. Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for her leadership and my colleagues for coming together to serve our community through this funding. In addition, city staff were assisting us through this process. As a council, we agreed to allocate the first half of the money and prioritize the community's needs. I am proud to say that this plan just does that for us. Some areas I'm particularly proud of that we are funding are the U.S. vets and the veteran relief. We know our vets are more vulnerable to COVID-19 due to living conditions, age, and chronic health complications. These funds would provide relief for veterans experienced or at risk of homelessness during the pandemic. I'm especially grateful for the U.S. Vets organization will receive much needed funding to transition into the property purchased earlier this year with COVID relief funds. Similarly, I'm happy to see funding for the Justice Center, which serves vulnerable seniors experiencing homelessness. I know that Stacy Champion and Silvana have advocated for this organization since COVID and our vulnerable seniors from the very beginning, and I'm happy to see funding going to this cause and wonderful organization. Another important initiative, one that will help us combat COVID, is the funding going to better health outcomes and community testing and vaccinations. Funds will be used to provide resources needed to ensure residents of COVID-19 testing and vaccination efforts. And one of the things that I have enjoyed is the Phoenix Resilient Food System. This was one of the most successful programs funded through CARES Act last year, and I'm looking forward to the impact these funds will have on our community to minimize the impact of COVID through funding for food programs across the city. And finally, I can see that many colleagues are very much interested in the workforce piece. And there are many ideas and many ways of reaching the goals of all populations. And so I'm grateful to have that advocacy and conversation regarding workforce. Thank you, Mayor, once again.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I join you in being very excited about the mobile vaccination program. It has been so cool to see the mobile testing, and we got to go out in the community and help those who have not yet had a chance to get vaccinated. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. I too appreciate you getting us organized and asking all of us to give you our priorities. And I do think this is quite balanced, and I appreciate the discussion about this is not the budget. This is additional funding. And this is to serve issues because of COVID. And so we do have restrictions on how we can spend that money, correct, Jeff? Can I ask that question?
Councilwoman Stark.
Reiterate.
Stark, Mayor, members of the council, you are correct. We've got 150 pages worth of restrictions and guidance from the federal government that we have to follow.
And Councilwoman Stark, just to your point and to that of Councilwoman Guardado, it is important to note this is not a discussion about the budget today. I think there's been maybe some confusion in the public.
Yes.
This is a discussion about ARPA funds, which is an additional to it. So particularly I've seen some things about police budget. This doesn't have anything to do with our police budget today. This has to do with, and frankly, the things that we heard from folks that they wanted to see, which was community services. So thank you to you and Councilwoman Guardado for bringing that up.
Yeah, I really want to stress that. I think it's important people understand there is a difference in what we're doing today versus what we did with the budget. I am very excited about this. It's very balanced. It speaks to community needs, but also speaks to city operations. And of course, the city is here to serve our residents and our businesses. We are here to serve. And so I think it's important that we put some money back into our operations as well. So I intend to support this, and I know we have a lot of speakers, so I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Stark. It really is an exciting plan, and I feel like it serves Phoenicians of all ages, from our youngest who have challenges with childcare deserts to our older residents getting deliveries, dementia-friendly services. We really have looked at how everyone in this community has different needs. It will be great to make sure we can feed those who need healthy foods and strengthen our food systems. We'll support our small businesses who have been so taxed by COVID but have stepped up to serve this community in inspiring ways. We'll address green infrastructure, stormwater management, heat respite, including for those experiencing homelessness and those traveling through our transit system. And very excited about the chance for people to get better access to jobs. On the youth programs and workforce, I hope that we will think particularly about people who've been impacted by violence and violence prevention and how we can make sure those who are most at risk have a chance to get those resources. And I'm excited we're investing in our technology and making government accessible to people who work different schedules or who just have to get something done on their phone. Those investments will make life better for our residents. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. So I want to move to approve the City of Phoenix American Rescue Plan, ARPA Fund Strategic Plan as outlined in Attachment B. I also want to come back at a later policy meeting to discuss 3 sections in more detail. That would be A, mental and behavioral health, B, the financial assistance for Phoenix families, and C, rent and utility assistance. I'll move to approve the amounts and have a more robust discussion around the 3 programs listed. I also believe Councilwoman Pastor would like to pull 2 sections for individual vote, and because you may have a conflict.
Yes, Vice Mayor. I would like to pull workforce training facility and training program and the citywide wireless network and partnership with Phoenix Union.
Jen?
Mayor?
Councilman O'Brien.
I apologize, I couldn't hear for a second. Was Vice Mayor's, did you make a motion and was it seconded?
We have a motion, but no second. But if you have anything you would like to say related to the motion, we'll recognize you for the floor.
Yeah.
Mayor, I think we had Councilman Guardado second the motion, actually.
I apologize. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If Vice Mayor Garcia and Councilwoman Guardado would consider a friendly amendment to the motion, I have one regarding the allocation of money specific to the infrastructure, technology, and capital needs under the city operations portion of the plan. I'd like to specify that the Human Services Department's allocation be increased to $3 million specifically to develop a replacement of the current case management system used by the department. Replacement of their antiquated system will make the various city programs and services more accessible to residents who need them, but also assist staff in the proper management of cases. If you would agree to this amendment, then I would ask that our Human Services Director give us a little bit more detail about how this would help us and our citizens.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman O'Brien. To respond to your question, yes, we use in the Human Services Department a case management system, especially for individuals we're serving through our rent utility assistance programs. And so the ability to enhance our current system will allow us to be more efficient internally, as well as provide some opportunities for us to provide and enhance our customer service to our residents. We could do things, for example, our Assistant City Manager mentioned there may be some opportunity to be able to allow online portals so that individuals can submit applications online. There are a whole lot of other enhancements that we are proposing to be able to implement as a result of being able to enhance our case management system.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you support the friendly amendment?
Yeah, I just had a question, Marshall. Where would that money come from? It would come from already the allocated funds, and would we be losing something else, or does it fit in what you already have allocated?
Vice Mayor Garcia, Mayor, members of the council, we would allocate that out of the city side, the city investment operation side. So we would not I know where you're headed. We would not touch the community investment piece of this program. We have $13 million kind of targeted over and above the 27th Avenue facility, as well as the revenue replacement items, specifically targeting some of the green energy projects, infrastructure, stormwater. So we would just have to shift things around. It's not that we can take care of that. It's not a problem.
Then it's fine with me.
All right, so the
Thank
maker
you,
of the
Vice
motion
Mayor.
accepts the friendly amendment, and Councilwoman Guardado as the seconder. Are you comfortable?
Yes, yeah.
Wonderful. So when we will move forward with public comment, we have a large number of individuals wishing to address the council on this item. I am grateful for our staff who has been sitting there, and we will have some significant need for translation. So I'm proposing we take a break at about 6 o'clock for a brief period of time, and then come back with continued public comment. And we will vote on the vice mayor's motion when we come back. So we will begin our public comment with Will Humble, followed by Shirley Gunther, and our staff will call the members of the public to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. First of all, I just really want to both congratulate and really give kudos to the entire city staff and for the diligence that the city council members have paid attention to the proposal here. I've been listening all afternoon, and it's really impressive that it's obvious that there's been a really good planning process to come up with this thoughtful proposal. And one thing that's clear to me is that city staff, I think, really looked carefully at the Maricopa County Health Improvement Plan, because I've heard all afternoon common threads with the city proposal when compared to the Maricopa County Health Improvement Plan. So well done there. I did want to specifically call out and support the $5 million proposal for the mobile units for COVID vaccine, to get that into the community. We're really in a point in the response now where it's just really grinding retail work to get vaccines into these more difficult to reach communities. And the mobile units have been highly successful in other parts of the country. Pima County has been using mobile units associated with FEMA with really good success. So I think that's a really important component there. I do want to also remind the council that kids' vaccines have fallen off during the pandemic because so many parents didn't bring in. And these mobile units could then be also double duty used for back to school shots. And I encourage you to work with the City of Phoenix Fire Department, their baby shots program, because that's a really well-established program. And they have great experience in getting vaccines into the community. And I can tell you, I've been out in the field many times, and there's no better vaccinator than a firefighter. I mean, the community loves getting a vaccine from a firefighter. So that's it. My time is up. Thank you very much, and good job.
Our next speaker is Shirley Gunther. Shirley, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, I'm Shirley Gunther, the Vice President of External Affairs for Dignity Health. I'd like to first recognize and thank our Phoenix firefighters for their vigilance and pray for those injured over the weekend. And of course, our condolences to Phoenix police officer News and his family. We consider them, the fire and police, part of our family and our team, and we appreciate everything they do. So thank you very much. Really, what we want to do today is to thank you for hearing and considering this critically important item. On behalf of St. Joseph's Hospitals, we were really the epicenter of COVID when it happened, and to see the American Rescue Plan funds by the City of Phoenix so well thought out and processed was frankly a huge relief for us. St. Joseph's is a 500-bed facility located in District 5, 5th Avenue and Thomas. We are a comprehensive delivery healthcare center. We have a level 1 trauma center, world-class Barrow Neurological Institute, Norton Thoracic, Ivy Brain, Muhammad Ali Parkinson Center. But really what we do every day is care for the sickest of the sick individuals. And in fact, today we are still caring for COVID patients. So COVID is not over yet, and we're still treating them every day. The American Rescue Plan that the City of Phoenix has laid out today, I think will fulfill many community needs. Specifically, we support the proposal that includes support for behavioral health services, homelessness, the Resilient Food Program, testing and vaccinations for all. They will have a direct positive relationship to the outcomes of healthcare. In other words, all of those things I just mentioned help keep people out of the hospital. So
Our next speaker is Penny Ali Taylor. Penny, are you on the line?
Penny, are you on the line? Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed. Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Penny Ali Taylor, and I'm the Chief Public Policy Officer for Valley of the Sun United Way. United Way is the Valley's top nonprofit investor in health and human development, touching thousands of lives every year. United Way has served Maricopa County for the past 95 years, and we unify diverse partners such as donors, business supporters, nonprofits, faith-based communities, and the government to build a stronger valley for all of us. So together with our 90,000 donors, 400 business supporters, and 5,000 volunteers strong, we unite to advance our mission to end the cycle of poverty in Maricopa County. The unexpected COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized numerous issue areas that are priorities that have long been the focus for United Way: health and nutrition, housing and homelessness, and education and workforce development. The pandemic stressed how urgently we need to bring resources and solutions to aid our community during this time of crisis. Over the past 15 months, we convened over 30 town halls, brought together hundreds of voices, conducted numerous focus groups that led us to our Maricopa County 2026 plan that includes many of the proposals that you have within the city's ARPA recommendations. Some of the recommendations we are especially supportive of include the $6 million for the early childhood education program that will serve an additional 500 preschool students, the $2.5 million for school districts to provide free or affordable after-school programs, and the $300,000 for your early literacy tutoring support in partnership with ASU's America Reads program. The household and residential assistance, specifically for residents who do not qualify for the emergency rental program, but still need help. Financial assistance to cover childcare costs and other household necessities. The many health and nutrition programs, such as the Feed Phoenix food program to develop more sustainable food options. Workforce training, homelessness, and mental health assistance. Support for the...
Our next speaker is Ricky Areza. Ricky, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego and council members, for time to speak. My name is Ricky Areza, and I'm the artistic director of Teatro Bravo, a Latinx and Chicanx community theater company here in Phoenix, as well as an ensemble member of over 12 years with a professional theater for youth company in Phoenix. I'm a native son of South Phoenix, and I'm an arts worker. And I chose to devote my life to art making when I was a high schooler here in Phoenix, where I discovered theater, and at a time when I was very alone and needed community more than anything. Theater essentially saved my life. And 20 years later, art making has been my sole source of income, along with thousands of other Phoenix residents who have devoted our lives to creating spaces around the city that we call home. We strive to make Phoenix a place where arts can thrive and continue to save lives. I, along with many others, have chosen to remain here in Phoenix because we see the possibility of this city growing into an important catalyst of artistic thought, expression, and entertainment. Little do we realize that we have rich and vibrant arts communities that support the preserving of communal histories that deserve to be nurtured and preserved through the arts in its many forms. Art makers are story keepers and storytellers. We are the rememberers of time and the creators of imagery. We are the preservers of history and poets of the heart. Our work goes beyond entertainment. We are deeper and more vital than frivolous luxuries that we are often categorized as. Many of us make our living by working directly with communities in school systems, health organizations, nursing homes, and hospices. We collaborate in creating arts-based healing, community collaboration, and arts-based learning. It is vital that funding from the American Rescue Plan be allocated into these necessary artistic areas of human need in order for us to grow as a city, a state, and a society. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Karen B. Karen, are you on the line? Karen is not on the line. Our next speaker is Melissa Boydston. Melissa, are you on the line?
Hi. Good. How are you doing?
Melissa, are you on the line? We do not have audio for Melissa, so our next speaker is Todd Briggs. Todd, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please
Can you hear me?
proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Todd Briggs. I'm a native of Arizona, born and raised in Phoenix. And I'm a landscape architect and own a practice in Central Phoenix. And I just wanted to speak for a moment about my experience with and advocacy for green infrastructure. In my practice, I've been fortunate enough to have participated in and implemented several green infrastructure projects within the city of Phoenix. Seeing the benefits of these projects in terms of water harvesting and the reduction of urban heat island, creating safe places for pedestrians that are also comfortable due to the shade that we can generate from taking water off the streets or water off of buildings and putting them in these rain garden spaces that are enhancing the human experience within the context of our streets. And I think that too often the time we see is that we see investment put into infrastructure that is not seen, and that would be sort of engineering structures where we take the water off of our streets, we put it into pipes, and we take it away, and we kind of lose that precious resource. And instead, we can take very simple measures to passively collect that water, put it within rain gardens that are linear along our streetscapes, along our pedestrian walkways, again, providing all that shade, and really putting the investment into what we experience as humans, as urban dwellers, and enhancing that experience rather than putting that investment underground and losing that opportunity to make our city more comfortable, more inviting, and more memorable. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sylvia Depta. Sylvia, are you on the line?
I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
When all of your emotions are heightened during grief, music can have an amazing power to heal and help us release some of that emotion. I'm Sylvia Depta from North Valley Symphony Orchestra, a nonprofit organization. The pandemic devastated our economy, but the worst effects have been on Arizona's people. Our culture can't survive with us in crippling isolation, and the arts are a cornerstone of that culture. It's only with the CARES Act that our orchestra managed to cling to life. With help, we were able to organize small chamber groups, releasing 17 videos. In January, our youth strings, adult strings, and wind ensembles finally rehearsed in person. But our venue costs doubled. NVSO could not survive this way in the long run, but our mission was important, so we played on. We saw firsthand how the arts gave our musicians and audience an escape from the effects of the pandemic. Ella hadn't seen her grandmother in person since 2019, but her performance in our virtual midweek melody series gave them a powerful way to connect. A young violinist's father died, and she sought refuge in weekly rehearsals. A violist found courage to face her 5th round of chemo through playing music. Since March 2020, we lost all ticket revenue. Our fundraising gala never took place, losing us $18,000, about a 5th of our revenue. We no longer have our venue with the local school district, and lost access to the school's large percussion instruments and equipment. Now we must buy our own at a cost of $42,000. In total, NVSO has over $57,000 in COVID-related expenses, and our revenue has dropped by half. The arts need ARPA funding to get back on track. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Uvixa Dominguez. Uvixa, are you on the line? Uvixa is not on the line. Our next speaker is Jerry Donato. Jerry, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Can you
Please
hear
proceed.
me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yes, my name is Jerry Donato, and I'm the president of Local 586, the Professional Musicians Union of Arizona, and we have been a union for over 100 years. We've been in existence for quite a while. The allocation of financial help for organizations, nonprofits, definitely help our union members if that organization is working in a partnership, if you will, with the union or alongside the union. Two organizations that stand out with support of the union are the Phoenix Symphony and the Young Sounds of Arizona. The Young Sounds of Arizona is our supported youth group that happens down here through the union, and it has a long history. They have been they have produced quite a number of named musicians in the jazz world. Lewis Nash was a Young Sounds member. Lucas Pino was a Young Sounds member. Just recently, you guys talked about the Suns. If you're at the Suns game last night at halftime, was pop group Jimmy Eat World. Well, the keyboard player in that group was a Young Sounds member. The Young Sounds organization does need financial help. We are hanging by a thread, and we are hoping that we do get some allocations from that. The Phoenix Symphony is strong union membership in the Phoenix Symphony. They do a world of good throughout the community, and I just can't imagine Phoenix without a symphony orchestra. So please consider these two organizations when you are deciding how to allocate funds. And I thank you for your time, and have a great day, folks.
Our next speaker is Dawn Gerundo. Dawn, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, thank you. Mayor Gallegos, council members, and City of Phoenix staff. As part of the Read On Phoenix Executive Committee, I would really like to thank you for all of the work that you have done and the attention to detail that you have provided in addressing such issues as access to child care and high quality, as well as connecting families with digital devices and continuing to support them. This has been a really tough year for our families, our educators, and our teachers. And this support is going to be greatly appreciated as we try to close in what learning loss has happened over this time period. And I hate to say the word loss because it really wasn't lost. It was just an unable opportunity that we didn't or were not able to necessarily provide everything for this year. So your attention to detail is going to change the lives of thousands of children and families across the city, and I greatly appreciate all that you have done. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Greenfield. Mary, are you on the line? Mary is not on the line. Our next speaker is Steve Hanisovsky. Steve, are you on the line?
I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and distinguished members of our City Council. My name is Steve Hanisovsky, and I have been a clarinetist with our Phoenix Symphony and member of the Musicians Union Local 586 for 35 years now. I'm just speaking in support of the Nonprofit Arts and Culture Stabilization Grants, Artists to Work, and Arts Career Advancement Grants. The past 15 months have been particularly devastating for the performing arts. Our stages and concert halls have been dark. Our ability to provide private instruction has been greatly compromised by the limitations of Zoom and other platforms. And our ability to reach out to schools, homeless shelters, hospitals, and hospice has been greatly reduced. My symphony colleagues and I have managed to do our part to keep music that we do alive in the Valley through some limited performance opportunities through the symphony, which we got under some PPP in April and May of 2020, and again, just more recently in April and May of 2021. But in between, as we've been furloughed, we volunteered to perform at hospitals for our frontline workers, vaccination sites, and small outdoor performances in our neighborhoods around the valley. But the arts currently are in a very fragile state as we all begin the process of slowly welcoming audiences back to public spaces for live music and theater, especially because we don't know when we'll be back at any significant capacity for audiences. But this is why this funding is so exciting, because it will be a process to get the performing arts back to the level and frequency of performances that the community enjoyed before March 2020. These various grants can greatly help bridge the financial gaps for not only our major arts organizations and our wonderful community arts groups, but for the many individual artists who make up the Valley's incredible and diverse arts community. So thank you very much for supporting these funding initiatives, and thank you for everything that you do for our city.
Our next speaker is Wendy Johnson. Wendy, are you on the line?
I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the mayor, to the city council, and for the incredible team that put together this proposal. I want to specifically thank Marshall Franklin, Tamara Spendley, and the city management team for what they have done to try to do a fair and balanced approach to helping everyone. I want to thank you on behalf of the Justice Center clients. I'm going to speak really quickly so that I can get this all out. In the first 5 months of this year, we have received 320 new clients compared to 157 in the first 5 months of last year. 34 of them are age 70 and up, 16 women, 18 men. This includes 3 couples and 1 elderly woman caring for her adult daughter. For the 2 men who are over 80, they are 83 and 87 respectively. The 87-year-old has a total income of $204. Neither of them have ever been homeless as an adult before. Of the group that is age 70, 14 of them are first-time homeless. So almost 50% of this significantly elder population we're receiving are first-time homeless. In the 70 and up range, we have 1 person who has $140 a month of income. Justice Center cannot sustain the lives of these folks and get them into some sort of program without the passion of the community and leaders like yourself. We would not have survived COVID without the Human Services Department. On behalf of everyone, thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Lang, followed by Ismael Morales. Alex, are you on the line?
Oh, what? Hello?
Alex, are you on the
Yes,
line?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I am. Great. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and the City Council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alex Lang, and I'm here as a musician from the Phoenix Symphony and a member of Local 586, the American Federation of Musicians. Despite being furloughed for this entire season due to COVID, Phoenix Symphony musicians kept performing and setting up concerts and performances for their neighbors, and in particular, frontline health workers. And we did this without payment as a means to be of service and to connect with each other and an audience. I think as much as anything this year has demonstrated one of the key roles the arts plays is in convening, bringing people together. And the inability to bring people together has impacted us as artists, as arts workers, and as providers for our families. So the funding proposal before you offers key and needed support for arts and arts workers and arts organizations to get back to doing what we love, and in so doing, create opportunities to bring this community together. And with tonight being what it is for the Suns, I want to say when I first moved to town in 2001, 2002, the Suns were regularly in the playoffs. And one of the things I loved most about being in the Phoenix Symphony during this time of year was coming outside after shows and just seeing the hustle and bustle of our city and the way people come together. And I felt proud that the Phoenix Symphony sort of contributed to that. So I want to say now that while I'm really missing the opportunity to be out there in this energy concertizing in the midst of all the NBA hubbub, I'm looking forward to getting back to that next year when the Suns are going to be defending their NBA championship. And the funding that you'll provide for us hopefully will help us, the Phoenix Symphony, be a part of that vibrant downtown. So thank you for that.
Our next speaker is Ismael Morales, followed by Karen Potter. Ismael, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and council members. My name is Ismael Morales, and I serve on the Phoenix Arts and Culture Commission and live in District 3. I do want to take the time to comment about the federal funds that we are expected to receive from the American Rescue Plan Fund. I want to talk specifically to the arts programs in this city. I am approaching my third year living in the city of Phoenix. I used to live in Los Angeles County in California for the first 31 years of my life. And although LA City and County do have an emphasis on the arts for LA County and City, the city of Phoenix has a phenomenal plan for arts and culture. For the past year and a half, COVID-19 has impacted many artists in our city in regards to their programming, especially when they depended on live events for what they do. Our youth has also been impacted in terms of the appreciation of arts in the city. The almost $5 million that the city wants to allocate these funds is very meaningful. Having arts programs and getting artists back on their feet should be a priority. And with the action today on this, we'll make a bold statement that we want to have a Phoenix thriving again. Arts is an economic driver for recovery. As Mr. Menchaca has previously mentioned, it has generated over $400 million to our economy, which is very beneficial to our city. With this, we can continue to advocate for our artists and especially to our youth that are interested in the arts. And as some previous speakers have mentioned, it is also very, very, very beneficial to them. So with this, please do consider that along with the other funds. Thank you very much for taking commentary on this.
Our next speaker is Karen Potter, followed by Ann Reichman. Karen, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Gallego, council members, and the City of Phoenix staff. My name is Karen Potter, and I'm the Utility Program Manager for the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, otherwise known as SWEEP, a regional public interest organization focused on eliminating waste from power generation and transportation systems in order to save all Arizonans money. I am also a Phoenix native and resident. SWEEP is calling today to support the city's direction in allocating federal dollars from the American Rescue Plan. We think the $23 million allocation proposed for the infrastructure, technology, and capital needs portion within the city operations investment is a good start. However, we want to encourage the city to consider its role in enabling the growth of electric vehicles as a part of this plan. Arizona's EV sales have grown six-fold since 2011, as Arizona holds one of the highest EV market shares in the Southwest at 2.54%. Recognizing these trends, the Arizona Corporation Commission directed APS and TEP to convene hundreds of diverse stakeholders to develop a comprehensive statewide plan that encourages this transition to electric vehicles be done in the public interest. This plan features not only an EV enablement goal for APS and TEP, but includes several near-term and medium-term actions local governments can take to support Arizona's rapidly growing EV manufacturing industry while supporting underserved communities in this transition to an electrified transportation sector. While the city has already taken steps to support greater use of EVs, much more must be done to meet the increasing consumer demand in a way that supports the city's climate mitigation goals. SWEEP welcomes the opportunity to elaborate on our position and engage in this matter further with city staff and city council. And in conclusion, SWEEP urges the council to use ARPA funds to double down on efficient investments in transportation electrification so that Phoenix residents can benefit from a robust local economy and cleaner air. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Our Our next speaker is Ann Reichman, followed by Douglas Robinson. Ann, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and members of the council. My name is Ann Richmond. I am director of ASU's Sustainable Cities Network, which is an education and outreach program that convenes Arizona cities and towns so they can share best practices on sustainability related topics of interest and need. The city of Phoenix is one of our founding city partners. I am calling today to encourage the city to strongly consider including green infrastructure and electric vehicle infrastructure as primary tools in its improvement portfolio when using the ARPA funds. Specifically regarding green infrastructure, over the last 10 years, the network, through its Green Infrastructure Work Group, has worked closely with some of the cities and most of the Maricopa County on furthering communities' understanding and use of green infrastructure. As one of your previous speakers mentioned on the Colorado River update, water conservation is going to become even more important with the anticipated drought conditions and possible shortages. Wise use of on-site rainwater and stormwater are both an essential and largely untapped resource that must be used to help augment anticipated deficiencies. In 2019, the network, in collaboration with the cities of Phoenix and several other communities, created the Low Impact Development, which is a free public resource used by cities and towns and private developers to implement and further green infrastructure, such as curb cuts, bioswales, and rainwater harvesting basins. We're now working with MAG to solidify those and adopt those. The beauty of green infrastructure is that it's a solution multiplier, so it provides many benefits with just a single investment. With that, I will close, and thank you so much for allowing me to share my comments.
Our next speaker is Douglas Robinson, followed by Michael Rogers. Douglas, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to talk. I am Secretary Treasurer of American Federation of Musicians Local 586, and I'm basically here to echo what so many of my colleagues have already stated about the dire situation that COVID has left our performance arts organizations in particular the Phoenix Symphony and Young Sounds of Arizona. I have been a part of both of these institutions for 40 years. Phoenix Symphony, I took lessons with the teachers. I played my first professional opportunities with them, and now I find myself as a contract administrator. I'm also going to advocate on the labor union side a bit here and mention the importance of what goes on backstage at with these great performance institutions. We have strong unions in our stagehands and IATSE members. We have bus drivers that drive our participants at the concerts to the show. There's a lot connected to these performance arts organizations, and we very much would appreciate consideration for further funding in order to keep these valuable institutions alive for the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Rogers, followed by Brian Schock. Michael, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Mayor Gallego and distinguished members of council, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I am chairman of the Papago Vista Neighborhood Association in East Phoenix and a member of the Common Sense Coalition. I have been listening, and I'm intensely impressed with what's taken place here. My compliments, first of all, to the city council and to the staff for putting this program together. It obviously represents thousands of hours of work from various people. The homeless mental health and behavioral health programs, I couldn't cheer louder for that. After school programs, child care programs, arts programs, workforce training programs. Excellent, excellent. Good job. My applause. If I had a criticism, it would be this. I feel like in all of this, we're running the risk of being like Nero playing the fiddle while Rome burns. We have all of this wonderful opportunity, and we're going to have great effect to help people's lives. But to neglect to mention first responders and those who provide public safety support in this city as if they have not been affected by the pandemic, I think is a glaring omission. I understand Ed Zurcher talking about this is a Phoenix budget issue and not under ARPA. I get that, but I see the two as inseparable. I see every single one of these programs, with very few exceptions, being absolutely supported and underpinned by the first responders that provide for our public safety and for our policing. And I hope that moving forward, the council will set aside political differences and begin to address this with wisdom and an elevated sense of purpose. We have to get this going. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Schock, followed by the Reverend Martha Seaman. Brian, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to comment. Like others, I'm here to express my support for the use of ARPA funding for green stormwater infrastructure. If you're not familiar with green stormwater infrastructure, it is a technique that mimics natural water processes. It works with plants, soils, trees. It captures stormwater runoff and cleans this runoff before it returns back to the ground or later for reuse. I am a civil engineer. I've been practicing here in the Valley since 2001. And as a good friend of mine used to say, civil engineers are trained to treat stormwater as a nuisance. You know, we collect it in pipes and channels as fast as we can to get it out of the area as quickly as possible. And that perspective, that mindset needs to change, especially with what we heard today regarding the Colorado River update. So what's really nice about green stormwater infrastructure is the bang for the buck. You've heard it already from a few people that have spoken. It reduces stormwater runoff. It treats urban heat island effect. Local flooding is mitigated. It increases infiltration for water conservation. It improves stormwater quality. It just enhances the environment, and it allows for more trees and vegetation, which then gives more shade. So in a lot of these issues I just brought up have been, mentioned and brought up by you yourself throughout this meeting. So I strongly suggest and recommend that you consider funding for green stormwater infrastructure.
Our next speaker is the Reverend Martha Seaman, followed by Karen Schell. Reverend Seaman, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Martha Seaman. I am president of the board of Valley Interfaith Project. Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff, as Phoenix emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for a massive workforce training and retraining effort akin to a Phoenix GI Bill will be vital to restarting our economy. We congratulate the city's leadership for recognizing and prioritizing the importance of investing in workforce training. We look forward to building a partnership with the city of Phoenix. VIP's local workforce strategy is Arizona Career Pathways, ACP. Founded in 2011, ACP works with residents who are struggling with low wage and dead-end jobs by providing the necessary assistance for them to graduate with an associate degree or certificate in a field where there is high demand for living wage, paying, and career path jobs. ACP offers comprehensive wraparound services to ensure students complete training by removing barriers to completion and student success. These include intensive case management and covering educational expenses, as well as childcare, housing assistance, and transportation that could derail a student's ability to graduate. The ACP strategy is based on Project Quest in San Antonio, which has been replicated across the Southwest, including Tucson. These projects are nationally recognized as the most effective workforce training strategies in the country. Some highlights of ACP include a retention rate exceeding 85%. Last year's graduates experienced average wage increases of $35,000 per person, with post-training wages averaging $47,000. The return on investment was 342%. We look forward to working with you all.
Our next speaker is Karen Schell, followed by Kieran Sikdar. Karen, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Yes. I am the founder and executive director of Kids in Focus, a local nonprofit arts organization serving at-risk youth throughout Phoenix by pairing volunteer photographer mentors with kids experiencing abuse, neglect, homelessness, poverty, disabilities, and other traumas. I experienced firsthand the critical importance of arts programming for underserved youth. Supporting arts and culture is supporting keeping disadvantaged youth in school and out of trouble. It is supporting youth to become self-reliant, contributing adults rather than dependent upon the government. It is supporting the mental, physical, and social health of our community's most vulnerable youth. Jerry Lewis, Assistant Superintendent of Sequoia Schools, says arts programming like Kids in Focus is the most powerful programs provided to their students and instills mental health, hope, and character that cannot be replicated with other programs. These evidence-based programs, provided free of charge, reduce anger issues, build emotional regulation while increasing self-efficacy, good character, and sense of community. The effects of last year's shutdown and the many restrictions that followed have been particularly devastating for these kids because for many of them, school and social programs are the only stable and positive things in their lives. So more than ever, these kids need help to learn to navigate these stressful times and build resilience. The funding provided to Kids in Focus by the City of Phoenix is instrumental to our continuing to serve youth in this capacity, always, but especially during the current economic situation for nonprofits with decreased donations, inability to hold fundraisers, and canceled grant cycles. Arts and culture programs and services like Kids in Focus are proven to alter the course of troubled lives. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my comments.
Our next speaker is Kieran Sikdar, followed by Colin Tetrault. Kieran, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kieran Sikdar. I'm Director of Green Infrastructure for West Consultants. We're an engineering firm focused on a variety of engineering services, including stormwater management. And I wanted to voice my support for and second a lot of the great words from my colleagues focused on green infrastructure. I think one of the great things about green infrastructure using stormwater to the benefit of the city is that it is not a nuisance to be managed and gotten rid of. As one of the earlier commenters said, it is a resource to be used as an asset. And one of the things the city has done is even done its own cost-benefit analysis that shows the positive financial and economic returns as a result of implementing green infrastructure. So I wanted to share some of the benefits from that report, and also that it's a relatively conservative analysis, I think, especially given some of the council's and city's priorities around mitigating urban heat island and protecting vulnerable populations and improving comfort for bikers and pedestrians, as well as supporting the region's tree canopy. Doing that with stormwater with native shade trees is going to be critical. So the last point I'll make is that we pay for damages from stormwater, from erosion, from flooding, sedimentation, and we pay for the cost of water to irrigate landscapes. Why not use our stormwater as an asset, invest in it, prevent those damages, and reap the benefits instead of paying all that money to manage it and as a nuisance. So I'm excited about all the great work you're doing. Let's invest in green infrastructure to support multiple city goals and reduce long-term costs for city and the residents as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Colin Tetrald, followed by Ginger Torres. Colin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Colin Tetrald, a resident of District 6 and an enthusiastic supporter like you of ensuring that Phoenix is a wonderful place to live, work, and play now and into the future by ensuring that we have a protected and robust environment, safe, healthy, and well residents, and a thriving and resilient economy. I speak today in support of your consideration for the use of ARP funds for areas where a lens of sustainability will have a multiplier effect to help our people, our environment, and our economy. Your due consideration of items like EV charging and associated infrastructure, residential energy efficiency opportunities, which by the way reduce emissions, but also save money for persons who need it most, encouraging mode shift transportation opportunities, including prioritizing pedestrian and non-vehicular safety and movement opportunities, and in particular, significant consideration of focusing our investments on creating a circular economy for Phoenix and the region by updating our recycling infrastructure that will have a multi-fold impact of reducing long-term environmental impact, mitigating future resident cost increases, and positioning the Phoenix region as a leader for domestic and international investment and leadership in this sector. Phoenix was the leader in this materials management sector 30 years ago. We can and should be a thought and economic leader in this moving forward. It is a precondition of a vibrant and thriving economy that the government champion and advance in a sophisticated manner sustainability throughout its community. The most resilient, healthy, and competitive cities not only understand this, but consistently invest in this. Madam Mayor and honorable members of the council, thank you for your consideration of my comments and your continued leadership to ensure Phoenix can do well and do good for all persons, our environment, and our economy. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ginger Torres, followed by Jesse Westad. Ginger, are you on the line?
I am. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I am Vice Chair of the Environmental Quality and Sustainability Commission and Chair of the Urban Heat Island Tree and Shade Subcommittee. Our subcommittee is looking into strategies to reduce the effects of heat on city residents and boost investment in the urban tree canopy. The ARPA investments in heat relief, bus stop shelters, and green infrastructure low-impact development projects are smart, solutions multiplying investments. Today, we heard a presentation about the city's water future, allocating ARPA money for infrastructure, technology, and capital needs to address green energy and green streets, flood control, and stormwater projects is crucial to city planning for drought contingency and capturing every last drop of precious water to enhance our green spaces. Encouraging these types of features will help our city remain sustainable and reduce the urban heat island effect. In addition, city ARPA funding for summer heat respite and bus stop shelters is critically needed to protect public health and to help save lives. Last week marked the county's first heat-related death for 2021, and as a reminder, last year Maricopa County reported the highest number of heat-related deaths in recorded history with 323 deaths. Unfortunately, year after year, the numbers of heat-related deaths in our communities has continued to increase, and it is vital to take preventative measures against heat-related deaths now. Providing shade at bus stops and opportunities to escape the elements in public cooling stations, along with providing shade along highly traveled pedestrian corridors, is so important. I commend the city for taking heat relief seriously, first with the budget allocations for programs to accelerate adoption of cool pavement and a green network of cool corridors, and now with the ARPA funding for green infrastructure and heat relief measures. This type of strategic decision-making will help build a more resilient city and will attract good business investments well into our future. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Jesse Westad. Jesse, are you on the line?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jesse Wested. I'm a landscape architect and I'm the owner of Work Urban Design. Obviously, I'm going to speak on behalf of green infrastructure and green streets. And since my colleagues have kind of beat that into the ground, I just want to maybe even go a little bit further on that. And it's kind of looking at the bigger picture, right? How do we go from just a single, like the immediate single family home level where, for example, at a house, you could be using the water from your showers, the gray water from your laundry machines, the stormwater off the roof. You know, we have this abundance of water actually here that nobody really looks at, and it's all just kind of going down the drain. And then if you take that from a single family house and you take that to a multi-family house, and you've got maybe it's 10, it's 20, it's 70 showers that you have access to, and you have a bigger square footage of roof, and you have more AC condensate. And when you start adding up all these pieces, we really have a lot of water that we just keep kind of shoving down the drain. And at the green infrastructure standpoint, it's looking at that local source, right? How can we do it there? And how can we do training for this kind of new job career field? Because there really isn't that much out there. And maybe it's doing large cisterns as art pieces. And we really want to bring attention to these infrastructure projects that highlight what green infrastructure can do. So I think we're really missing a boat on a lot of the pieces. And I have to admit, you know, it's been an uphill battle getting projects approved. And Trisha Balloff with the city of Phoenix is probably tired of me dragging her to every meeting so we can do some of these cool things. So having the city backing behind this, it's just kind of making it a little bit easier for us to do it on the private development side. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It is now 6 o'clock. We will take a 20-minute break and reconvene to continue testimony. Welcome back to the June 8th policy meeting of the Phoenix City Council. We will continue with agenda item number 2, American Rescue Plan Strategic Plan. We have many members of the public to testify, so we will begin with Jesus Arredondo, followed by Martha Avendano. Jesus, the floor is yours.
¿Encuentra Jesús Arredondo? Señora Arredondo. Gracias. Jesus, I'm just informed that Jesus Arredondo is not on the line, only, but Marta Avendano is on the line. Marta, ¿me escucha? Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Marta, le habla el intérprete. Nada más le voy a pedir, por favor, que después de unas 2 oraciones haga una breve pausa para poder interpretar lo mejor posible. ¿Ok? Adelante.
Bueno, mi nombre es Marta, estoy hablando del distrito 7 de Phoenix. Y pues en esta tarde venimos a exigir sobre el dinero del ARPA, que no queremos asegurar que esos fondos vayan directamente a los servicios de la comunidad y no queremos que estos fondos se reduzcan y vayan a los salarios de la policía.
My name is Martha, and we are from District 7, and we are here to demand that the ARPA funds not to be reduced and to go to the police department, but to be dispersed to the services and needs of the community. Thank you.
Nuestra comunidad necesita un cuidado de salud mental gratuita y de reducción de daños. Necesitamos apoyo para los alquileres y servicios públicos con apoyo de ingresos y compensación para el cuidado de los niños. También necesitamos una... Okay.
We also would like support with getting, making mental health services free and other services. ¿Qué otros servicios aparte de los de salud mental mencionaba usted, Marta? Por favor, ¿lo puede repetir?
Sí, claro. Queremos apoyo para el alquiler y servicios públicos y apoyo de ingresos y compensación para el cuidado de niños.
And we also would like rental assistance and public services and also help with daycare or child care.
Necesitamos albergues de bajas barreras y viviendas y centros de alivio para el calor.
We also need more shelters and also other solutions to help people that are out there in the heat.
Y sobre todo queremos recursos accesibles para las comunidades afectadas por el COVID.
And we also want more resources targeted to the people that were affected by COVID.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sierra Ayers, followed by Ana Maria Calderon. Sierra, are you on the line? Sierra is not on the line, so our next speaker is Ana Maria Calderon, followed by Alma Chavez. Ana Maria, are you on the line?
Ana María.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Muy buenas tardes. Ana María, le habla el intérprete. Nada más le pido de favor que después de unas 2 oraciones me permita al intérprete hacer su comentario, interpretar su comentario de la mejor manera posible. Gracias.
Sí, a usted, gracias.
Adelante.
Buenas tardes. Gracias por estarnos escuchando y por estar reunidos en las necesidades de nuestras comunidades. Una de las cosas que requerimos es un centro comunitario con actividades deportivas para nuestros niños y jóvenes.
Thank you. My name is Ana Maria, and I appreciate you guys listening to us and being together to listen to the community requests. We would like to express our need for community service centers and also make sports complexes available or sports activities available for our youth.
También requerimos centros de apoyo psicológico y emocional para la gente afectada, principalmente para la gente que fue afectada por el COVID.
We would also like more service centers to help with aiding mental health issues, especially those that were affected by COVID.
Tiendas y pagos de servicios para toda la comunidad.
Perdón, lo repite de nuevo, se cortó su voz.
Okay. Ayuda para viviendas y pago de servicios para toda la comunidad.
Also, more help, more rental assistance and services, help with services in the community.
Centro de apoyo para personas con adicciones.
And also a substance abuse center.
También transportación gratuita para gente trabajadora y estudiantes que requieren este transporte gratuito para poder llegar a sus trabajos y escuelas.
And also free transportation available for workers and students to make it free so that they can get to school and work.
También apoyo económico para becas para los estudiantes.
And also financial assistance and scholarships for students.
Eso es todo lo que requiero y les agradezco mucho a todos y que Dios los bendiga, que tomen las mejores decisiones para nuestras comunidades y para nuestro país entero. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
And those are all my requests. So thank you for listening to us today, and God bless you, and we hope that you make the best decisions for our community and our country. Thanks again.
Our next speaker is Alma Chavez, followed by Miro Stomenzain. Alma, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Alma Chávez. ¿Se encuentra en la línea?
Aquí estoy. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Alma. Le habla el intérprete. Nada más le pido, por favor, que después de cada 2 oraciones haga una breve pausa para poder interpretar. Adelante, Alma.
Mire, soy pastora y soy capellán. Mi trabajo ha sido por mucho tiempo trabajar en las prisiones y también trabajo dentro de la comunidad. Mi trabajo es trabajar con jóvenes y es ayudarlos a sacarlos de ese lugar. Mi trabajo es, verdad, que esas personas tengan la oportunidad de involucrarse nuevamente a la sociedad. La sociedad los ha relegado y no hemos visto mucho el trabajo de otras personas que puedan hacer este trabajo. Pero te voy a decir algo, les quiero decir a cada uno de ustedes. Creo que si ustedes nos dan la oportunidad para poder trabajar con este tipo de gente, es poder limpiar las comunidades y poder integrar a estos hombres y estas mujeres, porque yo he visto el resultado de nuestro trabajo. Ustedes tienen la oportunidad.
¿Me permite, perdón, nada más para poder interpretar lo que he dicho hasta ahora? Dispense la interrupción, pastora. My name is Alma Chavez. I am a pastor and chaplain, and I have also worked in prisons for a very long time. I've been servicing in our community, also worked with the young people, and I've helped them with trying to get them out of prison, out of that lifestyle, and the challenge that we face is trying to help them to get back into the workforce. They're almost alienated from the community, and it's really hard for them to pick up and get a fresh start. I think that if we give these people the opportunity, maybe perhaps starting by cleaning up our communities, these men and women can really be of benefit in the society. Adelante. Adelante, Alma. Alma, no sé si tiene su teléfono con la opción del silencio porque no le escuchamos.
Ok. Disculpe.
No se preocupe, adelante.
Yo trabajo con una iglesia americana y la iglesia americana tiene todos los recursos porque el mismo gobierno le proporciona toda la ayuda necesaria. Pero yo como hispana no recibo todos los beneficios que el gobierno pudiera ayudarnos para ayudar a esta gente. Y creo que tengo la oportunidad de estar al frente de ustedes hoy para presentar que ustedes tienen esa oportunidad para poder ayudar que nuestra ciudad cambie, para que estas personas reciban la ayuda necesaria para que sus vidas cambien y que podamos nosotros ayudarles a integrarlos a la sociedad.
And so I think that with, I actually work with an American church, and what I find is that this church receives a lot of resources from the government. As Hispanic, I haven't been able to get the benefits that the church gets that I need to help these people. I think that with the leadership that I have and what I've been doing in the community, I can come before you and ask you that you have the opportunity to make this change, to help us with giving these people the help that they need, and to also support them in gradually integrating back into society.
Yo les pregunto, si ustedes trabajaran con nosotros y nosotros con ustedes, ¿qué no haríamos nosotros con nuestra ciudad? Haríamos la diferencia. Y creo que este es un principio, juntamente con ustedes, que podemos hacer muchas cosas para lograr cambiar nuestra ciudad y que nuestra ciudad tenga la oportunidad de ser reconocida, no solamente mundialmente, pero aquí en Estados Unidos, que hacemos la diferencia juntamente con nuestro gobierno. Así que yo les...
Excuse me for the interpreter, excuse me for our interpreter, thank you. The 4 minutes has concluded. Thank you.
Los 4 minutos ya han concluido. Muchas gracias. Would you like me to interpret the last part of what she said?
Please,
before the time was ended? Okay. So I am asking you that if you work with us and we work with you, together we can make a difference in our city. We can make a real difference in our city where it can be recognized for what the difference that it can make, and not only in the state but also in the nation.
Our next speaker is Miros Domenzane, followed by Leslie Duffy. Miros, are you on the line?
Hi there. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to uplift and acknowledge the hard work of Maryville constituents who have been attending these meetings ever since they started. Thanks to them, we can say that we were able to fight for things the community needs. So by all means, they waited hours and hours in the hot sun and waiting for their voices to be heard. I really urge for City Council to please use these funds and really invest in the community because they're extremely necessary. Right now, COVID is still going on, and there's millions of families that are still going through these struggles of being able to continue to maintain their household and not lose their homes because of not being employed. Please, we urge you also to make sure that these resources are accessible accessible, meaning that of restrictions, immigration status, so people are able to take advantage of these benefits that are being offered by the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Duffy, followed by Ann Ender. Leslie, are you on the line? Leslie is not on the line, so our next speaker is Ann Ender, followed by Lisanne Farr. Ann, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Garcia, and council members. Ann Ender, Operation Blue Ribbon. I just want to thank you for the further clarification about the use of the ARPA funds. I think I came into this not fully understanding what this was to do, but I do, however, echo Michael Rogers' comments regarding first responders, because I do think it's kind of an obvious omission in the funding. So I'm hoping, as you have that long runway you discussed, that over the next 3 years that you will consider some funding for what I'm about to discuss. I'm greatly concerned about our shrinking police force. We're losing on average 18 officers per month, only hiring 10. We've got over 830 sworn employees of all ranks that are eligible to retire. So that represents 30% of the current filled positions. This doesn't even take into account the 911 communication operator vacancies. And further, there were shortages created by from COVID, while officers were recovering and other, healthier officers covering for them. So while all this was going on, a significant spike in violent crimes occurred. So we had a 180% rise in domestic violence deaths, 44% increase in homicides, which is the most that the city has experienced since 2007, and escalating gang violence. And during that time, since 2010, our priority 1 emergency calls increased over 24%. And that resulted in these officers, this shorthanded force, responding to over 123,000 emergency calls for service. So while I'm grateful for the city allocating funding to address mental and behavioral health issues among the vulnerable populations, I'm also concerned about the mental and physical health of our police department. Last week during a radio interview, please just as
Our next speaker is Lisanne Farr, followed by Martha Flores. Lisanne, are you on the line? Lisanne is not on the line, so our next speaker is Martha Flores, followed by Concepcion Franco. Martha, are you on the line?
Martha, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Yes, I am on the line. Muy bien, Marta, le habla la intérprete. Si nada más después de 2 oraciones puede hacer una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Marta.
Sí, hola. Bueno, mi nombre es Marta Flores y le quiero decir al concilio que gracias por los fondos que están dando para la comunidad, pero también quiero pedir que esos fondos se puedan, la gente pueda acceder a ellos. De nada sirve que los fondos estén ahí y no se ocupen.
Hello, my name is Marta Flores, and I would like to thank the council members for the funds that they're going to distribute in our community, for making the funds available to the community. However, I ask that they make them available directly to the community members, because it's not helpful to just have the money there but not put it to use.
En lo personal he tratado de acceder a esos fondos y no he podido. Se me ha hecho muy difícil y pues solo quiero pedir que pongan a alguien que se especialice en ayudar solamente a esa gente que necesita los recursos.
So personally, I've been trying to access the funds, and it's been really hard to get a hold of that. So I recommend that you assign someone that's specialized to help people like myself to get access to the funds.
También he visto mucha gente en las calles y ahorita con este calor es muy triste ver que a veces no tienen ni agua o algo para comer. También me gustaría que hubiera gentes que se especializaran en ayudar a esa gente a llevarlas a otros lugares donde puedan no comer y no pasen calor.
And also another thing I've seen is a lot of people on the streets. It makes me really sad to see them with no water, no food, nowhere to go. And I would like to see if there's a group of people that can be specialized in helping the people in the streets to get them to a place where they can get shelter and something to eat and have access to food and water.
Esas son mis exigencias por el momento. Muchas gracias.
Those are my demands for now. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Concepcion Franco, followed by Raydan Fritas. Concepcion, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Concepción Franco. ¿Se encuentra en la línea?
Sí, aquí estoy presente. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Concepción. Le habla la intérprete. Nada más le pido que después de cada 2 oraciones haga una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Concepción.
Ok, bueno, pues aquí estamos en la línea, en la misma raya, en un mismo sentir todo este grupo. Seguimos pidiendo con todo respeto, recordándoles que los fondos para alivio del COVID, que son para la gente y no para la policía o deudas de la ciudad.
Okay. And again, here we are in the same feeling together, and with all due respect, we're here to remind you that the COVID relief funds, we would like for them not to be used for city debt or for the police department.
Y pues así en este mismo sentir exigimos cuidado de salud mental gratuita, reducción de daños y recursos para servicio contra la adicción.
And we would also like more free services for mental health, and also services, reduced services, or for people with substance abuse. We need substance abuse centers in our area.
Necesitamos que colaboren con organizaciones para proveer recursos para personas impactadas por el uso de drogas y adicciones.
We need more programs to be targeted to the people that have been using, affected by substance abuse.
Y es tan necesario invertir para que este daño no crezca más y se haga peor todavía. Aún con esta situación del COVID con la que estamos viviendo, se hacen peor todas las situaciones, las que estamos viviendo la comunidad.
So with all of this, these issues at hand, COVID only makes it worse. So we would like to help to be able to aid to those needs in the community.
Nos hemos dado cuenta que la crisis de vivienda en Phoenix es considerada la peor de la nación.
We have found out that the living crisis in Phoenix is one of the worst.
Necesitamos que esos fondos vayan directamente a la gente necesitada para pagar sus facturas, para cubrir sus necesidades básicas, para sobrevivir. Es muy necesario.
So that we need those funds to go to the people that need it the most, so they'll be able to cover their basic needs, like shelter and food.
Ahora, también nos hemos dado cuenta de que varios de los programas han sido aceptados, pero aún así no pasa nada por el hecho de que
We've also heard that some of these programs have been approved. However, the people can't easily access the funds. We either can't get to the applications, don't have access to applications, so little to none our people are helped to get access to the funds that have been approved. So with that said, we're here to remind you of this.
Our next speaker is Raydan Freitas, followed by Annabelle Gabino. Raydan, are you on the line?
Nuestro siguiente.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
So,
Please proceed.
thank you. So I'm sick, so excuse my voice. But so when we're deciding on what needs to be done with this money from ARPA, that money needs to be focused and centered on helping the working class, Black and Brown, and Indigenous communities of Phoenix that have been hit the hardest by this pandemic. In the past, officials like Mayor Gallego have decided to spend Phoenix's budget on $40 million worth of pay raises for the police while letting the eviction ban be raised this month, putting potentially thousands of people on the street during one of the hottest months of the year in Arizona. The people who will be evicted as a result of this, people who have lost their jobs, their health care, and likely their loved ones during the pandemic and its gross mismanagement. And then after all that, we're just going to let landlords kick more dirt in their eyes, put them out in the street where they can suffer from heat stroke and risk death. It's absolutely intolerable, and it's imperative that it's used to benefit those that have been the most impacted by this pandemic and not put towards the ever-increasing militarization of the most deadly, racist, and cruel police department in the United States, the Phoenix Police Department. This money needs to be put towards free mental health, harm reduction, and addiction services for the communities of color that suffered this worst with addiction during COVID. This money needs to be put towards rent, utility, income assistance, free transportation, and child care stipends so that the working class, Black and Brown communities that were so devastated by this economic collapse during the pandemic can properly recover. This money needs to go towards low barrier shelter, housing, and heat relief centers for the unhoused that have been forgotten and neglected by this council, especially when $40 million of the city's budget was put towards the police and not the people facing the loss of their homes and their lives. This is your chance to fix that mistake. This money needs to be put and used to finally bring a sense of relief to these communities who have been hit the hardest by COVID, while everybody else who is responsible for the economic collapse and the lack of foresight that brought this tragedy upon us, they need to be given a sense of relief and to not have to struggle with the consequences of this last year. If people prosper, the city will prosper.
Our next speaker is Annabelle Gabino, followed by Hector Garcia. Annabelle, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Perdón, Anabel Gavino, perdón, que le interrumpa, le habla la intérprete. Nada más le pido de favor que haga mención de unas 2 oraciones y después me haga una breve pausa para yo poder seguir interpretando por usted. Adelante. Gracias.
Sí, para mí me ha sido muy difícil tener acceso a los beneficios del COVID, por ejemplo, ayuda de la vivienda, de la renta.
For me, my name is Annabelle, and for me, it's been really hard to get access to the benefits during COVID, especially during COVID time, in regards to help with my rent.
También yo quisiera que ustedes tuvieran servicio de cuidado de niños gratuito, porque yo tengo 2 bebés chiquitos y pues se me ha hecho difícil encontrar trabajo porque no tengo dónde dejarlos que me los cuiden.
And I would also like support with child care services. I have 2 babies, and it's been really hard for me to find a job because I don't have anywhere to leave them.
Y yo creo que pues que ustedes sería muy buenísima idea comunidad necesita y no expone la policía porque pues ya tiene bastante ellos.
And I would really like for you to disperse the money to the real needs of the community and not the police because they already have the money that they need. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hector Garcia, followed by Noemi Garcia. Hector, are you on the
Nuestro
line?
siguiente orador es Héctor García, seguido por Noemi García. ¿Se encuentra Héctor en la línea? Héctor García. Buenas tardes, Héctor. Le habla el intérprete. Nada más quiero pedirle, por favor, que después de cada dos oraciones haga una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Héctor.
Gracias una vez más por permitirnos este espacio para participar. Yo estoy aquí pidiendo a ustedes que más recursos o los recursos para la salud mental gratuita, para servicios públicos y también para vivienda.
Okay. Muy bien, gracias. So my name is Hector, and once again, I want to thank you for allowing us to participate. And I am here to just express that we need more mental health services, making them free for our community, and also other public services to meet some of the basic needs, such as the child care, and dijo servicios públicos, se refiere a transportación, Héctor? Okay, and transportation as well.
Ok, mire, nomás también quiero recalcar que los recursos a las comunidades no han sido accesibles. Está ahí el dinero, los fondos, pero mucha gente no ha calificado, se ha quedado fuera. Mucha gente, por alguna otra forma, por los trámites que necesitan hacer, no han calificado o simplemente se les ha negado los recursos. Necesitamos que personas asesoren a esas personas o ayuden más bien a calificar para acceder a los recursos.
And also, I would like to reiterate that in regards to the help that is out there, it hasn't been accessible to the people. There's a lot of red tape around that, and either people don't qualify or get declined. So we need specialists to be out there to really help people through the qualifying process. Or through the process so they can get qualified and get access to the services.
Okay. Mire, y también, por último, también estamos estoy exigiendo por mi parte más apoyo a los servicios de adicciones. Vemos tristemente que en la comunidad ha aumentado las adicciones. De un año para acá, yo creo que en la comunidad ha impactado todo por el COVID y ha aumentado las personas que están viviendo en la calle, que no tienen acceso a vivienda y pues claramente que tienen adicciones o alguna otra enfermedad. Enfermedades de adicción. Yo estoy aquí también para recalcar eso, que se apoye más a esas personas, a las adicciones, a los centros, y que sea gratuita. Gracias.
And also I'm here to advocate for those people that have addictions, in the last year, we've seen an increase of people in the community affected by COVID, I think has had a major influence in the increase of more cases of people out on the streets and more addiction. So I would like to just reiterate that we need substance abuse services and to make them free. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noemi Garcia, followed by Beatriz Garcia. Noemi, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Noemi García, seguida por Beatriz García. Noemi, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Noemi, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Noemi García, escuchamos silencio. No sé si tengan el teléfono en silencio. Necesiten cambiar la opción para que se escuche la bocina.
No se encuentra Noemi, pero está Betty.
Okay. So Noemi is not here, but Beatriz is here. Okay, Beatriz, ¿nos escucha? Muy bien, Beatriz. Habla el intérprete. Si por favor después de cada 2 oraciones puedes hacer una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Beatriz.
Sí, mire, yo nada más lo que estoy pidiendo es cuidado de salud mental gratuita y reducción de daños de recursos para servicios contra la adicción. Para las drogas, que hagan más centros de rehabilitaciones para que podamos ayudar a los jóvenes que están en drogas.
My name is Beatriz, and I am asking for more support for those that suffer from mental health, to have more mental health centers and making it free for the community. Also, more services, more rehab centers for those suffering from addiction and substance abuse, and also making that available free for the community.
Otra petición es que para los recursos de ayuda que dan, que nos los hagan más accesibles, porque esta vez fue muy difícil poder llenar las aplicaciones, sobre todo en teléfonos. A veces hay teléfonos que no son con internet.
And another request I have is to make the resources more accessible to the people. This last time around, when we tried to apply even for the phone, or if we didn't have internet, it was more complicated to apply. Beatriz, no la escuchamos. No se escucha. Adelante.
Sí, yo quiero decirles que esta vez quedé sorprendida porque nos dieron unas esperanzas que últimamente no nos estaban tomando en cuenta, y gracias porque ahora sí nos hicieron un poco de caso.
So I just want to say I'm surprised because now we have some hope that you're actually listening to what we've been conveying, and so thank you for that.
Our next speaker is Hoya Gaxiola, followed by Judy Gonsalves. Hoya, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Hoya Gagiola, seguida por Judy Gonsalves. Hoya Gagiola, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
No.
No? Okay. Hoya Gagiola is not on the line. Judy Gonsalves, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Oh, I'm sorry. Not as much.
Judy Gonsalves is not on the line, so our next speaker is Cynthia Graber, followed by Valerie Grosso. Cynthia, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Please proceed.
First of all, yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I need to echo on Mike Rogers and Ann Ender's comments. Mayor, council members, city staff, thank you for all of your efforts in creating the detailed budget for the American Rescue Plan. It is well researched and everything looks great except for one major detail. I am a fourth generation native and I care about making Phoenix better for generations to come. I read through the American Rescue Plan Act and the intentions of how the money should be spent and decided I had to speak. Because in the allocations of funding, included in the federal guidelines and not included in the city's allocation was funding for premium pay for essential workers offering additional support to those who have borne and will bear the greatest health risk because of their service. The city's most essential workers are 911 operators, police, fire, sanitation, and water. We are short 75 911 dispatch operators and over 500 police officers. When is the city, whose purpose is to protect property and people, going to start supporting our public safety? Instead of spending $500,000 or more on covered bus stops, which our police officers have to protect, why not give the $500,000 to public safety for incentives and hiring? Why not give public safety the free transit and the childcare? If we are going to fund free transportation and free childcare, it must be attached to a paycheck as an incentive to go back to work. Why not offer it to all city employees? Why just the airport? Why not everyone? We must start thinking of incentives for new hires for public safety. We are in a crisis mode. Think now to protect the city of Phoenix future. This is our future. This is the future to come. This is for generations to come. I challenge all the people who want to defund the police. I want them to get involved in their neighborhoods, get involved with block watches, get involved with the communities, get to know the commanders, get to know the lieutenants and the sergeants. They are a huge part of my community, and I thank them every day for protecting all the children along 19th Avenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Valerie Grosso, followed by Maria Gutierrez. Valerie, are you on the line? Valerie is not on the line, so our next speaker is Maria Gutierrez, followed by Claudia H.
María, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
Sí, aquí estoy.
Muy bien, María, buenas tardes. Yo soy el intérprete y nada más le pido que por favor después de 2 oraciones haga una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, María.
Ok, como dijo, mi nombre es María Gutiérrez. Soy una voluntaria para una organización que se llama Poder en Acción. Estoy aquí no para pedir, para exigir un poquito de cambio. No estamos pidiendo que no haya presupuesto para la policía. Estamos pidiendo que no sea tan alto, que sean justos y nos den lo verdaderamente importante, que es fondos para nuestros hospitales de salud mental, fondos para abrir centros de rehabilitación de drogas para los jóvenes. Estoy aquí para exigir que no más dinero a la policía. No creo que sea necesario cuando tenemos muchas cosas de mayor importancia.
My name is Maria Gutierrez, and I am a volunteer with an organization by the name of Poder en Acción, and I demand some change. What we need is to direct the funds to the people with mental health that need the mental health services and also substance abuse centers. I don't think that the police needs the money. I think we need to disperse the money to these other needs.
Sí, mire, también estoy aquí para pedirles si pudieran, no, por favor, también un poquito de exigencia, que sigan escuchando al pueblo, porque la verdad sí estamos agradecidos por todo lo que están haciendo como ciudad, como comunidad, pero nos falta que por favor sean accesibles con el cuestionario, porque ha habido mucha gente que ha estado necesitando realmente y no han podido tener acceso a ese cuestionario tan difícil, a tanta pregunta, tanta exigencia. Pienso que si quieren ayudar, sean más sensibles y piensen un poquito en gente que de verdad no tiene teléfonos inteligentes, no hay una computadora, gente que no tiene internet. ¿Cómo ellos van a poder acceder a esos beneficios? Entonces, por favor, si pueden cambiar un poquito eso para que podamos todos tener un poquito de alivio a importantísima crisis que tenemos por el COVID.
So I also demand for you to listen to the demands of the community. We're very thankful for what you're trying to implement. However, one of the things, like the questionnaire, has been really hard for the people to complete it. There's a lot of questions, and it's complicated for people. Also, to be sensitive to the fact that the people, some of the people that have these real needs, don't have the technology, don't have the smartphones or access to the internet. So we would like for you to make it more accessible so that those that really need the relief from this COVID situation can really get it.
Sí, pues aquí sigo, ¿verdad? Entonces, pues muchas gracias, de antemano muchas gracias porque por la ayuda, pero sí estamos tratando de pedir un poquito más, de que tengan más acceso a los ayuda para las gentes en adicción, que tengan más servicios para ellos, para que no haber tantos muchachos en la calle, y también un poquito de exigencia para los housing, para los jóvenes en las calles. Es triste verlos que nuestros calorones en las calles tirados, dormidos abajo de los árboles, abajo de los puentes, y necesitamos un poquito, estamos exigiendo un poquito de todo. Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
So thanks again for the help that you're bringing, but also we would like the help for the people to have access to these services, especially those with substance abuse and people that are living on the streets, because we're seeing more people, and it's really sad to see them under bridges and trees. Thank you again for your attention.
Our next speaker is Claudia H., followed by Jennifer Hernandez. Claudia, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Claudia H., seguido por Jennifer Hernández. ¿Se encuentra Claudia en la línea?
No.
Okay, no, Claudia is not on the line.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Hernandez, followed by Jonas Kasey. Jennifer, are you on the line?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Awesome. Yes, good evening, council members. It is 7:12 now. I've been here since 2:30, and it has been very hectic and hot. I just want to start with that. But yeah, I just want to start with my statement by saying that the impacts of COVID and the mental health of Phoenix residents is going to last long beyond this pandemic. Communities of color and poor folks were hit hardest. We lost lives, we lost money, we lost our jobs and our houses. And now we are at serious risk of being left behind in the recovery. And even during the deadly pandemic, I want to remind y'all that the Phoenix police have repeatedly continued to punish, brutalize, and kill more of our people, and just for experiencing a mental health crisis during one of the worst times in our lives. We must prioritize free, easily accessible mental health care for people of color, young people, and people experiencing poverty. It is essential to keep folks safe and able to recover in Phoenix. We continue to demand free transportation for the ones who lost their cars and jobs. We demand to have low barrier accessible housing for our homeless community and communities who have suffered poverty because of COVID. We demand to have child care support and utility and rent assistance because our youth can't go to school without taking care of their siblings, and our parents can't afford to not work when we are on the verge of being left without a home. Most of you have the privilege to never know what it will be like to survive every day, and instead, most of you get to live your life. So I ask you to please understand that we need this money as people who don't have that privilege, as people who have to survive day by day, as Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, to give us that free mental health resources, to give us rent, utility, and income, and free transportation, to give us low barrier shelter and housing, and accessible resources overall.
Our next speaker is Jonas Kasey, followed by Ana Laura. Jonas, are you on the line?
Yes, Jonas is here on the line. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
So what I wanted to mention today is like the fact that the city and state have failed me my entire life for somebody who's a Black person who suffers from mental health issues, and just continuing to see the failed policies of the city and state continue to inflict mandatory treatment and incarceration and have like barriers to access to low income shelters and housing. And the fact that we have a chance to actually do something with this, with the funding that we're going to get from the federal government, and actually tackle recovery for communities that have been hit the hardest. I'm coming to you asking you honestly, from genuinely from my heart, and hopefully this changes your mind and makes you prioritize something that you can change the life for the health and welfare of communities that have been hit the hardest during COVID, is to prioritize mental health and drug and substance abuse programs and actually put this money into funding, because you can improve the lives of so many people in so many different communities. You guys have an actual chance to make change. So again, I'm coming here to ask you guys to do your jobs as elected officials and represent the well-being and the best interest of your guys' collective communities before your own political careers. That's all.
Our next speaker is Ana Laura, followed by Georgina Martinez. Ana, are you on the line?
Ana Laura, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Ana Laura. No sé si el teléfono esté en opción de silencio, pero no le escuchamos.
No se encuentra en la línea.
No se encuentra en la línea, gracias. Ana Laura is not on the line. Georgina Martinez, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
Not on the line.
Okay, not on the line.
Thank you.
Georgina is not on the line.
Our next speaker is Justin McKay, followed by Lourdes Miranda. Justin, are you on the line? Justin is not on the line, so our next speaker is Lourdes Miranda, followed by Ismael Moreno.
Lourdes, ¿se encuentra en la línea? Muy bien, Lourdes, buenas tardes. Lourdes, le habla el intérprete. Sí, por favor, nada más hacer una breve pausa después de cada 2 oraciones para permitirme interpretar para usted.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Lourdes y vivo en Phoenix.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Lourdes and I live in Phoenix.
Pues yo personalmente he vivido la necesidad de pedir ayuda porque a mí y a mi esposo y a uno de mis hijos sufrimos la pandemia del COVID-19.
And personally, my husband and my son and myself have been really affected by COVID-19.
Y a través de esto mi hija sufre de depresión por el COVID. Por eso creo que sería muy bueno que nos escuchen, que vean nuestras necesidades.
And as a result, my daughter is suffering from depression, also influenced by COVID, and that's why we are asking for you to listen, to really listen to us, to our needs.
Es necesario que ayuden a nuestra comunidad, por eso pedimos que nos ayuden con cuidado de salud mental.
And it's necessary for you to listen to the community and to help us with mental health services.
Apoyo para servicios de vivienda, albergues y recursos accesibles para las personas afectadas.
Also, to support us with living services such as rental and with housing services, shelters, and also for Dijo que viviendas, albergues y qué otra cosa mencionó, perdón, Lourdes.
Recursos accesibles
Recursos
para
accesibles.
las personas afectadas del COVID-19.
And also resources, of making resources available to those that were directly affected by COVID.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos y apoyarnos.
Thank you for listening to us and supporting us.
Our next speaker is Ismael Moreno, followed by Natividad Moreno. Ismael, are you on the line?
Nuestro siguiente orador es Ismael Moreno, seguido por Natividad Moreno. ¿Se encuentra Ismael?
Sí.
Adelante. Ismael, le habla el intérprete. Sí, por favor, después de cada 2 oraciones, ¿puede ser una breve pausa para interpretarle?
Sí.
Gracias, Ismael. Adelante.
Buenas tardes. Gracias, miembros del Consejo. Gracias por esta oportunidad que nos dan de estar apoyando para que todo salga adelante. Es muy buena labor, muy buen trabajo que se ha hecho.
Hello, my name is Ismael, and I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to be able to support. And I think that the job that you are doing has been great.
El COVID tuvo sus efectos negativos para la salud por el uso de drogas. Empeoraron.
And COVID had a negative impact, especially for those that started using substances. It made it worse.
Recursos que reduzcan el daño que está causando.
And we need the resources to be able to aid to those issues, and we need that available in our communities.
Necesitamos que colaboren con las organizaciones para proveer recursos para personas impactadas por el uso de drogas.
We need you to collaborate with agencies that are trying to support those that have substance abuse issues.
Es necesario invertir en esto para no crear más daño en nuestras comunidades y prevenir que crezca esta crisis, principalmente para nuestros jóvenes.
And it's important to invest in this to help prevent the crisis from continuing to grow, especially our youth that's mostly being affected.
La crisis de vivienda en Phoenix es considerada regular en la nación.
The housing crisis in Phoenix is above average in the nation.
Necesitamos que apoyen recursos de vivienda, alivio de utilidades y también asistencia de ingresos y cuidado de niños con los fondos de ARPA.
And we also need more help with housing services, child care, and relief assistance from COVID from the ARPA funds.
Necesitamos que los fondos vayan directamente a la gente con necesidades para pagar sus facturas y cubrir necesidades básicas para sobrevivir.
We need the funds to go directly to the people so they can cover their living costs and all the other basic needs.
Somos las mismas personas que tuvimos que arriesgarnos durante la pandemia para que otros pudieran quedarse en casa.
We are the same people that had to risk ourselves to go out there and work while others stayed home.
Y ahora necesitamos de su apoyo, pero también que estos recursos sean de fácil acceso, que no pase como pasaba anteriormente, que nada más los veíamos pasar, pero nunca recibíamos ayuda. Ahora esperemos que esto sea buen resultado y nosotros estaremos muy agradecidos con ustedes y su trabajo es muy loable. Que Dios los bendiga.
And also with this, we hope that you support us, bring us the support that we need, and that we get so that we can get better results and also especially with getting access to resources so that it's not as difficult as it was the first time around, so that more people can actually get the help. So thank you again. We think your work is valuable, very valuable. Thank you for all you do.
Our next speaker is Natividad Moreno, followed by Erica Oval. Natividad, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Natividad Moreno, seguido por Erika Ovalle. ¿Se encuentra Natividad?
No.
No, she's not on the line.
Our next speaker is Erica Oval, followed by Vincent Peterson. Erica, are you on the line? Erica is not on the line, so our next speaker is Vincent Peterson, followed by Sushil Rao. Vincent, are you on the line? Vincent is not on the line. Our next speaker is Sushil Rao, followed by Mauricio Reyes. Sushil, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Prior to COVID, I worked in the arts and entertainment industry in Phoenix, which is still not reopened due to the pandemic. COVID was a huge challenge to pay for food, rent, phone, and all the rest of the financial demands imposed by society, though not even close to the biggest problem exposed this past year. This past week, we finally heard from a very slow court system and ruling from a local judge on how these police have broken the law. Some of you remarked that a turnout to a recent plea event was a reflection of what community thinks about police, and managed to immediately dismiss the hundreds of events over the past year calling for an end to police brutality and accountability for the violence committed. Ignoring these court facts and laws are partisan, un-American, and illegal. Last time I spoke here was for plea negotiations, in which I advised that these cops are targeting protesters. I wasn't listened to, and the city of Phoenix pays them very well to extol their violence on Black and brown communities. Sal DeCiccio swayed that decision by name-calling those speaking out and against as, and I quote, crazy hater racists. These were followed up by a thank you and a vote in support by Mayor Kate and the majority of City Council.
Sushil, the
Today,
agenda item is on American Rescue Plan Act.
Still on the street.
Mr. Sushil, this item is on American Rescue Plan Act. Do you have a comment on the American Rescue Plan?
Yes, I do. I demand a commitment by City Council not to give any more much-needed community dollars to cops. Look to get reimbursed for their lack of service and poor performance, and give that money to the long list of much-needed community programs, and stop listening to the propaganda by those benefiting from it the most.
Our next speaker is Mauricio Reyes, followed by Juana Rita. Mauricio, are you on the line?
Mauricio se encuentra en la línea. Mauricio?
No.
Okay. Mauricio is not on the line. Juana Rita se encuentra en la línea. Juana Rita. Okay. It appears that Juana Rita is not on the line.
Thank you.
Bueno.
Juana, ¿se encuentra? ¿Habla Juana?
Sí.
Ok, muy bien, Juana. Mire, le habla el intérprete. Nada más le voy a pedir que, por favor, después de cada 2 oraciones, haga una breve pausa para interpretarle. Muchas gracias. Juana is on the line. Adelante, Juana.
Ok, está bien. Pues muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Juana. Estoy aquí desde las 2:30 en este calorón sufriendo. He escuchado todo lo que han propuesto, ¿verdad? En parte les doy las gracias por haber escuchado nuestras peticiones, las peticiones de toda la comunidad.
So my name is Juana. Good afternoon to everyone. And I've been on the line since 2:30 in this heat, putting up with this heat, and I've been listening to all the proposals, and I would like to thank you to listening to the needs of the community.
Pero también estoy aquí, ¿verdad?, para exigir que, por ejemplo, todo el dinero que han recibido para ayuda por el COVID sea específicamente para ayudar a la comunidad, como por ejemplo con servicios de alquiler, renta, biles, ¿verdad? Todos los servicios públicos.
And I am here to, but I'm also here to demand that all the COVID relief funds be specifically used to help the community. For example, with housing, with everyday bills and services.
Sé que sí están en su lista, pero también quiero pedir que los recursos sean accesibles para todos nosotros, porque, por ejemplo, en mi persona yo he aplicado 2 veces para esa ayuda y no me han podido ayudar. Cuando, por ejemplo, el gobierno federal deposita directamente a los ciudadanos un cheque sin que ellos no tengan que pedir. Y nosotros tenemos que estar como limosneando ese dinero.
And so I know that the money, all these things are on your list, but however, I would like for you to make it more accessible for those that really need it. For example, in my case, I've applied twice and I haven't been able to get the help. When we get the help from the federal help, the money just comes directly into the people's accounts without them asking for it. And it's almost like we have to go through a process where we have to beg for the money.
Como grupo de esas personas que son verdad, directamente impactadas también, que sí es cierto, somos indocumentados, pero creo que pagamos impuestos, siempre estamos al corriente con nuestras cosas, ¿verdad? Desgraciadamente esta pandemia nos ha venido a perjudicar a muchas familias.
And we are a part of that group. Yes, you know, we're part of that group of people that maybe don't have documents, but we do pay taxes, and we have also been greatly affected.
Porque inclusive, bueno, yo precisamente he sido afectada por mi salud porque tuve COVID, pero también hay en salud mental muchas personas que necesitan esa ayuda. Y esto no es nomás de ahorita, esto se va a ver reflejado a largo plazo, que todo esto va a tener repercusiones en la salud mental de todo el país, no solamente en Phoenix.
And personally, my health was also affected because I got COVID myself. I had it, but I'm also talking about the people that need the mental health services. And this is a need, it's not just a need for now, it's the long-term need that is going to be reflected not just in Phoenix, but in all our nation.
Por eso les quiero pedir que incluyan también todos esos servicios, pero también que sean accesibles a toda la comunidad, no solamente a determinadas personas, que como gente trabajadora también necesitamos esos recursos.
So that's why I'm asking you to include everyone in the services and also to make it accessible to everyone, not to a certain specific type of people, because we all work hard.
Our next speaker is Berta Rita, followed by Maria Rojas. Berta, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Berta Rita, seguida por Marta Rojas. ¿Se encuentra Berta en la línea? Berta Rita.
Traducción, sí. Acá estoy. Bueno.
Muy bien, Berta. Buenas tardes. Le habla el intérprete. Nada más le pido, por favor, que haga, después de cada 2 oraciones, haga una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Berta.
Okay. Sí, gracias. Bueno, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Berta Rita. Bueno, ahorita estaba oyendo lo que estaban proponiendo los concejales, ¿verdad? Creo que esto fue un buen trabajo hecho por la comunidad, porque si hubiéramos dejado todo esto en manos de ustedes, creo que no estuviéramos escuchando esas propuestas este día.
So, hello, my name is Berta. Good afternoon to everyone. I've been listening to the proposals that have been mentioned today, and I think it's a great job that the community has done, because if we would have left it up to you, we probably wouldn't have been getting all the services that we're getting.
Sí. Soy organizadora en mi comunidad y me he propuesto y me voy a seguir proponiendo organizando nuestras comunidades para exigir lo que merecemos.
And I'm an organizer in my community, and I will continue to organize the efforts in trying to promote these needs of the community.
Muchas gracias por todo, porque ahora sí se ve que nos hicieron caso, ¿verdad? Y todas las cosas que nos han representado a hoy, espero que sí pasen, y porque son necesidades muy necesarias en nuestra comunidad, pero no escuché nada que se enfocaran en, también estuvimos exigiendo un apoyo de fondos, ¿verdad? Para gente que sufre de adicciones. Necesitamos que se enfoquen en eso también, que trabajen en ese programa.
And thank you. You know, we're very happy with what we heard so far. We hope that what is on the proposal passes, but we would also, another thing that we didn't hear that is we feel is important is to direct some of the funds to help people with addiction.
Sí, porque ahorita con el COVID-19, ¿verdad? Nuestras comunidades han sido más, hemos visto que hay más personas con adicciones, con salud mental. Ha crecido mucho ese problema ahorita, incluso también con mucha depresión en nuestros niños, porque han estado más de un año encerrados en casa. Entonces necesitamos más recursos para estas personas que sufren de adicciones. Es lo único que les pido, que por favor piensen también en estas personas que necesitan ayuda, un centro para estos jóvenes personas que sufren de adicciones.
So with COVID-19, it has affected a lot of people in different ways, including mental health, and substance abuse has magnified as a result, and even children are showing signs of depression from being cooped in at home for over a year. So we hope that you really understand and are sensitive to those needs, especially those also that, like I mentioned before, people that have addiction.
Sí, bueno, más quisiera decirle a los concejales que si pueden ellos enfocarse más en los problemas de cada distrito que ellos tienen, que nos representan, porque creo que nos están haciendo un buen trabajo, ¿verdad? Porque ellos saben las necesidades de nosotros y muchas veces no las presentan ahí. No nos toman en cuenta, entonces me gustaría que se enfoquen más en sus comunidades, que en verdad estén para trabajar para nosotros. Y es todo. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
To say to the council members, for those that represent each of our districts, to really focus and represent the needs of each district, because I don't hear them voicing the needs of their particular districts. So I would like to hear more of them to focus on that, to really propose that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Maria Rojas, followed by Suzanne Rowe. Maria, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es María Rojas, seguido por Suzanne Rowe. ¿Se encuentra María?
Sí. Sí.
María, buenas tardes. Le habla el intérprete. Si por favor después de cada 2 oraciones puede ser una breve pausa para interpretarle.
Sí, muchas gracias al concilio.
Gracias.
Efectos negativos para la salud por el uso de drogas empeoraron durante el COVID.
Hello, my name is Maria, and hello to the council members. And there are a lot of negative effects on health for the use of drugs.
Necesitamos recursos que reduzcan el daño que está pasando y mejoren la salud y seguridad de las comunidades. Necesitamos que colaboren con las organizaciones para proveer recursos para las personas.
So we ask you to please work or collaborate with the agencies that are trying to help meet the needs of our community.
Impactadas por el uso de drogas, adicciones, es necesario invertir en esto para no crear más daño en nuestras vecindades y prevenir que crezca esta crisis.
And we just need the support for those that are in substance abuse, have addiction, continue to invest in that to prevent the crisis from growing in our communities.
Y también le quería decir que yo sufrí de violencia doméstica y me quebraron la cabeza, me metieron el pie en mi vagina, me cicatrizaron mis brazos, mis dedos, mi ojo. Y durante esta pandemia mi trabajo bajó mucho, no dejaron entrar a los lugares donde yo vendía comida, ya me cerraron todas las puertas. Y pues juntó botes, pero los botes los compraban a 1.19, pero ahora los compran a 30 centavos 40, y pues estamos sufriendo pues por la pandemia y pues no hay ayuda para uno. Y gracias a esta organización que nos está ayudando, pero como somos muchas personas, no es mucha la ayuda, porque a todos nos ayuda mucho.
So I was, I'd like to say that I was a victim of domestic violence. My skull was broken, a foot was kicked to my vagina. I have scars on my fingers, on my arms. My eyes were also injured, and during the pandemic, I didn't have, enough work, and a lot of places closed their doors on me, and so I started to pick up cans, and they used to buy them for $1.19, and now they only buy them for 30 cents to 40 cents. So I have been directly impacted by the pandemic and suffering from it. So I'm not the only one. There's a lot of us, and the agency that I'm going through is trying to help all of us, but they can only do so much because it's a lot of us.
Le doy muchas gracias a la organización que me está ayudando, pero yo para trabajar con los botes a mí me duele mucho mi cintura, y ellos a veces me llevan comida, me ayudan mucho, y yo les agradezco, y ellos muy.
So I'm just thankful to the organization that's been reaching out. It's really hard for me when I pick up the cans because my waist hurts, but they go out of their way to bring me food and help me out. So I'm very grateful to that organization.
Our next speaker is Suzanne Rowe, followed by Yasmin Sagastumi. Suzanne, are you on the line? Suzanne is not on the line. Our next speaker is Yasmin Sagastumi, followed by Ana Sanchez. Yasmin, are you on the line? Yasmin is not on the line. Our next speaker is Ana Sanchez, followed by Becky Smith. Anna, are you on the line?
I am. Yes, I am on the line. Thank you very much. I've been waiting since 2:30. I am a citizen of Phoenix, and I represent 75% of your constituents, the ones that work and are not asking for money, but are asking for safety. So I have read the Treasury Q&A guidance in your agenda for today, and it clearly says that public safety and police officers are an eligible class for relief under the ARPA Act. Yet you have completely ignored this class. So I am here to tell you 75% of your constituents are not okay with you giving $40 million to the Arts Department and zero to the police. Let me tell you why the Phoenix Police Department needs relief funds. Number one, the population in Phoenix has increased 43% since 2010, with an estimated 2 million people in 2021 by the end of this year, migrating from dangerous cities like LA, Chicago, and Minneapolis, which at present are struggling because of increasing crime as a result of failed police defunding policies. Number two, violent crime per 1,000 people went from 5.5 to 8.4 in 2020, the COVID year. That's a 53% increase in violent crime because of COVID. Current sworn officers are now 263 less than we had in 2010. This means that human exploitation and trafficking squad is eliminated, as well as community action officers and patrol officers. Do you care at all about the victims of human trafficking? Let me repeat that. Do you care at all about the children being sex trafficked in Phoenix? Because if you haven't seen the stats, they're very scary. In 2020, number 3, there was also an increase of 24% in emergency calls that our officers attended to. All of this supports that relief funds need to go to the Phoenix Police. Yet you have $5 million dedicated to health and vaccines. This is unnecessary when the State Department of Health Services has had to shut down 3 sites already because of lack of flow. We have over 3.3 million people vaccinated in our state already. It is not the city's job to engage in vaccinations when the state already does.
Our next speaker is Becky Smith, followed by Beverly Solis. Becky is not on the line. Our next speaker is Beverly Solis, followed by Adriana Solorio. Beverly is not on the line. Our next speaker is Adriana Solorio, followed by Gerardo Urbino. Adriana, are you on the line?
No, Adriana is not on the line.
Thank you. Our next
Gerardo
speaker
Urbina, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
Sí, sí me encuentro en la línea.
Okay. Gerardo, le habla el intérprete. Si por favor después de cada 2 oraciones podría hacer una breve pausa para poder interpretarle. Adelante, Gerardo.
Ok, mi nombre es Gerardo Urbina. Primeramente, gracias por escucharnos a la concejal y a todo su equipo.
Hello, my name is Gerardo Urbina. I just want to thank the mayor and the council members for listening to us.
Primeramente, pues felicitarla por lo que está haciendo bien, porque vemos que nos está escuchando.
And I just want to congratulate you for what they're doing, because we can tell that you've been listening to us.
Okay, que reciban nuestro pésame por las familias que ahorita están sufriendo la pena de los que perdieron.
And I also want to extend my condolences to those that have lost their family members.
Primeramente, mire, lo que le queremos pedir son que los fondos del COVID sean para la gente, no para la policía o deuda de la ciudad, ¿verdad?
And I would like to express that the COVID relief funds to be used to directly invested in the needs of the people and not the police or any of the city debts.
El apoyo del alquiler de servicios públicos sean de verdad para la gente y que sean de fácil acceso, porque ahorita le digo.
And also to give us more help with housing and also the public services that they're making more accessible to the people.
Yo personalmente he aplicado para los recursos esos y nunca he podido accesar, están muy complicados, que sean más sencillos.
And personally, I have applied for those resources, and it's so complicated, I haven't been able to get approved.
Yo oigo que dicen que los recursos ahí están. Digo, a mí se me figura como que están en una vitrina y nada más ustedes los ven, nosotros no tenemos acceso a eso.
I hear all the time that the resources are there, but I feel like you guys have them up in a shelf and you guys are looking at them, but we can't reach them.
Estamos exigiendo cuidados de salud mental y recursos para servicios contra las adicciones. Eso se puede hacer.
We also demand for mental health services and substance abuse, addiction.
La crisis de la vivienda en Phoenix es una de las peores de la nación. Necesitamos apoyo, recursos a vivienda.
The housing services in Phoenix, or the housing situation in Phoenix, is one of the worst in the nation, and we need more support.
Somos las mismas personas que arriesgamos nuestra vida durante la pandemia.
We are the same people that risk. We're the same people that risked our lives during the pandemic so that you can stay at home.
Somos los trabajadores llamados esenciales, pero necesitamos de su apoyo.
We are what they call essential workers, and now we need your help, your support.
Mucha de la gente más afectada es de nuestra comunidad y la comunidad negra. Entonces,
a lot of the people that were most affected are in our community.
Todo programa gratuito.
So we need free programs.
Que se garantice que nosotros vamos a tener sus ojos en los próximos 200 millones de alivios.
And for us to have a guarantee that we will have the access to the $200 million that has been made available.
Por su atención, pues gracias, ¿verdad? De antemano, y que Dios los bendiga.
Thank you for your attention, and God bless you.
Our next speaker is Estela Varela, followed by Sonia Velasquez. Estela, are you on the line?
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Estela Varela, seguido por Sonia Velázquez. Estela, ¿se encuentra en la línea?
Sí, aquí me encuentro.
Estela, buenas tardes. Le habla el intérprete. Si por favor puede hacer una breve pausa después de cada 2 oraciones para interpretarle. Adelante, Sonia. Estela, perdón.
Sí, buenas tardes. Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Estela Varela y vivo en la ciudad de Phoenix.
Hello, my name is Estela Varela and I live in the city of Phoenix.
Solo quiero decirles que la gente que ahorita no está en la lista, que no está hablando, es gente que llegó de las 2:30 y se tuvo que ir, es gente trabajadora, que por los horarios que ustedes ponen, muchas veces la gente no puede estar, pero habemos mucha comunidad inmigrante o mucha comunidad en Phoenix que necesitamos de muchos recursos que ustedes tienen.
And I just want to start by saying that a lot of the people that are not here to speak or that were here earlier since 2:30, and because they are hardworking people, they can't be here. And although the hours are not the best, when we have these meetings, there's a big community of people, migrant people, that also need the help.
Después de esto, también quiero agradecer a todos, a la ciudad, a ustedes, por los recursos y servicios que nos dieron, que nos han dado hasta ahorita.
First of all, I also want to say thank you all to the city, to all of you for all the services and resources that you've made available.
Creo que al final del túnel estamos viendo una luz.
I feel like we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
Y estoy aquí, mi razón de estar aquí es porque estoy hablando sobre el dinero del ARPA.
The reason I'm here is to talk about the monies from ARPA.
Queremos asegurar que los fondos se queden para los servicios de la comunidad y no para deudas de la ciudad. Especialmente ahora que todavía no ha pasado la pandemia, necesitamos que ustedes nos tomen en cuenta, porque yo soy voluntaria de la organización Poder en Acción y mi deber es hablar con la comunidad, y hay mucha gente que ha sido afectada desde que empezó COVID, han perdido seres queridos, han perdido trabajos y todavía siguen sufriendo por lo que es la pandemia.
And I just want to ensure that the services that the funds are used to meet the services that the community needs. And I am a volunteer with the organization of Poder en Acción, and part of my responsibility is to talk to the people firsthand. And since the beginning of the pandemic, I have heard the stories and seen the people that have lost loved ones and jobs, and I'm still seeing the repercussions from the pandemic and how people continue to be affected by it as a result.
Y como esto, necesitamos recursos que reduzcan el daño que está pasando y mejoren la salud y seguridad de las comunidades. Necesitamos que colaboren con organizaciones para proveer recursos para personas impactadas por el uso de drogas y adicción.
And we would like for you to offer resources that reduces some of the damages and it helps increase the health of those that have been affected, and to collaborate with the organizations that are trying to reach out to those that have been affected by substance abuse and addiction.
Our next speaker is Sonia Velasquez, followed by Luke Black.
Nuestra siguiente oradora es Sonia Velázquez, seguido por Luke Black.
Sonia, are you on the line?
Sonia se encuentra en la línea.
Sí, aquí estoy. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Sonia. Le habla el intérprete. Si después de cada 2 oraciones puede hacer una breve pausa y así yo poder interpretarle. Adelante, Sonia.
Claro que sí. Buenas tardes. Como dijo usted, mi nombre es Sonia Velázquez. Y el día de hoy, al igual que mis compañeros, que estamos aquí reunidos desde las 2 de la tarde, estamos pidiendo, suplicando que escuchen nuestras exigencias y agradecemos que en esta ocasión se redirijan a estos fondos para ayuda de COVID.
My name is Sonia Velasquez. Good afternoon to everyone. I've been here along with with the others here in the organization since 2:30 in the afternoon, and we implore you to listen to our demands. We would like for you to help us with getting the relief that we need from COVID.
Me gustaría recalcar mayor accesibilidad.
And also to increase, to have access to
servicios de salud mental.
The level of access to getting services for mental health.
Ayuda para servicio de adicciones.
And also getting help for addiction services.
Ayuda para renta.
Help with housing.
Transportación gratuita.
Free transportation.
En lo personal, yo me he visto afectada con el pago de las facturas de mis doctores vencidas.
Personally, I have been affected by doctor bills that have expired or past due.
Sí, y como lo comentó al principio la concejal de Gallego, que pide que hagamos oración por ustedes. Tengan en cuenta que siempre van a estar en mis oraciones y la palabra que yo pido es de verdad misericordia para tanta gente que no tiene un hogar por las adicciones y falta de centro, pues están en las calles. Y nos da mucho gusto que sigan escuchando y pedimos de verdad que no se nos deje de lado y se tome en cuenta.
And we, like Kay Gallego said earlier in regards to prayers, I want her to know that I keep you all in my prayers. And I think the main thing here is I ask you to please have mercy in helping those that are in most need in regards to mental health, addictions, and those that live in the street. And thank you for listening.
Pertenezco a un grupo, a Poder en Acción, y yo agradezco.
And I am with the group Poder en Acción, and I want to thank.
Our next speaker is Luke Black, followed by Roberta Candela. Luke, are you on the line? Luke is not on the line. Our next speaker is Roberta Candela, followed by Patty Castillo Porter. Roberta, are you on the line? Roberta is not on the line. Our next speaker is Patty Castillo Porter, followed by Stacy Champion. Patty, are you on the line? Patty is not on the line. Our next speaker is Stacy Champion, followed by Rebecca Dennis. Stacy, are you on the line? Stacy is no longer on the line. Our next speaker is Rebecca Dennis, followed by Hannah Heyman. Rebecca, are you on the line?
Yes, hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you. Please proceed.
Hello? Okay. I would first like to say that I'm in support of these funds going directly to the community through the various programs we see in the plan, and also support offering as much direct assistance as possible, especially to those who were most affected by the pandemic, which we know were working class, Black, Brown, Indigenous, and immigrant communities. One area that I want to focus on today is public transportation. While I am glad to see the $1 million to provide a bus card subsidy process, I would urge this council to invest more money into public transportation so that we can eventually make it free forever. This is something people from all over the city have been requesting and advocating for, but I do not believe the city's response in allocating funds has been in alignment with the strong support for free public transportation. I am also strongly urging this council to make a commitment today to continue the suspension of checking light rail and bus fares at the least through the summer, and not to resume fare checks until September at the earliest. Knowing we are getting future funds from ARPA in 2022, I would strongly urge this council to suspend fares through the end of this year. I do believe I am echoing council members that have expressed support in continuing to suspend fare checks and continuing to provide the free fares that were approved during the pandemic. So much of what has been planned for the community with these ARPA funds would be far more beneficial if public transportation was more accessible and free. As we approach the summer, many are worried about heat relief and what this means for our vulnerable, unhoused community. We know that this is an easy way for them to find respite and travel easily throughout the city while being spared from some of the heat that causes them so much harm. The community programs, and specifically programs that are provided for children, would benefit strongly if these families can take our buses and light rail and not be worried about the cost of the fare, so that they can take advantage of these resources that will be offered. I know that improving the economy and supporting folks in getting to work and finding work is a priority for many on this council, and one way to make that reality easier for the community is by offering free fares or by continuing to not check fares. This would alleviate stress for many folks, students, the elderly, families, and literally anyone who may not have the funds to use our buses.
Our next speaker is Hannah Heyman, followed by Kelly Kwok. Hannah, are you on the line?
I would like to point out first the fundamental inaccessibility of these meetings. We've seen how many people have dropped off the line because these are so long and so difficult to get into, which is indicative of the inaccessible process for spending these ARPA funds. The city, again, as usual, has foregone any sort of community-oriented process. And we've got, Ed and Jeff over here, making their spreadsheets on how they believe that the folks of the city want money spent. And I do think that, they've definitely improved their plan since the initial proposal, but there are still, vast swaths of money being promised to, relieving debt that the city has, acquired from convention center and such things. I agree fully with Rebecca, and in speaking with Yasmin's office and Laura's office specifically, that the city definitely has the money to expand the $1 million for public transit and make transit completely free, you know, as a statement over the summer, at least through September 30th, while the hottest summer months. We've seen year after year, the more and more people die from the heat, especially the unsheltered community. And the city has a huge opportunity to relieve some of that pain by making it free, which the city buses and trains are already free. They're not checking fares right now. And the city can make a statement, you know, making sure that everybody in the city knows that they can get on a bus to, you know, not only get to work while things are reopening, but to get out of the summer heat. The city should absolutely make all public transit free through at least September 30th before dipping into the $1 million that they've set aside for bus subsidies.
Our next speaker is Kelly Kwok, followed by Tina Luna. Kelly, are you on the line?
When council approved the police contract in April, they left an opening for cops to get bonus pay from our COVID relief money. Quote, the city will evaluate the American Rescue Plan Act and will provide a non-specified percentage of premium pay as allowed by the legislation and deemed appropriate by the city council. On May 18th, the city presented their updated proposal on how to use the ARPA funds, but conveniently left out department-specific funding. I am echoing many people that there should be no COVID relief money for police. It should be for the people. The ARPA funds should be used for free mental health, harm reduction, and addiction services, for rent, utility, income assistance, free transportation, and childcare stipends, for low barrier shelter and housing and heat relief centers, and accessible resources for communities hardest hit by COVID.
Our next speaker is Tina Luna, followed by Christopher Martinez.
Hi, this is Tina. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to talk about housing. We have an opportunity here to make long-term, permanent improvements and harm reduction in our communities. This money can really, really do a lot of good, and if it's used right, it can be long-sustaining improvements for people. The affordable housing crisis in Phoenix is one of the worst in the nation, and we really need to prioritize rent relief and utility relief, childcare. I know people talked about some of those things being in the other relief plan, but one of the speakers earlier mentioned some of our elderly neighbors who are experiencing homelessness for the first time. And these are people that are like 70 and over. And it just breaks my heart. There is in these hottest months, and I just can't even imagine that. So we really, really need to make some permanent investments in housing our unsheltered people, helping our elderly, helping the poor families with their ability to pay their bills and cover basic needs. And all of these things reduce crime, reduce harm, reduce violence, reduce the need for police and for more police funding. So all of this talk, these people are talking about all this increased crime and stuff. Look at what has happened in the last year and a quarter with COVID, and then what was even happening before with defunding communities. Of course, there's more harm, and of course.
Our next speaker is Christopher Martinez, followed by April McHugh. Christopher, are you on the line? Christopher is not on the line. Our next speaker is April McHugh, followed by Angela Ogile. April, are you on the line? April is not on the line. Our next speaker is Angela Ogile, followed by Maria Sanchez. Angela, are you on the line? Angela, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Hi, I just wanted to first of all thank everyone. My name is Angela O'Giles, and with the Madison Pioneers Coalition and the Common Sense Coalition. And I wanted to thank the City Council and the Mayor for everything they've been doing. I know this has been a long, hard fight, and it's been a tough couple years, and our group really appreciates that. We've gotten to work closely with everyone, trying to better our neighborhood down here on Madison and 11th Avenue. And we're hoping that some of these funds will go to making more long-term effects for people that are on the streets, a good temporary place for them that is not on the street until they find a place and help, and where they've got protection against the elements and the drug dealers and other things that they are falling prey to. And we hope there's a lot of funds that go to more permanent help for them, and also with the mental health. We think there's a great need for that, as I'm sure everyone does. And the other thing is that we really would like to see more funds come into our first responders also, and to push, communication with everyone, and to continue that forward, and to start communicating more and more positive rhetoric. And we hope to have more meetings that push that. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Maria Sanchez, followed by Elizabeth Venable. Maria, are you on the line? Maria is not on the line. Our final speaker is Elizabeth Venable. Elizabeth, are you on the line? Elizabeth is not on the line. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Wonderful. Thank you to the members of the public who testified. Do we have any final council member comments before we vote? Roll call.
And thank you, Mayor. There is the conflict that Councilwoman Pastor mentioned. So would you like to take the full motion first, and then we can vote on the second part where Councilwoman Pastor can declare the conflict, or how would you like to proceed?
Perfect. So this would be a motion on the Vice Mayor's motion to pass the city's strategic plan. There are 3 areas he's identified where we will come back to policy for discuss in more detail. And we will not be voting on this item on the digital divide and workforce, which we will vote on separately, noting that Councilwoman Pastor is a big advocate for both bridging the digital divide and investing in our workforce. Roll call.
Councilwoman Ansari. Councilman DeCiccio.
No.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Yes.
Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes.
You're not voting on this.
Yes. Yes.
You
on
are
this
voting
one?
on this. You are
yeah,
voting
this
on
one
this.
I'm voting
on this.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Councilwoman Pastor, for the clarification. Councilwoman Stark.
Yes.
Councilman Waring.
No.
Vice Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
And Mayor Gallego.
Yes.
So that passes, Mayor, 7-2.
So the Vice Mayor's motion with Councilman O'Brien's amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman O'Brien, yes.
I just wanted to make sure that that amendment was in there. You hadn't mentioned it, but you did at the very end there. Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. And now, Vice Mayor, do you have a motion to pass the workforce and digital divide items?
Yes. So motion to pass the workforce and digital divide items. Is that enough, staff?
Yes, and noting Councilwoman Pastor's potential conflict.
Second.
Second.
Councilwoman Ansari.
Yes.
Councilman DeCiccio.
No.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Yes.
Councilwoman Stark.
Yes.
Councilman Waring,
No.
Vice Mayor Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Gallego.
Yes.
And that motion passes 6-2, Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you all who contributed to moving our strategic plan forward. I think this puts us in a good position as we rebuild from COVID-19 and invest in our community. That is our final agendized item for today's council meeting. We are adjourned.
Built in 1927, the Welnick Brothers Marketplace and Leaf Green Seed Company was a major fixture in Phoenix. Today, it's vying for that spot again. Both buildings are in the midst of a major transformation. Developers James Kirkendall and Pat Cantelme have some big plans.
This project was suggested, and when I first came downtown to look at it, I looked around West Van Buren, and I went, I don't know if I want to have anything to do with this area. It's pretty rough, and it's a lot of empty buildings. And then when we looked into it, and I found out all the exciting things that were going to be happening in this area over the next couple of years, it totally changed my mind. I decided, you know what, this is a great project, and it's a project I want to be involved with, to help restore this part of West Van Buren, and to take an old building that might have otherwise been destroyed and bring it back to life.
Michelle Dodds is the Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Phoenix.
Fitzhugh and Byron were the architects